The United States government has just reopened. Cool, great, absolutely amazing. Are you guys going to now make sure that millions of Americans don't lose their health care on January 1st? Look, we promised an ACA subsidy vote in the Senate in December. Okay, but Speaker Johnson didn't guarantee a vote in the House, and now certain Republican senators are trying to attach abortion restrictions to the subsidies. Look, we control all chambers of the government, and now that the government is open, air traffic controllers will be paid, SNAP benefits fully funded, and now we can start the deliberation process on getting some healthcare solutions for the American people. Because of the filibuster and everything, it's going to have to be a bipartisan solution. Yeah, why don't we just extend the subsidies for 1 year to avoid the January 1st calamity, and then over that year we can come to some solutions. Well, some moderate Republicans are reportedly discussing a compromise to extend the subsidies, but put a $200,000 cap on them, so we're not subsidizing the healthcare for those making $400,000. Only 7% of people in the ACA make more than 400% of the federal poverty level. So would you be open to that cap? I mean, maybe if you look at those who are affected if we let these expire, it's thousands of dollars of increased premium payments for low-income Americans. The question really is, would Trump sign the ACA subsidies even with the cap? We'll see how the deliberative process goes. Republicans are also working on their own healthcare plan to give those subsidies directly to Americans rather than to insurance companies. And this is the exact reason why I think we're screwed. You haven't had a healthcare plan in decades. You're not going to come up with one in under 2 months. Just extend the subsidies now. You'd be surprised. Let's see what happens. Oh, Lord. Republicans are now saying they will extend the ACA subsidies only if abortion access is further restricted. Yeah, but it's a little deeper than that, and that's only one of our demands. Only one of our demands. This is why before the deal to reopen the government, the prediction market Kalshi had it at a 68% chance that the ACA subsidies would get extended, but now that the pressure is off and we're seeing Republicans' insane demands, the odds are now 20%. Our demands are not insane. Do you know what the Hyde Amendment is? Of course, it's the legislative provision that's been in place since 1976 that prohibits federal funds from being spent on abortion except in cases of rape, incest, or life of the mother. And when Obamacare was passed, it explicitly had language that complied with the Hyde Amendment. Well, what Obama did was he left it up to the states, and today 25 states do thankfully ban abortion coverage from plans on the ACA marketplace, but 13 plus DC neither ban it nor require it, and 12 states require ACA marketplace plans to cover abortion beyond the Hyde Amendment, so in any case, which is blatantly absurd. Well, the reason those 12 states are allowed to do that and still comply with the Hyde Amendment is there's language in the ACA that forces marketplace plans that cover abortions to split people's premium payments into 2 separate accounts, one that pays for coverage strictly for abortion and one that covers everything else, and people on those plans are required to pay at least $1 a month of their own money into the abortion account to ensure it's their money paying for abortion coverage, not federal subsidies. Yeah, and you can see how that loophole just sounds absurd in of itself. That was the agreement that was come to during the original ACA negotiation to get pro-life Democrats on board. Back when those were a thing, right? But now with Republicans in charge, you're asking us to support subsidies for a program that de facto violates the Hyde Amendment. As sure, there's this weird workaround, but fundamentally tax dollars are going to a plan that covers abortion, as plans on the ACA marketplace are specifically tailored for that marketplace and wouldn't exist without taxpayer funds. Except the $1 per month charge people pay on their own for that abortion coverage in separate accounts exceeds the cost of abortions that plans are paying for with those funds. So if anything, abortion funds are subsidizing taxpayer funds, not the other way around. Look, this is long-standing tradition for religious and other reasons that we do not use taxpayer funds to cover abortion outside the Hyde exceptions. If you're serious about extending these subsidies, you'll have to make some concessions too, Bob. Yeah, well, abortion access is a non-starter. That's your non-starter, really? Yeah, great.
And all right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into, well, Trump's name's being called out in the Epstein emails, and then Trump also is bashing Marjorie Taylor Greene for, I guess, complaining too much, and then Trump releases tariffs on, well, produce. But let's get right into it, guys. There's a whole lot more to get into than just that. But let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's go.
Okay. Mr. President, what did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago. It's really what did he mean when he spent all the time with Bill Clinton, with the president of Harvard, who, you know, that is Summers, Larry Summers, whatever his name is, and all of the other people that he spent time with. Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years. But he also saw strike because I was president.
Now, yeah, in the emails, it did say that, well, what was it? Virginia Dufresne spent time with Trump, and that Trump, well, somewhat about Trump knows about the girls. Now, this could be Trump knowing about the trafficking victims, or this could be Trump also knowing about, or just, you know, as he said at first, he was poaching some of his female staff, and Trump found out about it, and he's like, yeah, I need you out of here. Or like I said, worst case scenario, it could also be about him knowing about his, you know, child trafficking escapades. Never know.
So he dictated a couple of memos to himself. Give me a break. You got to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan chairs.
Sir,
Yeah,
if
Jennifer,
there's
go
nothing
ahead. Go ahead.
incriminating in the file, sir, why
Quiet,
not take us in?
quiet, Miguel.
On Venezuela, sir, you've had a lot of meetings on Venezuela. I know you can't tell us what your next steps will be, but can you say, have you made up your mind on what you'd like to do for, as far as action for
I sort
Venezuela?
of have made up my mind. Yeah.
You have.
I mean, I can't tell you what it would be, but I sort of made up my mind.
What do you say to some of your supporters who might not be excited about another foreign campaign?
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I can't tell you what it is, but we've made a lot of progress with Venezuela in terms of stopping drugs from pouring in. But we have a Mexico problem. We have a Colombia problem. Meaning Colombia, the country.
And I did say that earlier, well, in the earlier episodes, that, if you want to tackle this cartel problem, you're going to have to come at more than just Venezuela. And that's just the fact that it matters. Like, they damn near run almost every Latin America country besides El Salvador. And I'm not even 100% on that.
Well, we're doing very well. Drugs coming into our country are greatly slowed, as you can imagine.
On the tariff rollback, sir, does this signal a change on your message for affordability?
Well, I just want to bring down something that was, look, for the most part, the foods, when we cut back a little bit of those tariffs, we'll get the price down. But they're not competitive in this country. Like tomatoes and bananas and things, we don't make them in this country. So there's no protection of our industries or our food products. So what we're going to do is we cut back, we see prices come down even lower. You have to understand, we've all suffered from the Biden prices, which were much higher than they are right now. But I'll be able to get them down even lower, or at least a little bit more, possibly in some cases a lot lower.
More rollbacks in the future with your tariff policies? Will there be more rollbacks in the future when you change anything else with tariffs?
I don't think it would be necessary. We just did a little bit of a rollback on some foods, like coffee, as an example, where the prices of coffee are a little bit high. Now they'll be on the low side in a very short period of time. We're very good at this. The problem is we inherited a country we took over January 20th where the prices were through the roof. So they were up 30, 40, 50%. If we got them down 30%, that means they're still higher than where they were. We had a great 4 years, and I think this is going to be even much better. And in terms of affordability, it's not a good word for the Democrats. It's a good word for us because our prices are much lower and will soon be much, much lower than they were under the Democrats.
Mr. President, my newspaper, The Telegraph, has led the way in
Are
exposing...
you the Telegraph?
That's right.
Oh, what a job you did.
Thank you
What
very
a
much.
job you did.
We led
Are
the
you
way.
proud of yourselves?
We've had a good
How did we catch BBC like that?
We have good sources. We've had
Honestly, congratulations. You did a great service to a lot of countries, a lot of great human beings, if you want to know the truth, and exposing what fake news is all about, what BBC did. Nobody would even think a thing like that was done. They actually changed the words coming out of my mouth.
So the BBC has apologised and retracted the...
Well, they pretty much just like stitched together his January 6th speech to make it sound like he told his I guess his followers to go down there and fight like hell. When really he told them to go down there and peacefully protest, and hopefully their senators will resist and all that good stuff. But no, BBC wanted to make it sound like Trump was calling for war.
When they say they won't pay any compensation.
But we'll sue them. We'll sue them for anywhere between $1 billion and $5 billion, probably sometime next week.
So you're ready to take...
Well, I think I have to do it. I mean, they've even admitted that they cheated. I mean, not that they couldn't have not done that. They cheated. They changed the words coming out of my mouth. That's worse than what CBS did with Kamala. They changed her answer, but at least it showed, coming out of her mouth.
Do you think it's appropriate that British TV viewers have to pay more than $200 just for the right to watch television? Do you think the license...
Well, I don't know what they do in a place that I like a lot, the general UK, right? But the people of the UK are very angry about what happened, as you can imagine, because it shows the BBC is fake news. Of course, you and I knew that for a long time, but we didn't know it was this big.
Have you raised the issue with Sir Keir Starmer?
I have not, but I'll call him. I'm going to call him over the weekend. He actually put a call into me. He's very embarrassed by it. You know, that's, I don't know what percentage is owned by the country, but regardless if it's small or large or nothing, I can say this, the UK is very, very embarrassed by BBC, what they did.
Mr. President, you said that your
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
do not increase prices for consumers, but now you're lowering.
I didn't say they don't. I say they may in some cases, but to a large extent, they've been borne by the country. As an example, we have virtually no inflation, and yet we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. So we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. We've used tariffs to stop wars. You look at India and Pakistan, look at so many wars they stopped just by saying, I'm going to impose tariffs on your country if you're going to have war.
So if
in
tariffs
that
are
case,
increasing prices,
in that case, it was nuclear war. And I stopped it by using tariffs. But oftentimes, and to a large extent, the countries themselves pick up the tab, the companies pick up the tab, and I find that based on inflation, we have virtually no inflation. When I inherited the country from Sleepy Joe Biden, the inflation, it was the highest inflation in the history of our country, or at least 48 years. They used 48. I say it was the history. We have now a low inflation, going to be very soon even lower. But we'll get some of the prices down a little bit, which will bring them down to a new level.
how much of the tab is being picked up by Americans?
I think very little. I mean, I really think very little. If you look at it, and when you add the trillions of dollars that our country is making, when you add the fact that I'll be giving back $2,000 or so to middle-income people, low-income people, everybody but the rich, will be giving $2,000 back, and you add that in. When you add the fact that our country is extremely rich and we have no wars and we're respected again, when you add the fact that when China was threatening to us in terms of rare earths, I was able to solve it just by putting tariffs on China, and we made a deal a week later. When you add all of the benefits, the single greatest thing we have right now is the use of tariffs, and I use them properly.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. His strategy with tariffs actually worked to 1, to stop conflicts in their tracks, 2, to bring back manufacturing, and 3, to stop China's duplicitous trade tactics. Now, most Democrats, they do have a problem with his blanket tariffs, but now that he's pulling back on groceries, or I guess produce products, and allowing these things to come in without a tariff, that should, I guess, hey, it should help with pricing in some way, shape, or form. But here's a problem, though. And the Dems are definitely going to have a field day since he walked back tariffs on groceries, even though they were the same guys losing their minds about the blanket tariffs. So we'll see how this goes over and if it does actually give changes to prices, or we'll see if it was always just an inflation problem.
For years, they've been used against us. And I think, whether you call them tariffs or anything else, if you didn't use them, you really would have an unguarded disaster in your hands.
Will those $2,000 payments, will that be inflationary? Because previously Republicans have said it's sending money to people like in their buying.
Yeah, well, the difference is this is money earned as opposed to money that was made up. That money was made up. Biden gave like the Inflation Reduction Act, which did not reduce inflation, and it wasn't meant to. And they admitted it was a phony name. But they spent hundreds of billions of dollars on a fake deal called the Inflation Reduction Act. That was made up money. When I pay people $2,000 each for low.
Okay, yeah, I see where he's going with this. Yes, the Inflationary Reduction Act honestly did make inflation worse under Biden, even though he tried to say it was transitory, whatever in God's name he was trying to say with that. But no, inflation actually hit pretty hard in 2022 and in 2023. And then it started to cool down around 2024, but let's be real, it's already too late, and all the skeptics were proven right about Biden's Inflationary Reduction Bill, the spending on the SAVE Acts. And here's the thing, I'm not saying that they didn't do anything. They did some good things, but it did cause inflation.
And moderate income and middle income people, everybody but the rich, get this. That's not made up, that's real money. That comes from other countries, yeah.
Speaking of China, since you made the deal, since you struck the deal with them, has the Chinese agreed to actually purchase any soybeans? Have they locked in any soybean purchases?
Yeah, and they're in the process of doing it. We spoke to them today. They're in the process of doing not only a little bit, but they'll be doing a lot of soybean purchase.
Do you know when? In the spring?
It's starting. Before then, I think it's starting.
Yeah, they promised to buy about 12 million metric tons of soybean this year and then up it to 25 metric tons. And then, of course, increase year by year, depending on how, this trade or the trade negotiations go, depending on how that goes.
They'll be buying a lot of soybeans, but really, Jennifer, a lot of everything else.
Can you say who you spoke with or who your team spoke with?
Top of the line. Top of the line.
Just on the rebate check, sir, how soon could Americans see those checks? Will that be in time for Christmas, holiday shopping?
No, not for this year. It'll be next year sometime.
Do you have a time frame?
No, sometime during the year, next year. It's a lot of money, but we've taken in a lot of money from tariffs. The tariffs allow us to give a dividend.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing that would be different about Trump's, like, if he was to go out there and send $2,000 checks. One, I guess it would kind of take away the whole revenue making part for the Supreme Court when they say, oh, it's revenue. That's why it's a tax and all that good stuff. So if he gives it out to the American people, then instead of revenue, it could be seen as dividend to the American people. I mean, it could work out like that. And it's because it's becoming from a tax fund, or let's be real, the tariffs, then it wouldn't be inflationary because it's money already there. It's not money just being printed like we were doing with, the stimulus checks and we were doing with Biden's bills and all that good stuff, like the Inflationary Reduction Act. Instead of just printing money to give to the American people, we'd actually be giving them money out of a fund like that we actually have, not just printing it willy-nilly, causing crazy inflation.
If we want to do that, now we're going to do a dividend, and we're also going to be reducing debt. We have, because of Biden and others, we have $37 trillion in debt. So we're going to be doing a dividend, which people will enjoy and spend and do what they want. But we're also going to be reducing debt very substantially.
But if the Supreme Court was against you, sir, is there
then I'd have to do something else. We'll have to figure something else. That would be a very sad day for our country. Just today, I stopped the war. I won't go into which one, but you'll be able to figure it out.
Cambodia, Thailand.
But that was quick, very smart. Thank you. But just today, I stopped the war by the use of tariffs. Oftentimes, and if you think of the cost of war, just forget about debt, which is number one, but the debt within those countries. But that all comes to our, in one form or another, it all comes right back to us. I stopped the war just today through the use of tariffs, the threat of tariffs. If we didn't have that, other countries would use tariffs on us, and we would have no fair means of fighting back.
Was that confirmation?
Which is true. I mean, the Democrats never do have an argument for, all right, so if us imposing tariffs taxes the hell out of our people, then how come other countries aren't allowed to impose tariffs on our products without taxing the hell out of theirs? And let's be real, they buy stuff from us too. So, like, where's your argument there? And then, of course, when they say, oh, tariffs are a tax on the consumer, I would do to say, depending on what industry you're talking about and depending how much competition that industry, tariffs could raise price. Or, well, honestly, in my opinion, according to the economists as well, it's a price adjustment. And it would be a price adjustment to, of course, make the American product more appetizing because it's cheaper.
They're doing great. They were not doing great, and then they had a conflict, as you know, sir. And I spoke to the prime ministers of both countries, and they're doing great. I think they're going to be fine.
Mr. President, what are you doing on healthcare subsidies? Obviously, people also
healthcare subsidies is a good question. So, Obamacare, which is the Unaffordable Care Act, it is totally unaffordable. You see the kind of money the insurance companies are making. Hundreds of billions of dollars. Their stock is up over 1,000% over a relatively short period of time. What we're going to be doing, what I'm going to be recommending, not this. Obamacare is a disaster, far too expensive and lousy health care. We're going to give the money to the people to buy their own health care. And the kind of money that we give to the insurance companies is more than going to take care of it. People are going to be able to buy their own health insurance, and it's going to be great health care. and they're going to get paid by the government. The government will be doing, it will be one of the greatest deals this country's ever made. So instead of giving it to insurance companies, big, fat, bloated insurance companies, we're giving the money directly to the people to buy their own health care. On Americans.
And this actually, well, what he's saying actually does come from the Republican healthcare plan that they released in 2019. And when you try to mention this to Dems, they'll hit you with the, oh, well, did Trump ever, say he's aligned with it? Yes, actually, he's vocalized it before. And he's also, stating it in today. He's pretty much stated out one of their plans. And there's a lot of things that they're talking about in this healthcare plan. Now, let's see. One of the key points were short-term insurance. They have state control insurance, so it'd be able to handle local needs. They also got high risk pools, and then also try to increase competition, and then of course eliminate the individual mandate. That was all part of the Republicans' health plan that Trump was only able to implement one part of it. Now they're trying to implement a second part.
Buy it from insurance companies?
Someday, they'll be negotiating prices.
Hey, gamer.
They'll be, you can do it through an insurance company. You can also buy it direct. They have savings accounts. They have a lot of different ways of buying health insurance.
Another question. You asked for an investigation for any of the people associated with Epstein, including Reid Hoffman, major Democratic donor.
Right.
What impact do you hope that kind of investigation can have in the next 3 years?
I don't know, but I heard they are appointing a U.S. attorney, and I hear a really good one to look into it. I hear Southern District is going to be looking at Jay Clayton, and he's a great man, a great attorney, and he's one of the most respected people in the country in terms of law and law enforcement. As you know, he headed up the S.E.T. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for years. He's one of the most respected people in the country. He's been confirmed for the Southern District, and I heard Jay is going to be looking into it. Jay Clayton is a real legal talent. A very, very legitimate person.
You continue to believe that president should be able to order investigations?
Sure. I'm the chief law enforcement officer of the country. Not that I want to use that, but I am considered the chief law enforcement agent in the country, and I'm allowed to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm not doing it. I had nothing to do with that choice. This is an example that came from Pam Bondi from the DOJ. But you can't pick a better person than Jay Clayton. He's truly one of the most respected people in that world.
Have you ruled out you tracking the Georgia RICO case at all? Did you see the news on that today?
Which one?
The Georgia case, the RICO case. Apparently, they're continuing with the investigation into you and your allies related to the 2020 election. Not tracking that?
You mean the Vanny Willis case?
I think so.
I can't imagine. I thought that case was over. I was told that case was tough.
Mr. President, have you ruled out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I haven't even thought about it. I haven't thought about it for months. Maybe I haven't thought about it at all. You're just asking me a
Why
question.
can't you rule it
But
out?
I don't talk about that. I don't rule it in or out. I don't even think about it.
What Epstein, sir, March 2003, the Congresswoman was on CBS News. She was talking about how the files should be released. We anticipate that a bill will happen in the House. And you about the investigation today.
I don't care about it.
Now, it is funny, though. So after the Dems' humiliating performance with this whole government shutdown and then finally open up the government and gaining nothing, all of a sudden, these Epstein emails come out, which, you know what, I'm not really too mad about because it just shows how ridiculous they are, especially the one where they said he know about the girls and then everybody's acting like that's damning when honestly all that proved that Trump might have, one, been snitching, two, he been knew about Jeffrey Epstein poaching on his female employees, so it doesn't really prove anything there. And then I guess the blow Bubba. Yes, that was an email between Mark Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein. It was two brothers joking around, but everybody's taking that one to the bank saying that Trump might be gay. That was funny. That one was funny. I will admit, I was sitting there just like, well, okay.
Released or not. What I think you should do, if you're going to do it, then you have to go into Epstein's friends. This Reid Hoffman spent a lot of time on the island. I was never on his island. Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. You're going to have to look into his friends because if they're going to do that, And I think the perfect guy to do it would be Southern District, somebody like Jay Clayton. I understand that's who's been assigned.
But does the congressman have a point though?
You're ordering the release of more files.
Does Marjorie Taylor Greene have a point?
Does she have a point though?
I know nothing about her.
On the release of files, all the
Well,
files.
they can have whatever they want. They already do. I think they have 50,000 pages already. Look, this is a Democrat hoax. This is a hoax put out by the Democrat, and a couple of few Republicans have gone along with it because they're weak and ineffective. But this is a Democrat hoax to get away from the fact that they just lost the shutdown and they've lost the elections. They've lost the big election, to me, in a record number. They lost the popular vote. They lost the swing states. They lost everything. I think it was 312 to 220 something. So this is a way of not talking about that. It's a hoax. This is no different than Russia. And it's headed up by Democrats and some very weak Republicans.
I was just wondering if you have a timeline
Very
for
few.
when you might release more of those files connected
Which
to
ones?
Democrats to Epstein.
Well, I don't know about those ones. I know nothing about it, but I understand.
No, it's the emails. It's the emails that they're trying to pretty much to crucify Trump on. And the emails, now, as reckless as they are, it does not prove that Trump was working with Epstein or was engaging in having, sexual relations with children. None of that's implied. But Mark and Jeffrey Epstein did, show their hatred for Trump. I'll tell you that right now.
They released like 40 or 50,000 pages already. And nobody, I will say this, if they had anything, they would have used it before the election. Okay? I can't tell you what they put in since the election.
True.
But if they had anything, you don't think they would have used it before the election? They would have gladly used it before the election.
Which is also strange as well, because then, I mean, he's right. Why not use this 4 years ago during the election or before Trump even came into question? Y'all could have used this, called all the pedophiles, including Trump, and saved the day. But you guys did it. And word on the street is that, well, they were doing this to protect the Clintons. That was really people who work for the Clintons that was pushing the Epstein files down the road, because we all know that the Clintons are heavily implicated in the Epstein files, heavily.
Why were you, or why was your team encouraging Congressman Over and Congresswoman Mace to not pursue?
Because we think it's bad to talk about it, because it gets away from the subject of how well the Republicans are doing. We have the greatest economy. We have the largest investment ever made in our country's history. We have all of these great things happening. We have very little inflation, whereas he had record-setting, the biggest inflation in history. All of these things are good. And when you talk about the Epstein hoax, what happens?
No, but I guess we should talk about the Epstein hoax for a little bit. Let's go to oversight democratshouse.gov. Here it is, right here. All right, here. So I've been thinking about it. Now, yes, and this is the actual, email that, and we're going to get into it a little bit. I've been thinking about, and I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim blank spent hours at my house with him. He never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Now, what most people are saying that this is kind of saying that Jeffrey Epstein was kind of realizing that Trump might be snitching on him. Now, let's go with this one. All right. He says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent. Oh, same thing. So let's go to the next one. Here we go. Let's see. Victim Mar-a-Lago redacted. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Member Trump said he kicked him out because he was poaching on the female employees. That could be that, or like I said, worst case scenario. I mean, he could be talking about the traffic girls as well. I mean, you gotta see both sides of it. Now, where was the other one? Did they show the other one? Here it is. This was a damning one. I'm not even gonna lie. Now, this was the damning one that I agree with everybody. This was kind of damning. All right. Now, this came from Michael Wolff. All right, so they was pretty much asking Trump. All right, Trump's about to go on CNN. I wonder if they show me the correspondent right here. Here it is. I hear CNN is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in a scrum afterwards. All right. If we're able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Now, Michael Wolff saying some wild things. I ain't gonna lie. He says, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency, which it would. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when he acts, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in Trump's regime. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the damning part right there, if you ask me. I mean, F all those other ones. Is that one right there? I didn't really care about none of them but that one. I'm like, okay, yeah, I got to explain that one. Like, yo, where's Michael Wolff at? Can you double down on that for me, please? But all right, let's get back to here.
You're not talking about how well we've done.
Mr. President,
That's the whole purpose behind them. They want to waste people's time, and some of the dumber Republicans like that.
Mr. President, on that subject, are we going to see?
It's mostly Democrats.
Are we going to see more domestic travel from you as you try to sell that message? Are we going to see some rallies?
Domestic travel?
Yeah.
Well, I want to spend time here. I just got back from a big trip, a very successful trip with China. And with, all the countries, I saw many countries over there. We stopped in Malaysia, Japan, South Korea. It was a phenomenal trip. We had a great meeting with President Xi, who's, a great leader, great country, actually, whether you like it or not. And China's a great country, amazing place. And Japan, amazing place. We stopped in tremendous countries with tremendous leaders, and we did really well. We brought back trillions of dollars in trade and other things.
But someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene would say you're spending too much time overseas. You're not spending enough time selling your domestic.
So I heard that Marjorie Taylor Greene said, oh, gee, I'm spending too much time overseas. So let's say I don't meet with China. You know what's happened right now to Georgia, to every other state? They're not working because your magnets and your rare earths would have kicked in. And there wouldn't be a factory in the world that was working if I didn't have a relationship overseas with China, with Japan, with South Korea, with all of them.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, by the way.
Malaysia, I went to Malaysia, but visited many more countries than that. If we didn't do that, if we just stayed right here, you would right now have no factory anywhere in the world that would be working because of rare earth with China. Not only that, we made a deal with China. We take in billions and billions of dollars. We made a deal with Japan. We take in billions of dollars. We made a deal with South Korea. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars. If I would stay home, none of that would be happening. And by the way, I stay home 98% of the time. The last thing I want to do is travel.
I'm not even gonna lie to that. Was one of my criticisms as well, though, that Marjorie Taylor had. She said that, well, Trump is spending too much time worrying about what's going on overseas instead of worrying about what's going on at home. And that kind of angered Trump a bit. That's why he's kind of going off on this like rant, going like, what you mean? Like, I'm focusing on home all the time. But as the election showed from last time, and I'm going to bring it up because they say it was about affordability. So if that's true, then yes, Trump, he got about 6 months to focus on affordability, or he will lose the midterms if what they were saying about the results of that election was true. Or because honestly, in my opinion, it was just about the messaging of the Democratic Party, and it only made their base double down.
22 hours in an airplane, as nice as this plane is. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not anyway. I mean, she is a very different thinking than I have. Something happened to her over the last period of a month or two where she changed, I think, politically. I think that her constituents aren't going to be happy. Already, I have people calling me. They want to challenge her to a race in her district in Georgia. And, that's too bad. She's lost a wonderful conservative reputation. But when she says, don't go overseas, if I didn't go overseas, we might be in a war right now with China.
Will you
On
nuclear
nuclear testing, sir, are you receiving any meetings about
We're going to have
concerns
nuclear
about
testing because other people test. We have other countries that test. We have more nuclear weapons than any other country. I'm the one that renovated them and built some, and I hated to do it, but I had no choice because they have it. We have more. Russia's second, and China is a distant third. But within 4 or 5 years, they're going to be up with us. What I would like to do is I would like to go denuclearization. In other words, where we have a meeting primarily of the top three to cut back on nuclear weapons. That would be a great thing.
How soon can the test take place, though?
Pretty soon.
China, Russia, US.
Yeah, because Russia's been testing their nuclear transportation with cruise missiles. China has been so-called secretly testing their nukes underground. And America, we're like, you know what? Maybe we might want to show our military might a bit, just a bit.
We're number one. Russia's number two. China's number three. They're catching up. They're quite a bit distant from us right now, but they'll catch us in 4 or 5 years. But I think the best thing would be if we denuclearize.
Mr. President, could you tell us why you needed to get an MRI? I understand that the results were good, but what was it for?
Because it's part of my physical. Getting an MRI is very standard. Well, you think I shouldn't have it? Other people
No,
get it.
but typically an MRI
I had an
is a
MRI.
specific part of your body.
Here's what the story is. I had an MRI. The doctor said it was the best result he has ever seen as a doctor. That's it. But I had an MRI as part of my standard yearly, or I think I do it every 2 years, but I have the physical every year. And the result was outstanding.
Is it your brain?
You
or
know,
your heart? Or...
I have no idea what they analyzed, but whatever they analyzed it well, and they said that I had as good a result as they've ever seen. Now, the other thing I took, as you know, a very advanced test on mental acuity, because I think a president should have to do that. And as you probably heard, I aced it. I got a perfect score. I got the highest score. I got a perfect score. And the only reason I tell you that is it's one subject, unlike Biden and others, that you can take off your plate.
A question on nuclear testing, just being very specific. Are you saying you want to explode a warhead?
I don't want to tell you about that, but we will do nuclear testing like other countries do. We have more nuclear weapons than any other country, and we have to test.
Other countries are not exploding warheads.
In the last election, do you think you'll get on the road for the next election?
Oh yeah, I'll be helping people. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be on the road helping people.
Would you be
It's very important. The midterms are very important.
Would you
And
be,
again, I think we should terminate the filibuster. Republicans should terminate the filibuster. The Democrats would do it immediately if they ever got power. And without Manchin and Sinema, they would have done it the best.
would you be open to endorsing someone primary Marjorie Taylor Greene given her latest statements?
Well, it depends on who runs against her. I mean, I'm no longer much.
Yeah, I don't think Trump should try to, primary Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think he should actually hear her out, because what she's speaking on is important. Now, yeah, I do believe she do kind of jump to criticism. Yes, I do believe that, but she should be heard out. I do believe that she is America first, that she is MAGA, but hey, Trump is lashing out on her because he believes she complains too much. Hey, I honestly think that she's just bringing up the topics that Republicans aren't really trying to hear for some reason. And they should be willing to hear it if they, don't want a repeat of election night. And like I said, we're not going to frame it as I'm not going to frame it as this win that's just going to that's a prelude to the midterms. But I will say this, we should maybe hear out the message of why these guys lost. And let's be real. 1, Trump didn't back them. 2, affordability wasn't the main thing. And 3, the Dems' rhetoric has only made their base double down. We should probably copy 3.
Of a fan because I disagree with her policy. When she said that, going to foreign countries, bringing back trillions of dollars is not important. Do you think I want to go and be on an airplane for 20 hours? Some of you are with me. 22 hours to be exact, travel and then get off and make a speech and get people to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in our country. I'd rather do it without having to go, but if you didn't go, you wouldn't be able to have that kind of result. As an example, Malaysia, if you look at Thailand, I stopped the war in Thailand and Cambodia. If I didn't go to that region, I probably wouldn't have been able to stop that war. That war would have been very costly in terms of lives, but even costly in terms of us.
Are you meeting with Indiana lawmakers next week? Are you meeting with lawmakers from Indiana next week?
Not that I know of. I might be. I don't know. They will. I guess they're making a decision as to whether or not they want to gain for the Republican Party one or two more. By the way, I will say this. I heard one or two more seats. I heard that a big lawsuit will be taking place, will be taking place concerning the California hoax, where they're trying to get 5 more seats. And California is one of the most dishonest elections ever. They send out tens of millions of ballots to people all over the place. Many of those people get 2 and 3 ballots, and they come back. California is a disgrace on voting, and they're doing something that is very illegal. So we are or will be suing California on.
Yeah, and let's be honest, the Dems are the worst offenders when it comes to gerrymandering. And yes, both sides do it, but at the level that the Dems do it is a bit atrocious. I mean, there is states that have people who vote Republican but have no Republican representatives, no Republican seats. Yeah, how can you accomplish that? But only through gerrymandering. Sadly, that's just the reality of it.
The 5 seats.
The Department of Justice will be.
The Department of Justice.
You're
being headed by the Department of Justice.
You're meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince next week.
More than meeting, we're honoring Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince.
What are your goals for the meeting? Have you decided whether to sell F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia? Are you going to do that?
Well, they want to buy a lot of jets. We make the best jets. We make the best missiles. You saw that when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran. No, for 22 years they wanted to do that. No president had the guts to do it. We did it, and Iran is a different place. By the way, Iran wants to negotiate a deal too. Everybody wants to negotiate with us now. If we didn't have military strength, if we didn't rebuild our military in my first term, and now we continue to do it, Biden dissipated it by giving a chunk to the Taliban. Not a good idea.
So I'm sorry.
But you know what? The good news is it was a lot, but relatively very little.
So yes to the jets, or you're not sure yet?
I'm looking at that. They've asked me to look at it. They want to buy a lot of 35, but they want to buy actually more than that fighter jets. Yeah.
Will the Abraham Accords be a part of that conversation? Perhaps getting the Abraham Accords getting Saudi Arabia?
The Abraham Accords will be a part. We're going to be discussing. I hope that Saudi Arabia will be going into the Abraham Accords fairly shortly. We've had tremendous interest in the Abraham Accords since we put Iran out of business. Okay? Thank you much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, now let's go ahead and start off with JD Vance. We're doing his little interview with Sean Hannity. I think it's like part 3 of it. Let's get right into it.
In Washington, where we covered a number of topics, including the radicalization of the Democratic Party.
Whoops. My bad, guys. Accidentally killed that feed. Whoopsie daisy. Hold on here. Get it right back. Probably have to start off with Rokana. There we go.
Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. It was the culmination of an ultimately As the record-setting government shutdown comes to an end, there's new drama here on Capitol Hill tonight over those newly released emails from Jeffrey Epstein and what they say about Donald Trump. I'm Caitlin Collins on Capitol Hill, and this is The Source. And as we come on the air tonight from the U.S. Capitol, the House of Representatives.
And all right. First off, let's go ahead and get to JD Vance interview, and then we'll get into Caitlin Collins.
And Operation Arctic Frost. Here's more of that exclusive interview. Take a look. The Democratic Party has been radicalized. You see this with Mamdani.
Yep.
You hear the rhetoric, I'm sure, the likes of Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker. If you were to ask me today who probably the leading contender for Democrats is, and he's gotten angry, we used to actually get along. His last text to me was not exactly very pleasant. I might tell you offline, but I will keep the confidence.
I'm very curious about this, Sean.
Oh yeah, it got my attention. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But in all fairness, I think he sees that his only path is to go hardcore left-wing base. AOC, Olgard has to go. Mamdani, the Squad, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Grandpa Bernie, Pocahontas. They really are the power. Schumer's done. He's finished.
Schumer's done. I think the far left has completely taken over that party. In particular, what bothers me is the rhetoric around violence. I mean, if you look at the way
Yeah, Schumer is definitely cooked. Like, think about it. He drugged the American people out for 40 days plus and did not get no extension on the Obamacare subsidies. He didn't get no reduction in the cuts that Trump made through the big, beautiful bill. None of that. All he succeeded on was dragging the American people out for 40 days and angering his base. And now look what he got to deal with. Check out this clip.
Republicans are now saying they will extend the ACA subsidies only if abortion access is further restricted. Yeah, but it's a little deeper than that, and that's only one of our demands. Only one of our demands. This is why before the deal to reopen the government, the prediction market Kalshi had it at a 68% chance that the ACA subsidies would get extended, but now that the pressure is off and we're seeing Republicans' insane demands, the odds are now 20%. Our demands are not insane. Do you know what the Hyde Amendment is? Of course, it's the legislative provision that's been in place since 1976 that prohibits federal funds from being spent on abortion except in cases of rape, incest, or life of the mother. And when Obamacare was passed, it explicitly had language that complied with the Hyde Amendment. Well, what Obama did was he left it up to the states. And today, 25 states do thankfully ban abortion coverage from plans on the ACA marketplace, but 13 plus DC neither ban it nor require it, and 12 states require ACA marketplace plans to cover abortion beyond the Hyde Amendment. So in any case, which is blatantly absurd. Well, the reason those 12 states are allowed to do that and still comply with the Hyde Amendment is there's language in the ACA that forces marketplace plans that cover abortions to split people's premium payments into two separate accounts. One that pays for coverage strictly for abortion and one that covers everything else. And people on those plans are required to pay at least $1 a month of their own money into the abortion account to ensure it's their money paying for abortion coverage, not federal subsidies. Yeah, and you can see how that loophole just sounds absurd in of itself. That was the agreement that was come to during the original ACA negotiation to get pro-life Democrats on board. Back when those were a thing, right? But now with Republicans in charge, you're asking us to support subsidies for a program that de facto violates the Hyde Amendment. As sure, there's this weird workaround, but fundamentally tax dollars are going to a plan that covers abortion, as plans on the ACA marketplace are specifically tailored for that marketplace and wouldn't exist without taxpayer funds. Except the $1 per month charge people pay on their own for that abortion coverage in separate accounts exceeds the cost of abortions that plans are paying for with those funds. So if anything, abortion funds are subsidizing taxpayer funds, not the other way around. Look, this is long-standing tradition for religious and other reasons that we do not use taxpayer funds to cover abortion outside the Hyde exceptions. If you're serious about extending these subsidies, you'll have to make some concessions too, Bob. Yeah, well, abortion access is a non-starter. That's your non-starter, really? Yeah, great.
So yeah, that's where they're at with deliberation. Yeah, that's where negotiations are at right now, getting hung up on abortion. So we'll see where things go from there.
of the Charlie Kirk assassination, that these guys were justifying it, making excuses for it. Most of them weren't explicitly endorsing it, but all of them would say, well, Charlie Kirk said some controversial things. And I would say, as his friend, so what? You say some controversial things in the United States of America, and that's what you're focused on after a father of two young children is murdered in cold blood in the public. It's horrible. And your attitude should be, when something like that happens, I don't care what you said, I don't care what political disagreements were, that was wrong. Murdering somebody is wrong, full stop, no follow-up, no caveats, no hums and ha's. Just have the moral clarity to actually say murdering people who you disagree with is disgusting and wrong. That's how I think fundamentally you end political violence in this country, is you have leaders on both the left and the right who are willing to condemn it without any exception. Unfortunately, you've got a lot of people on the far left who are not willing to condemn it without exception. I also asked Sean, I mean, I'm fundamentally an empathetic person. I try to understand where other people are coming from. And when I see people voting for a communist in New York City for mayor, when I see people voting for radicalism all over our country, especially young Americans, the question I'm asking myself is, what happened under the Biden administration to so radicalize young people? And there's a chart, actually, Charlie Kirkwood sent it to me. And it was the percentage of Americans who are married and own a home has fallen off a cliff. The percentage of young Americans who are married and own a home. We're trying to rebuild that and fix that. But
let's be honest. Both sides are trying to tackle it in different ways when they should honestly work together, because they're both calling out the problem. So the left want to call out, well, the business conglomerates like BlackRock that are buying up these single family homes. And then, Republicans want to talk about undocumented immigrants who are staying in these homes or invading these apartment complexes or projects. And that's running up housing prices. So they're both right. Yeah, they're both right. It's both of those are the problem. the thing is, we need to handle it on both sides. We need to handle the corporations that are buying up single family homes, BlackRock. And yes, we need to deport all the illegals so we can make room for the American citizen. And of course, take the burden that they put on the taxpayer. And I'm talking about the undocumented ones, not the legal ones.
Bringing down the cost of housing by actually making it possible to build a life with.
Oh, and shout out to my man Big Wave Dave for starting us off. He says, I am so tired of these sheeple wanting daddy government to hold their hand. Grow up and take responsibility for yourself. I mean, yeah, ain't that the truth? Shout out Big Wave Dave for starting us off on that one, my man. Turn her down a bit.
Somebody, make it more affordable to live a good life with the person that you love. But the reason why I think so many people are radicalized is because the Biden administration was such a disaster. And that's why what we're doing is so important. If you look at the history, if you look at communist revolutions in the past, it always comes from young people, and it always comes from young people who have been radicalized. I think the way to de-radicalize people is to actually give them a better opportunity and a better future and a better path forward. It's why I'm so honored to serve the President of the United States, because that's what he asks us every single day. How do we serve the interests of Americans first? That focus is why I think we're going to rebuild the American dream, and why the far left is not going to win in this country, because they're going to realize there's a better pathway out there. We're charting it every single day.
I've just two more questions, and you've been very generous with your time. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We haven't talked at all about foreign policy.
Sure.
It definitely has defined your first year as vice president, the president's first year. He's been very active in helping to resolve conflict and war around the world.
Absolutely.
He's expended tremendous political capital. I describe it as the Trump doctrine. I think I'm the only one that talks about it, maybe.
We should all talk about it more, because I do think it's a unique perspective on American foreign policy, but it's the right perspective. But go ahead.
Well, you know what? Why don't you pick it up from there? Because it's new in a lot of ways. It's kind of a combination of ideas, but no forever wars. However, we identify evil where it exists. It doesn't mean that we're not going to have the most powerful military on the first face of the earth. Doesn't mean we won't use that military, taking out Iran's nuclear sites, the ISIS caliphate, et cetera. I think it's the perfect balance. Obviously, some people disagree. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so you hear this term peace through strength. And I would say, if anything, the Trump doctrine, I've never talked to the president about this, but I would add something. I would say peace through strength and wisdom. And here's what that means to me. First of all, he's focused on peace because he recognizes that conflict is destabilizing. Conflict leads to refugee crises. Conflict leads to food prices skyrocketing for American citizens. So he's focused on peace. The way to achieve peace is to be the strongest military in the world, to be able to go anywhere you need to, because very often, if people know you can come, that's what allows you to establish peace in the first place, that deterrence effect. But it's also uniquely wise. And I would always say this when I was in the Senate. What made the president's first term foreign policy was so successful, and I think the second term too, it's not just the strength part.
Oh, and shout out to my man Big Wave Dave coming in again. He says, hey, S.E.T, can I still do a music request? Yes, sure. But I asked you would wait till we just get a little bit further along in the live before you make your music request. All right. All right. Appreciate you, my dog.
It's the wisdom part. Because there are so many people, for example, people say, how could he have gone and visited Kim Jong-un in North Korea? Doesn't he know that person's evil? And the president of the United States says, whatever you think about the person, why not sit down and have a conversation and try to understand if there are ways to advance America's interests? I've heard so many people criticize the president of the United States for talking to Vladimir Putin. You don't have to agree with Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine, but if you want to bring about peace, you've got to be strong. You've also got to talk to people. You've got to engage in that aggressive, engaged diplomacy. And I think the president of the United States, his doctrine is to have the...
Yeah, a lot of them don't understand that. And I don't know why they don't understand this, but you can't just sit down and slap around Russia and expect them to do what we say. Like, we can't impose tariffs on these guys. We already got sanctions, and we can't really flex our military might on them because that threatens nuclear war. So, yeah, Trump was able to get all these smaller countries together, but getting Russia together or getting them to come to the negotiation table is a little bit more tough. Why? Because they are a nuclear superpower. Let's be honest.
Strongest military in the world.
I think they got like what, the third or the fourth biggest army in the world.
to focus on peace, but not to allow the DC press corps to
That
tell
they're
you
depleting.
who you're allowed to talk to and how you're allowed to engage in diplomacy. That rejection of that conventional wisdom, that's a critical part of the Trump doctrine, and why I think, foreign policy wise, I don't think there's been a president in a generation who's even come close. I was born in the era of Reagan. I was 4 years old when Reagan left office. I've never seen a president who's accomplished so much, who's achieved so much peace, who's been able to advance America's economic interests through his foreign policy. People talk about foreign policy, and of course, foreign means not in the United States. But how do you think that we're able to get these trade deals? How do you think that we're able to bring in hundreds of billions of dollars through tariffs? How do you think we're able to bring in $18 trillion in new investments? There's a foreign policy element to that. And I really think it's a very unique perspective. But I actually think, even though the Democrats won't ever admit it, that administrations for the next 40 or 50 years are going to be guided by the Trump doctrine in the same way people were guided by the Monroe Doctrine 200 years ago.
I think you're right. Last question. Arctic frost. It is getting bigger, and I talked to sources this morning. It's about to explode. And things that we thought were long lost and gone, I want to be a little cryptic, are not lost.
That's right.
And they're not gone.
That's right. Yeah, I want to be a little cryptic too, because I know that we're it's still in the early stages of this investigation. But look, Sean, I think it's one of the great scandals in American history. I think this is definitionally the Biden administration, the deep state, using the apparatus of justice to go after their political opponents. And I also think it raises a very critical issue, and something that I'd encourage my Senate friends on the Republican side to wake up about, because eventually you're going to see prosecutions, not just Arctic frost related, but on a whole host of other issues. Eventually, we need certain subpoenas that have to be issued by a court. Eventually, you need local prosecutors, U.S. attorneys, to go after some of these people in a court of law. If you can't get a U.S. attorney appointed because the Democrat won't give you a blue slip, or you can't get a judge confirmed because the Democrats are gumming up the work of the Senate, Republicans have got to open up their perspective a little bit. And again, I say that some of these people are very dear friends of mine, but why do we allow the blue slip process to prevent the president from appointing a U.S. attorney? Why do we let the blue slip process make it impossible for Donald Trump to appoint a federal judge in California? If you want justice, you've got to empower the president of the United States to actually appoint the officers of justice all over the country. The Democrats are stalling that. And we're going to wake up in a couple of years, if we don't have more U.S. attorneys approved, if we don't have more judges approved, we're going to wake up in a couple of years.
Oh, and if you don't know what Operation Arctic Frost is, I'll go ahead and I'll fill in that blank for you. It was pretty much the FBI and DOJ operation under Biden, opened in April 2022. It looked into Trump and his allies' efforts to overturn the 2020 election. So that's pretty much what it was about.
To realize that
and it was a bit reckless what they were doing, because there was accessing the phones of, prominent Republicans, even those who weren't even involved in January 6th whatsoever, but they still gained access to their phone, still was looking into their text messages, to who they were calling, all that wild stuff, even though they weren't involved, but they were just Republicans. So there was that was quite the overreach on that.
You've done a lot of great work at the Trump administration, but justice is not being meted out as it should be because we don't have the people on the ground. That is a big problem. And I know that's somewhat unrelated to Arctic frost, but it actually is related to Arctic frost, because you cannot get the justice for the people who are targeted by the Biden administration unless we've got good people, especially in these U.S. attorneys' offices. And that's something, Sean, we got to pay attention to over the next year.
It's sad because the statute of limitations. I make the argument all the time that from the moment he and Melania came down that escalator, they've been out to destroy him and using the very
100%.
heavy arm, deep powers, deep state to do it, and
spying on him, prosecuting him,
horrible.
Investigating
senators, congressmen
who are just aligned with the president of the United States. You're right. Some of this stuff is going to get covered by statute of limitations. Some of this stuff, Sean, we can and we should prosecute. And I'm just telling you, this is going to be a real problem. And the people who watch your show are going to get really pissed at Senate Republicans, excuse my language, if we don't have the U.S. attorneys on the ground to actually achieve justice. People are going to get angry, and rightfully so.
Mr. Vice President, it's been a year. You're going to hate me a year from now. Because I'm going to ask you, what are your future plans? What are your future plans? But at least I didn't.
All right, now let's get over to the left with CNN and Caitlin Collins. Trump signs a bill to historic shutdown. And of course, Representative Thomas Massey and Rohana talk Epstein files with CNN. So let's get right into it, guys. Let's get right into it with Caitlin Collins.
And as we come on the air tonight from the U.S. Capitol, the House of Representatives has voted to finally reopen the federal government. President Trump is expected to sign the bill, making it official live this hour. We'll bring that to you when it happens inside the Oval Office shortly. And with this return to D.C., for the House at least, comes...
And let me be honest. Let me share this clip with you on how this government shutdown pretty much worked out.
Hey, we're going to shut down for a minute. What? You can do that? Why? We just couldn't come to an agreement. It's a trauma response. I just shut down when things get, too much for me. And so I just kind of need my space right now. We all pay you to work. I'm going to need you to be an adult right now and work, because there are millions of people that will starve, right? If you don't. Okay, sorry, damn. Yeah, I feel bad. I'm sorry that a bunch of mothers and fathers are skipping meals so that their children can eat, and their children aren't really eating either. Okay, here. Wait, people are starving? How long have we been shut down? About a month, and people's EBT ran out about 2 weeks ago. Oh my gosh, you guys haven't been working for an entire month? So you and all the other government workers haven't been paid, when most Americans, if they get a $500 bill, will mean financial ruin for them? Ridiculous. Of course I'm getting paid. But you're literally not doing the one thing that we pay you for. And you sucked at even doing that, let's be honest. Why am I even paying taxes? If it's not going for the people that's starving, I don't want it to go to you. I don't even like you.
I mean, yeah, ain't that the truth? Like I said, they couldn't come to an agreement on these Obamacare healthcare subsidies that they set themselves to expire in 2025, pretty much knowing the political strategy. And then I guess, as he says, a trauma response. They're like, yeah, we're just going to shut down the entire government because you won't extend the healthcare subsidy that we refuse to extend, that all in all it does is give billionaires to insurance companies. And then we won't cut back on the cuts in the big, beautiful bill to Medicaid. Now, because they couldn't negotiate on that, trauma response, government shutdown, dragged out the American people for 40 days to get absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Well, but a promise. They got a promise that they'll discuss healthcare.
New information about the story that the president has tried to shrug off, but just can't. Jeffrey Epstein mentioned Donald Trump by name multiple times in private emails over the last 15 years. Since we broke that news here early this morning, the White House has been in damage control mode, including a top-level meeting that happened inside the Situation Room. Yes, the National Security Nerve Center, where officials once monitored the bin Laden raid, was used today as part of a pressure campaign to block the release of the Epstein files in the possession of the Department of Justice. CNN's cameras spotted the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, actually leaving the White House after that meeting between top officials that included her and the FBI director and Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. It was the culmination of an ultimately unsuccessful effort to get Boebert and Congresswoman Nancy Mace to change their votes when it came to a discharge petition here on Capitol Hill to release the files that the DOJ has on Jeffrey Epstein. The press secretary described it, though, as a show of transparency on their part.
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency, having discussions with members of Congress about various issues. And I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room.
The White House did confirm, CNN's reporting, that meeting was happening inside the Situation Room there. And that meeting happened today, just a couple of hours after we got new insight into the relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. It includes an email that was turned over by Jeffrey Epstein's private estate to Congress, including one from April 2011, where Epstein wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell this: "I want you to realize that that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief.
And the redacted name is Virginia Dufresne, who pretty much says she never seen Trump do anything with no children or nothing like that. But she did used to work at at Mar-a-Lago. She was one of Trump's female employees.
Etc. I'm 75% there. Ghislaine Maxwell responded, I have been thinking about that, ... Now, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee redacted the victim's name there. They said she was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why her name was not put out. Republicans, though, identified her as Virginia Dufresne. She is one of Jeffrey Epstein's most prominent accusers who died by suicide in April and wrote in her book about how her father worked as a maintenance worker at Mar-a-Lago and when she was introduced to Donald Trump and described him as friendly. In another email, this time when Trump was in office in 2019 in his first term, Jeffrey Epstein emailed the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump, saying that he had asked Epstein to resign his membership at Mar-a-Lago. Epstein wrote then and said, Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. That appears.
Yeah, so it's that ask Ghislaine to stop. And that goes into Trump's, what he said when he said, all right, well, Epstein is out here trying to poach the girls at Mar-a-Lago at his club or whatever, and she needs to stop. He asked Ghislaine to stop. So that kind of just goes in line as what he's already told people when he said he kicked Epstein out because he was poaching on his female employees. Now, if he said no about the girls that's in the, I don't know, that they're shipping to Romania or something, then all right, that this might be solidified here, that we might have to go ahead and condemn Trump. But no, this goes right along with what Trump is, all he's been saying. It's kind of going along with the original story.
Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. That appears to be a reference to Maxwell recruiting employees at Mar-a-Lago.
And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He says this video is important. When you rely on government, you are beholden to the government. Grow up, get a job. Well, I would say this. Hey, look, if you need the benefits, man, go ahead. But don't make that your lifestyle, though. Shout out to Big Wave Dave. I mean, don't make it your lifestyle so much that you sewed it into your budget for the next 3 years.
Which the president has said he found out about and put a stop to.
He took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Dufresne?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah, he stole her.
In another email that was released today, Epstein wrote about a young woman that he claimed he and Donald Trump both dated in the 90s, with Epstein writing about his, quote, 20-year-old girlfriend in 1993, and that Epstein, quote, gave her to Donald. Trump's association with Epstein has been long known in public, and he has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing when it comes to the late sex trafficker. But the president and his aides have been waging an intense pressure campaign that ultimately backfired here on Capitol Hill tonight, where that petition to force a vote on the release of the Epstein files now has all of the votes that it needs. The 218th vote came courtesy of the newest member of the House, Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva, who was sworn in today, 50 days after winning her election. Speaker Mike Johnson said tonight that that bill will get its vote here on Capitol Hill next week.
It's a totally pointless exercise. It is completely moot now. We might as well just do it. I mean, they have 218 signatures. That's fine. We'll do it.
Yeah.
The two members of Congress who have been leading the charge on this bill are my sources on the Hill tonight, Republican Congressman Thomas Massey and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. And thank you both.
Yeah, I'm in complete support of them releasing the Epstein files. I mean, the problem is, though, like, who are the people that don't want it to be released? That's what we need to put in the spotlight, because there's people on both sides of the aisle. It is a bipartisan effort to get this open. I mean, look who we got trying to get it open, Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. So let's not sit here and pretend like this is only a Democrat effort. Actually, it's a bipartisan effort, and I'm happy that we can align on this. I mean, we should be, if anything, we can be able to align on anything. It should be releasing the Epstein files.
Both for being here, obviously, on a huge day for the two of you. I'll ask you, since he's the Republican House Speaker, he's calling it totally pointless exercise and completely moot. What do you make of his comments? Do you agree with those?
Well, the White House spent a lot of effort in the midst of a shutdown to stop a totally pointless exercise that's completely mute. And by the way, I got to give credit to Lauren Boebert to walk into the White House, the center of power, the free world, really, and to sustain that and to come back out and to be solid, and also to Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene. There was all the speculation that they might take their names off, and they never did. So it's not a hoax. It's not a moot point. It is a very serious thing. There are 1,000 victims, and there are survivors who have had a press conference with Ro Khanna and I, and that's what we're fighting for, justice for them.
Did y'all talk to them at any point during this, as the White House was making clear they were targeting these members?
I talked.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you're on the horizontal, just like the video.
To them. I don't want to say which one I had this conversation with, but one of them was told, we can't let Massey have a win. How petty is that? I mean, this is more than about political wins. It's about getting transparency and justice, which, by the way, this administration promised. You have the vice president, J.D. Vance.
And let's be honest, they don't like Massey because they always say, you know, he votes no on everything. And even with the big, beautiful bill, he was kind of, you know, he was basically pulling teeth with that one. And here's the thing. I mean, I didn't disagree with what Massey was asking for. I was just, if I was with Thomas Massey, I would have been like, bro, the Dems are already losing their minds, complete minds over what we're of the cuts right now. And I agree with Massey. They're not enough. But to do even more cuts and have these Dems have a complete heart attack or fallout in Congress. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Massey was being realistic with how much cuts we can like force through at that time. But I agree with them, though. There could have been more cuts made. And though I agree that they were enough, well, shoot, time will tell. But in my honest opinion, we could have made more cuts.
You have the AG, you have the FBI director. They've all done a 180 on this.
So the White House said to one of these members that they didn't want you to have a win here.
That's correct.
I mean, what does that say to you, Congressman Ro Khanna, as to the White House's motivation here? I mean, I think so many people look at this and say, why is the White House fighting this as hard as they are, and you know, taking Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room, which is incredibly unusual based on my experience covering the White House.
They've really lost their way, because it was really Donald Trump, and more than Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, who in podcast after podcast said, release the Epstein files. And I give credit, of course, to the courage of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. They met with the survivors. It was personal. But I also give credit to Congressman Thomas Massey. I mean, he's got 3 billionaires literally pouring millions of dollars in his race against him to take him out simply because he wants these files released, which the president campaigned on. And you know what? The left and right are agreeing on one thing. It's time to get rid of the Epstein class, these rich and powerful people who rig the rules for themselves and ignore forgotten Americans.
So how many Republicans do you think are going to vote for this next week when Speaker Johnson brings it to a vote?
I think there's going to be a deluge of Republicans. The longer this goes on, the more support we gain. And I think the speaker recognized that. And that's why, after months of trying to stop us, he's decided to accelerate the vote, because he knows we're going to get votes, and that's going to carry momentum into the Senate. And that's why it's important to get a big vote in the House for Roe and I on this measure, is because that's where it goes next, is the Senate.
Yeah, so what happens here when it goes, if it passes and it does have that deluge of Republicans? I know you said today you thought 40 to 50 could potentially vote for it. Is that right?
Well, I think the speaker's concluded if you can't stop.
If we take it to the Senate, then, oh, man, then it's going to be, well, it's going to be up to the Senate. I'm pretty sure all the Dems, honestly, this is going to be an expose. This is going to expose everybody. If it goes to the Senate and whatever senators vote no, we're going to look into. I'm going to look into. Whoever vote yes, they're in the clear, you're good, you want the truth out. But whoever votes no, and I don't want to hear, oh, well, I thought it was a hoax, or, oh, I thought it was anti-Semitic. I'm not trying to hear that. You voted no to release the Epstein files. At that point, I think you're a little bit, I think you're guilty. You might be a bit involved.
Up the parade, you might as well lead it. And so now he's saying, I want to have the vote. I do think that you could get 30, 40, 50 Republicans voting for it, because what are we talking about? We're talking about rich and powerful men who abused young girls and told people in junior high to go recruit others to be raped or abused. That's what we're talking about. And we're saying that these victims want to expose the men who did this to them. Some of these men still have buildings named after them. Some of them still have scholarships named after them. Enough. And so I think when it's actually a vote on the House floor, do you want these files released? Republicans and Democrats are going to vote yes.
So what does it say if that happens and there are that many people who are in the House who vote for it and the Senate doesn't take it up?
Well, we used a discharge petition. This is a parliamentary procedure that's only available in the House. It's only been successful maybe 20 times in the history of our country. Like, we had a 4% probability, if you look at statistics, of getting this to the floor, but we succeeded. In the Senate, They don't have a discharge petition, but they do have other ways. Each senator is almost like their own rules committee over there. And by being dilatory or accelerating the process for other senators, they can cajole them into getting votes. And I think we could see a vote on this in the Senate.
Why do you think the president keeps calling it a hoax, as he did again today? And he basically said no real Republicans, no good Republicans that aren't stupid or bad would fall for this trap.
It's sad to me because I actually didn't do this to score points against Donald Trump. I know Representative Massey didn't do it for that reason. We did it because we heard the stories of these survivors and we want justice for them. They're going to be out in front of the Capitol again on Tuesday. They were out about 2 months ago. And my guess is they're going to say the same thing. Mr. President, please meet with us. Listen to us. You can actually release these files. And I rather Donald Trump do the right thing, even if he gets a political win, than for us to go on ignoring women who've been abandoned before Trump's presidency. These women have not had justice for decades.
So you're saying it's bigger than Donald Trump?
It's much bigger than Donald Trump.
Because the White House is saying this is something Democrats didn't talk about when Joe Biden was in office, which we've asked you about before.
I mean, yeah, that's how you know it's bigger than Donald Trump, because if it was just about getting Trump, then they'd have been released it. Obviously, there's people on both sides who are implicated, and on the left and the right. And the problem is, it seems like both sides are trying to protect those who are most likely on that, who mostly on the Epstein files and caught up doing some very wild things. So, yeah, it's bigger than just Trump, even though, the Dems in the chat will make it all about Trump and not really try to call out anybody else but Trump. The thing is, yes, it's bigger than Trump. There's more powerful names when it comes to financing than Trump. And guess what? Trump is, be real with you, probably is just a snitch when it comes to the Epstein files. He's not really a person who's involved with Epstein. So I kind of think that that's the distraction, or that's the hoax that Trump is talking about. The hoax is that, he was messing with children, but the Epstein files, what Epstein was doing was no hoax. That's all real.
And said that's the whole motivating factor here. But you say that that's not the case for you either.
No, and I think Roe can go back and find examples where he talked about these files. I can go back in my social media and show you examples where I talked about these files needing to be released before President Trump was the president. And I don't think it's about Trump. I looked at
also,
those.
So did President Trump, for the record.
Yes, he did, for the record.
And J.D. Vance.
Yeah, members of the cabinet.
I looked at those emails there, and I don't think that implicates Trump any more than he's already been implicated. And I don't think he's trying to protect himself per se. I think he's beyond embarrassment. Look, I was in an oversight committee when we were arguing, should he have paid the prostitute he had an affair with through campaign funds, or should he have used his personal funds? He's beyond embarrassment. That's what these files could present to him. I think there are people who are criminally implicated that aren't Donald Trump, but they may be his friends. And I think that's who he's trying to protect.
So you think he's just trying to cover up for other people?
For other people, and also probably for our own intelligence agencies.
But when you read that email from the 2011 email that Jeffrey Epstein wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell, who is obviously serving her sentence right now, and he says that Trump is the dog that hasn't barked, I wonder what you read into that.
I think he's probably saying that why haven't they asked Trump anything? Why hasn't Trump spoken? But, the reason this cuts right at Trump's message is people knew he wasn't perfect when they elected him. People knew he had a lot of things in his past, but he promised, he said, look, I may not be perfect, but I'm going to take on the corrupt elite. I'm going to take on these people who just pay off politicians and have impunity and are shafting you. And now he's become part of Washington, and people are like, what happened to him? Why has he become part of the swamp that he said he would drain? And so, in my view, what would...
guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up, and let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Redeem him after months of dragging this out is to release the files. For the life of me, I don't understand why he just doesn't release the files, and let's have the left and the right come together to say enough with the Epstein class. They need to go.
Yeah, and I want
could be wrong, but I look at that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's a bad look. It's just a bad look for him to just call it a hoax and not really explain himself with that. Like, yeah, Trump being a pedo and involved with Epstein in that way, yes, that's a hoax. But the Epstein files and what he was doing with some politicians and some multi-billionaires are like, and what he was doing around the world with certain princes and world leaders, yeah, that was real. All that's real. We're not gonna deny that. But we will sit here and deny until we see with damning evidence that Trump was involved with little girls. And we have not had that evidence. But I mean, the emails, I guess they are a bit wild, especially the whole, what was it? It was Mark Epstein to sending emails to his brother, Jeffrey Epstein. He said, ask him if Putin has photos of Trump blowing Bubba. And Epstein answered, and I thought I had problems or troubles. He used a different word, but it was Yiddish for troubles. You know, Jewish people, they sometimes speak Yiddish. And shout out Mark. He said, Mark then adds, you and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. Oh. So let's be honest, it was kind of funny.
Email.
I can see why the Dems are just running away with it, and that's perfectly fine. Let him joke. Let him joke
about dogs barking. It's cryptic. Maybe they suspected he was going to inform on them. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying there could be other interpretations.
Yeah.
I do want to clarify something, which I'm not sure is I've clarified before, but Stormy Daniels isn't a prostitute. She's a porn star that alleged to have slept with the president at the center of that agreement. But on this front,
by the way, I say both should be legal.
When it comes to that's a conversation for another time. But when it comes to the motivation here and how MAGA voters feel about this, I mean, you speak to these people. You are someone who has been outspoken against the White House, but you don't generally disagree with some of the things that President Trump does or has run on policy-wise. How do you explain to voters why the president is fighting your discharge petition or fighting the release of this documents from the Justice Department?
Well, you know, I vote with my party 91% of the time, and which means I have agreed with the president 91% of the time. But when they're protecting pedophiles, when they are blowing our budget, when they are starting wars overseas, I'm sorry, I can't go along with that. And back home, people agree with me. They understand, even the most ardent Trump supporters understand sometimes he gets bad advice, sometimes he gives bad advice, and we wouldn't model our lives after him, his personal life. And they're okay with that. I mean, you can still like Donald Trump in Kentucky and like what I'm doing and what Ro Khanna is doing, which is trying to get transparency.
Well, and we were watching.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Well, one thing we do understand in MAGA is that we're a bit weary of who, advises Donald Trump, Susie Wilds, Laura Loomer. I think it used to be Mike Walls used to be one of them until he got him up out of there. So yeah, Marco Rubio there's people who question his advice to Trump as well. So we do know that Trump does receive questionable advice. We do know he is the last to receive news on certain polls sometimes. So we can't sit there and pretend like information that reached Trump isn't sourced, or what's a better word for filtered, because let's be real, he has a staff that, it has been proven with other presidents where their staff will hide certain information from the public and the president as well.
Adelita Grijalva be sworn in today, and as soon as she was sworn in, she walked over and signed this discharge petition. Seconds later, you went up and shook her hand, as you noted, before any other Democrats had actually even gotten over to her side.
You couldn't hear what I said, but I apologized to her for what my own party did, which was to keep her from being sworn in and depriving an entire congressional district of representation for 49, 50 days, which, I won a special election myself. I think I was sworn in within a week, and there was no reason to delay this other than the petty thing that now the speaker is accelerating. He tried to delay this vote. He deprived the congressional district of a congressperson, and now he says, well, okay, I guess I lost. We'll have the vote next week.
Do you think?
Go ahead.
Do you think the White House has made this, and Speaker Johnson, by delaying swearing her in, has given this more attention? I mean, you said, according to your math, that 4% chance of this actually succeeding. Do you think they've actually done the opposite of what they intended to do here?
I do. I think they miscalculated. I think they thought they could bully people off the petition. Obviously, they tried. They invited members of Congress to the Situation Room, and I think they thought the media would forget about it. But Caitlin, there are a lot of days you're in Congress. I've been in Congress 9 years, where you start to wonder, is it worth it? It's frustrating. You don't get anything done. I've voted against President Trump probably 98% of the time. And yet Thomas Massey and I came together and we actually achieved something that's going to get justice for victims. And, Massey probably will never vote for me, and I won't vote for him. But it shows that you can have functional politics that achieves things when you build a broad coalition. And we need more of that in Washington.
We're going to see President Trump this hour signing that bill to reopen the federal government. What would you say to him when it comes to, if you were advising him, which I know you're not, but if you were on how to handle the Epstein situation going forward?
I would say there's still time to be a hero. Speaker Johnson has decided to pull the Band-Aid off. Trump could one-up him and say, well, Johnson wants to have the vote Wednesday. I want to release the Epstein files Tuesday. And he could literally be a hero. And he would bring back his base. Which
if he was to expedite the process and said, oh, okay, well, no, I want to do it sooner than that. And let's see who's really guilty. F it. Drop it. Let's drop it sooner. Then that's going to shut everybody up. If he doesn't take that action and he leaves it up to these guys to do it, then it's only going to make Trump look bad. And then Lord knows there's people on both sides that's trying to stop it. So, yeah, it would make Trump look good, and it would vindicate him even more that if he was to just expedite the process of the Epstein files and let us know all. And I know it's going to implicate a lot of people and, some countries, but hey, let it happen. Let it all burn if it needs to be.
He's alienated a lot of his base with his statement that you're no longer my supporter and you never were if this is what you're for. But he could also bring over some Democrats and independents. I know he doesn't have to run again for office, but we do, and our parties do. And I think it would behoove the Republican Party, frankly, if he would show leadership on this.
You're saying it could hurt Republicans in the future if they vote against this when Trump is no longer in office?
Yeah, the promise now to my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, they're handing out Trump endorsements like Pez candy over here in the Capitol and saying, take one of these and it'll protect you from the Epstein vote. The problem is this Epstein vote, the record is going to last longer than Trump's presidency. And so what are you going to do in 2028 or 2030 when he's no longer president and you sit in a debate either with a Democrat or another Republican and they say, why should we trust you? You voted to protect pedophiles. That will be a mark on your record forever if you vote against our resolution when we force this vote.
The last time I had y'all on, you both predicted you'd get to 218 when some people were doubting that you actually would.
Yeah, like I said, it's like the perfect political trap. It's like, look, once we get into the Senate and even in the House, whoever votes no on it, there's a huge spotlight on you. And once it gets out anyway, you're going to be seen as protecting pedophiles, like period, point blank. That's just how it's going to work out. It's the perfect political trap, and I love that they're doing it.
Do you predict tonight that these files will ultimately be released by the Justice Department?
I do. How much? I don't know, but I do, because the American people are not letting this go. They are dialed in. And Epstein has become something even broader than justice for survivors. It's become a symbol for everything that's wrong in Washington, that if you have extreme wealth and you buy up a couple of politicians, then you can have bankers who help you, then you can get deals that help you, and the rules don't apply to you, even if you're raping underage girls. And that's unacceptable. That's the line Americans draw. Like, you can do a lot of bad things. You can't rape and abuse underage girls.
Congressman Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, thank you both for being here again tonight.
And shout out to them for, like I said, spearheading the efforts to get these Epstein files released. Like, shout out to these two. I mean, look, man, Trump may not like them, but I do. And I like them. Hey, man, keep doing what y'all doing. I love it. I love it. But all right, let's get right into it. With Sean Hannity. Let's get back to the right side of media.
This Friday night in the D.C. swamp with Democrats, they are at the end of what can only be described as a no good, very bad, you might want to call it horrible week. The Schumer shutdown was a huge embarrassment for the entire party. 42 long days, the longest shutdown in history. Democratic leaders got nothing. And now the party's increasingly rabid base, well, they are on a political warpath. Now, this may be hard to believe, but the socialist base now seems to hate members of their own party, as AOC calls them the old guard. more than President Trump. I know, sounds impossible. In fact, the Democratic Party's thought leader, AOC, the squad leader, is now suddenly very complimentary of MAGA. Take a look.
I fully welcome Trump voters into our coalition.
Uh-huh.
And I know that sounds crazy to some people, but
keep going.
just hear me out. I cannot tell you. It just happened to me like 2 weeks ago. I can't tell you how many times someone has pulled me aside and said either I was once a big Trump voter and a Trump supporter, and I watched Fox News every day, but then I started to kind of expand my world and where I got information. And now.
And the reason why she used to watch Fox News every day is because AOC grew up in an extremely wealthy part of, New York. Yes, she grew up in an extremely wealthy part of New York, mainly white people and all that good stuff. And yes, so she got a very wealthy upbringing, had a very affluent upbringing. And usually people with money is conservative. That's just the way it works most of the time. So yes, AOC used to spend long nights watching Fox News. Just like me, I used to spend long nights watching CNN with my dad, who lives in New York as well, but not in the nicest parts, in the hood. Used to be the hood. Bed-Stuy used to be the hood. Now it's a nice part of New York.
Learned, and now I've changed, and I'm with you, and I learn from you.
I'd like to meet these people. I'd like to have a discussion with AOC. Do they suddenly want borders to be wide open? Do they want higher taxes? Do they want defund, dismantle, no bail laws, reimagine the police with social workers? And by the way, there are now growing calls for AOC to launch a primary bid against Chucky Schumer in the Senate. And if she does, I can promise you she will win. Chuck Schumer's days are over. He's toast. He's persona non grata inside the Democratic Party. But I'm not sure if I'm quite fooled by AOC's kind words to Trump voters. I'm a bit skeptical. Put me in that camp. Now, Trump's loyal MAGA base is still very much hated by pretty much everyone in the Democratic Party. Don't kid yourself. They look down at Trump supporters. Remember, irredeemable deplorables, garbage people. They try to dehumanize them over and over again.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's very true. And I mean, shoot, ever since I've been going on TikTok, trying to have these debates with them, they don't even really want to hear you out. I mean, here's the worst part. As soon as you prove them wrong, it is a wrap. They move the goalposts, they start using the mute button, and they don't even let you talk. And then they'll monologue for about a good 10 minutes, change the questions give you about 10 questions to answer. And guess what? Never unmute you. So, hey, you just sat there and took a lecture from a liberal. And that sums up my TikTok adventures. I'm not even gonna lie.
So we're going to get an invitation now after how many years of being called racist, fascist, Nazi, Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini? Okay, I'm willing to listen.
And I always keep saying, man, that condescending attitude that Dems have towards MAGA is like, you got to remember, we beat you guys in the popular vote. So if you guys actually want to win, you are going to have to win some of us over. And, looking down on us is probably not the best thing, especially when we can cook you guys in debates as well, but it is what it is.
Is Democratic rising star Jasmine Crockett, one of our favorite congresspeople. Take a look.
Okay, a lot of the MAGA women receive gender-affirming care, such as lip fillers, breast augmentation, etc. Why do you think they are so against gender-affirming care for trans people?
Why? Come on, Crockett, you just had to. You just had to. Bro, what is this? You know what? I gotta do it.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Man, it always catches me off guard.
You know you want to say it.
Okay, so I have this thing where a MAGA woman when you see one. 1000%. They all have a look, right? But they their lips be up to anyway. That's a whole.
I mean, yeah, when you see a liberal, you know what? I'm not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say a liberal woman. You know what? I'm not even gonna say it. But you know what? F it. Yeah, when you see a liberal woman, yes, when they're out of shape, We know when you see a liberal woman with the septum piercings and colored hair and a very bad acne. That's how you know you. That's how you see a liberal woman right there. I mean, what can I say? That's a formula for him.
Other issue, but yeah, they don't even know, because when that was brought up on the House floor, because there was a discussion about this on the House floor, they were like, how dare you say we use, and it's like, no, that's exactly what y'all do. Y'all just didn't realize that that's what it is. But okay. Yeah.
You know a MAGA woman when you see one, unless they're wearing a MAGA hat. I'd like more detail on that. And by the way, Crockett is supposed to be a rock star in the Democratic Party. Take a look at your screen. Now, there are liberals who worship and kiss the ground that she walks on.
Kissing her feet is crazy. What? Nah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You guys can never call us cult members again for this alone. I have never seen no guy from MAGA, even though there's some guys that probably would do it, but I ain't never seen no guy from MAGA literally get down on their knees and kiss Trump's feet, bro. Kiss the $500 shoes that she's wearing right now. Like, what? Hey, you could never say we're cult members again with this one.
Democrats believe she could beat Ted Cruz in a statewide Senate race, or maybe even Jasmine Crockett 2028. Okay, maybe to me, sad, delusional state of the Democratic Party, but it gets worse. If you think Jasmine Crockett, AOC, maybe are a little out of touch, just wait until you meet the new crop of communists getting nominated and elected. And it's not just Mamdani, it's happening all over the country. By now, we are very well acquainted with our friend Zoran, Marxist Kami Mamdani. But breaking this week, another devout socialist just knocked off a Democratic incumbent to be the next mayor of Seattle. 43-year-old professional activist Katie Wilson is still, by the way, according to reports, receiving financial support from mommy and daddy. But now she's about to take over one of the biggest cities and the biggest budgets in the entire country. And in one of her first acts as mayor-elect, she said she was joined in a protest where she eagerly called on her fellow socialists to boycott one of the city's most successful businesses. You might have heard of it, Starbucks.
I am proud to join them on their picket line and proud to say, loud and clear, I am not buying Starbucks, and you should not either.
Why? No, I agree with you, but why?
I don't know. If I was the mayor of a city and Starbucks was one of the biggest businesses in my city, I don't know. Was it really a good idea to run Starbucks out of Seattle? But socialists are world famous for bad ideas, driven by envy, spite, redistribution.
This might be the one time you hear me agree with a radical Dem, but that would open up. I mean, on the capitalist perspective, it would open up a competition for the mom and pop shops, so they wouldn't have to worry about competing with Starbucks, and it would give them more of a shot in their local market. So, to be quite honest, I mean, good work. It is a bit unfair to run Starbucks up out of there and not let them compete, but it would help your mom and pop shops. Your local guys. Man, but that is wild. Huh. And shout out to my man, the original Backyard Gamer, bro. Ain't no way they really did that. Also said, my fault for nodding off on live. I had been up since 5 that day. Now you're good, bro. You muted yourself, so we didn't even hear anything. I suspected you might have did that though, but it's all good. So shout out to my man, Backyard Gamer, for go ahead and giving us good commentary last night. Me and my man was going back on forth about the threat of Islam and all that good stuff. He made some really compelling points. And then I played some videos that kind of made his points for him even harder. It was doubling down on his point for him.
Distribution of wealth, they deplore success outside of their own circle. Their policies, we know, we've gone over this in detail. They are destructive by design. And their time in office is always marked by increased suffering, more poverty, chaos, disorder, crime, and a loss of freedom.
Guys, I'm going to have to go back and find that, bro. I will never let you guys live this down. This right here, I will never let you live it down. When they say that we're cultists, I want you to send this photo to them and said, oh, really? I mean, have you ever seen a MAGA guy do this? And I could tell there's a white girl doing this. She got down head to the floor Her forehead touched the goddamn floor when she kissed those shoes, brother. When she kissed the shoes. You can't sit here and tell us that we're cultists when y'all doing this. Anytime they say that, send them this photo right here, guys. This say nothing. Say nothing. Send them the photo, say nothing. Because, I'm never going to let y'all live this one. I'm going to find this photo. And every time y'all say cultists, I'm just going to show you this right here and be like, can you show me a MAGA guy doing this? I'm just like, give me one, and I'll give y'all the touche.
Fortunately, the old guard of the Democratic Party, they are too scared. They're scared to death to ever stand up to this radical base. In fact, look at this. According to Axios, top Democratic governors are now teaming up. Even Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, the guy they claim is supposed to be a moderate, busy, these days having pleasant chats with the anti-Semitic Marxist who will soon run New York City. And meanwhile, the two men who once supposedly led the Democratic Party, they are now fading into oblivion. No one really seems to care about.
Now, I'm be honest, I don't think Mondani's an Islamist due to the fact, his support for prostitution and all that wild stuff and gay marriage. I don't think he's an Islamist, but he is a radical leftist socialist for sure. An Islamist? No. That's just a cherry they try to add on top. But to be quite honest, his actions don't line up with it. Now, shout out to Big Wave Dave. He says, sheeple said, sheeple. I mean, ain't that the truth, bro? Ain't that the truth? On her knees, though, kissing the feet, man, there was some sparkly shit. Look, Jasmine Crockett don't wear nothing less than $500 on the feet now. So, when she kissed that feet, man, she was kissing $500 up and got on her knees to do so. Jasmine Crockett was like, bless you, my child. I shall win this election for you. Like, it's madness.
What Barack Obama has to say anymore. Joe Biden can barely speak. And according to reports, Joe and Obama, they pretty much hate each other and don't talk anymore. Take a look.
He went out to dinner with a former Senator Mark Pryor at Cafe Milano, sat right there in the dining room, right there in the dining room in front of everybody. I happened to be there. And you know who else was there was Barack Obama, who was also having dinner at Cafe Milano, but they didn't cross paths.
They didn't interact at all. They were in the same restaurant. What's their relationship like? That's weird that they didn't.
Really bad. Really bad.
Really?
Yeah. It's
I mean, bro, I've been knew Biden's and Obama's relationship was terrible. I mean, Obama didn't want Biden to run, and he did make the statement saying, don't ever underestimate Biden's ability to fuck things up. So that really let you know what Obama thought about Joe Biden. And even Obama looked at the American people sideways when they voted for Joe Biden, but he was like, hey, better than Trump.
Biden and the people around him very much blame Barack Obama for the effort to push Biden out of the campaign.
Mm-hmm. Now the Democratic Party is in shambles after 8 years of Obama, then 4 years under President Autopen, operated by former Obama staffers. Democrats have little to show for all this. The so-called Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, well, that caused health care premiums to rise a whopping 200 to 300% more than before Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act that needs subsidies because it's not affordable at all. Also, inflation exploded under Biden. Supply chains crumbled under Biden. New wars breaking out all over the world under Biden. The Democratic Party has become a toxic brand all across the country. Some begging former First Lady Michelle Obama to come in, step in and save the party.
Nope.
That is not going to happen, according to Michelle.
That is not going to help you. You do not need any more female leaders. When will y'all learn y'all lesson? Now, look, I'm going to sound real sexist, but female leadership has done nothing but failed you guys. Stop trying to go towards it. It's like you're trying to have the first female president, and I'm sorry, but you might just want to go to the old standard tradition of some old ass white guy at this point, because female leadership keep failing you guys. And I'm talking to the Democrats here. I mean, we tried it with Sarah Palin and John McCain, and look what that got us. That got our ass handed to us. So why are y'all guys keep trying it and keep thinking that it's going to work? I'm just saying, nothing against female politicians, but it does seem that when you line them up next to somebody, it just doesn't work out like that. I mean, look how effective Kamala Harris was as vice president under Joe Biden. Nothing at all. That's why she was getting ridiculed a lot. So I'm sorry, but depending on the females to give you guys leadership is just never the right way to go. I mean, look at the black community. Look what female leadership did to the black community. Do you guys want to be like that? Okay, then. Okay, that probably wasn't the best joke to make, but it is what it is.
Americans are just too immature for her liking. Take a look.
As we saw in this past election, sadly, we ain't ready. That's why I'm like, don't even look at me about running, because you all are lying. You're not ready for a woman. You are not.
I mean,
So don't waste.
She's not wrong. I mean, shout out to Michelle Obama. She's not wrong. I mean, it's not that we're ready, it's that we don't want it. Not even women trust themselves to be president. Not even women trust themselves in leadership position. Most of the time. But yeah, y'all get what I'm saying. She's even saying that, not because we're not ready, it's because we don't want it. Not even the women want it. So it is what it is. Don't get mad at us. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at y'all. Like it's your fault why we never had a female candidate, because you probably never voted for a female candidate either while you're over there trying to call me a sexist.
My time, we got a lot of growing up to do. And there's still, sadly, a lot of men who do not feel like they can be led by a woman, and we saw it. What was the question?
And that is why we do not believe you can lead the United States or you can lead men. Yes, that is exactly why. Thank you for that last 5 seconds right there, proving our point.
Okay, very nice. But who's to say, right? I don't believe her. In reality, it's Michelle's fellow Democrats that lack the emotional maturity to actually bring the country together or even be in the same room as a Republican. Let me give you one example. Here's a very belligerent Katie Couric, but she claimed to be a journalist in her day, didn't she? Almost demanding that Senator John Fetterman condemn the late Charlie Kirk and his, quote, extreme views. She asks over and over again and again. Take a look.
Did you have any issues now in hindsight over some of the things that Charlie Kirk said and some of the rhetoric he used during his life?
I didn't agree with much of it. I didn't closely follow his specific kinds of views, but I did.
I'm sure you learned about them after.
I mean, cool. I mean, here's the thing. I didn't agree with Charlie 100% either, but that doesn't mean he should die. Like, just because you disagree with somebody does not mean they should die. Even if you find what they say a horrid, doesn't mean they should die a horrible death.
For his death, though, I think some people might say Charlie Kirk's rhetoric was extreme. I think that's the conversation that happened.
What was so extreme about his rhetoric? Come on now, extreme. You're acting like he was calling for the death of people. That's extreme. Like what Charlie Kirk was doing was very moderate, to be quite honest with you. I'm more extreme than Charlie Kirk, if anything. But y'all took him out. He was a nice guy. Now you got assholes like Myron Gaines and me and other guys. Like, you took out the nice guy. Now you got the assholes. Like, congratulations to them. Now you guys got to deal with that. But to sit here and say, or sit here to frame it as if Charlie Kirk was just saying such extreme things is asinine. No, he was very moderate.
People condemned political violence, but they also felt a great deal of discomfort with his language, suggesting that these kinds of words lead to violence.
Now, what Kirk fails to realize, her views are far more extreme than either Fetterman or Kirk. Really going that hard, attacking a 31-year-old man assassinated, a husband, father of two, really? But from the safety of her New York City bubble, she lacks any and all self-awareness. Few Democrats now actually possess self-awareness, in part because they won't even socialize with a Republican, much less count them as a friend. Look at this new NBC poll. More than a third of Democrats don't have a single friend who is right of center, not one.
Shout out to the original Backyard Gamer. He says, remember, S.E.T, holding people accountable is extreme. I mean, sadly is a little bit too extreme for them to come to realization with, because it's kind of killing me how they move at this point. But we're just gonna let the Dems cook for this. We're just gonna let them cook. Let's see where they land themselves, because at this point they ain't hearing nobody. We're trying to tell them, maybe y'all should be a little bit more sensible about y'all policies. They're not trying to hear that. I mean, we try to talk to them about the whole gender ideology BS. I mean, what do they hit us with? Oh, you want these kids to commit suicide? Like every time we try to give these guys logic, they give us emotion. So it's really hard to talk to people like that. Now, sometimes I would say 50-50, you can get through to them without them using emotional play, but majority, you already know what they're about to do. Like you're right about. Like the other 50% of the time, actually, I take that back. 60% of the time, they're going to use emotional play.
And so with each passing month, the Democratic Party becomes more and more extreme. No one on the left even seems to notice.
One even more, Fox? It's like this. Like, well, we got to deport all the illegal immigrants. But the Dreamers said the Dreamers, and they've been here for 10 years, and they're a part of their community, but they're here illegally. We must uphold laws. You're such a bad person. You just can't understand nobody else's problems. You see how they do it? It's tough out here for us. When you try to apply logic to it, all of a sudden it's like talking to your girl or something. They're giving you all the emotional arguments in the world. And it's cute when it comes from your girl, but when it comes to politics, we're like, all right, come on, guys. Like, people's lives are at stake when we talk about this. Like, come on.
Congressman Ro Khanna among the first to call Schumer no longer effective, and he joins me now. Congressman, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for coming by. So what goes through your mind as you look at those 17 members on the Hill who are calling for him to step down, and you listen to Jasmine Crockett suggesting that maybe AOC should be the replacement?
Well, Martha, as you know, I was the first to call for him to step down. It's always hard to speak out against your own party. I've worked with Senator Schumer on the CHIPS Act. I appreciated his role on the Inflation Reduction Act, but he just is out of touch with the base. We did not get the extension of the tax credits on the Affordable Care Act. He supported the war in Iraq, and he's out of touch on some of the issues of foreign policy. So it's time for a new dynamic leadership. When
this little short clip pretty much explains what these 8 Dems got.
Republicans. We have a guaranteed vote by a guaranteed date on a bill that we will write. Not that the Republicans will write, although I do think it's important for us to engage with them.
Like, lady, how you gonna get that across if we don't negotiate it? That's the whole problem. See, even within negotiating, even this lady's walking in like it's gonna be all us. We're gonna be the ones that write it. That's part of negotiating. You got to make sure they got some word. They got some word on it too. It can't just be all you guys. You can't call that bipartisan.
your football team loses, you have a new coach if they keep losing. It's just time to have fresh faces, bold faces who are going to lead us forward.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the Giants. So they're going to get a new coach. Here's Chris Murphy, and this is his take. Watch this, Senator Murphy.
Senator Schumer gambled, and he lost. And he's kind of walking around now looking like a guy who just lost his luggage. The socialist wing of the party is controlled by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I've never heard anybody describe her as a policy mate. My experience with her is if you scratch the surface, you just get more surface.
I think his job is really, really hard. He obviously did not want this outcome. He wanted the caucus to stay together. He was not successful in that endeavor. This is the fourth major moment this year where a handful of Democrats have crossed over and voted with Donald Trump. I don't think that that's the way that you save a democracy. And yes, that means we need more effective leadership.
All right. So obviously that was Senator Kennedy at the top, and then Senator Murphy. But what do you think about what Murphy says there? He's saying, that the big error was that people crossed over and made a deal. But ultimately, that's what has to happen in a shutdown that is the longest shutdown in history. He's recognizing that Schumer was in a very tough spot.
Well, he was in a tough spot. And of course, we needed to have a deal and have a compromise. I wanted to have an extension for the tax credit for the Affordable Care Act be permanent, like the tax breaks to the billionaires. But I was working with Michael Lawler. Sam Liccardo, a Democrat, was working with Kevin Kiley to say, well, maybe we could have a year extension, maybe a 2-year extension. Let's negotiate.
And you guys rejected that. Michael Lawler came up to Hakeem Jeffries, said, we'll give you a 1-year extension. You guys said no. You guys said we want permanent. And now you get nothing. That's your fault. You guys should accept it the first deal the Republicans gave you guys. But nope, you want to hold out thinking you got more, and you got nothing. And the reason why you didn't get nothing is because, honestly, they were betting on how long they could make the American people suffer and if they can constantly blame it on the Republicans if it was going to stick. But it's pretty hard to sit there and blame the Republicans for, well, the benefits not going out, government and military pay not being sent out, when they're the ones voting yes for it to be sent out, and the Dems are the ones voting no. So it's really hard to sit there and blame the Dems when you're the ones voting. I mean, I'm sorry, the Republicans, when you're the ones voting no and they're the ones voting yes. It's kind of crazy to even do it.
About who would be covered, but we got nothing. And you know what the result of that is? There's a taxi driver in Arizona who has cancer, whose premium is going to go up from $44 a month to $2,600 a month. That to me is unacceptable, and we just did not deliver for people.
All right. Well, everybody, you know, I think the consensus on the Affordable Care Act is that it's not affordable. Prices have just gone up and up and up. And maybe this provides a window to actually come up with a solution that makes healthcare more affordable instead of less affordable. We'll see what happens.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
The solution is there. It's something that Donald Trump supported in 2000, and that's national health insurance. FDR supported it, Dr. King supported it, and Donald Trump supported it. Now, the Affordable Care Act has lowered the growth rate, but what we really need is national health insurance in this country.
All right, we'll see what happens when this comes to the floor for some discussion and debate. Thank you, Ro Khanna. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, now, and as we get over to the next video, I'll play this funny. All right, shout out to the founders.
Breaking up turns out not so hard to do. President Trump has declared he is officially pulling his endorsement of MAGA firebrand Marjorie Taylor Greene. The Georgia Congresswoman has been demanding the release of the Epstein files and has criticized the president for spending too much time abroad. The president, well, has apparently heard enough, posting on Truth Social overnight that all wacky Marjorie Taylor Greene does is complain, complain, complain.
I think that her constituents aren't going to be happy. Already, I have people calling me. They want to challenge her to a race in her district in Georgia. And, you know, that's too bad. She's lost a wonderful conservative reputation. But when she says, don't go overseas, if I didn't go overseas, we might be in a war right now with China.
Meanwhile, President Trump is also upset with Congressman Thomas Massie, who also wants the Epstein files released. A Trump-aligned super PAC is spending $1 million on ads targeting the Kentucky Republican. Massie says his constituents understand his position.
When they're protecting pedophiles, when they are blowing our budget, when they are starting wars overseas, I'm sorry, I can't go along with that. And back home, people agree with me. They understand, even the most ardent Trump supporters understand.
And President Trump has now ordered the Justice Department to investigate companies and Democrats who he claims had dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. And Attorney General Pam Bondi was quick to oblige, appointing the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan to handle that probe, even though 4 months ago, the DOJ determined nothing in the Epstein files warranted further investigation. This week, the president's name turned up repeatedly in just released emails from the Epstein estate. Name turned up repeatedly.
Here it is. Trump, borderline insane, blank, a few feet further from the border by not by much.
Just released emails from the Epstein estate.
What did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said he knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago.
A lot of moving parts on this story. We get more now from CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez.
Good morning, Danny. Attorney General Pam Bondi says that federal prosecutors in New York are being tasked to launch yet another investigation of people associated with child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. This new investigation comes after President Donald Trump said that he was asking Bondi to.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Original Backyard Gamer. He says thoughts on the tariff dividend check, updates on it. Now they are considering it, and I believe the reason I believe that they actually might do this is it kind of goes against the Supreme Court argument of these tariffs, being a revenue source when now Trump could turn it into a dividend for the American people. So that's one reason why they might actually do that. So they're able to keep these tariffs on, because these tariffs are a main reason why we're able to get manufacturing back here, why we're able to get favorable deals and trade deals and all that good stuff, is because of the tariffs. So Trump is also trying to reframe the tariffs as not only a negotiating tool, but also as a way to get money to the people. And I mean, hey, that's fair. And let's be real. If he's able to get $2,000 to the working American people, like, it'll be non-inflationary because we're not printing dollars to do so. If anything, we're just sending money out of this tariff account right out to the American people. So we'll see how that works out, or we'll see what they do with that. But they might do it, they might not. But I can see them doing it just to win the Supreme Court argument.
Investigate Epstein's ties to prominent Democrats. He names specific names, including former President Bill Clinton. As yet an extraordinary turn in a political mess that has consumed this White House for months. And it comes just days after Democrats had released emails from the late Epstein estate that mentioned Trump many times. Trump announced the directive in social media that accusing the Democrats of trying to revive attention to his past ties with Epstein and contending that they are, quote, using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try to deflect from their own disastrous shutdown and all of their other failures. Bondi responded to the president's social media post by thanking the president and saying that she'd have U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton in Manhattan lead this new investigation. This is the same office that led the earlier investigations of Epstein and of Ghislaine Maxwell, who worked for Epstein and was convicted of charges that she aided in the trafficking of girls. We should note that the Justice Department this summer did an assessment of documents that's in their possession, and they determined that there were no additional defendants that could be charged with crimes associated with Epstein. And this new investigation also means, though, that Congress will likely have to wait much longer for any documents to be released, because there's an effort right now gaining steam in the House to force the release of those documents. But during an ongoing investigation, the Justice Department generally doesn't release investigative files out of concern that it would harm any possible prosecutions.
Okay.
Danny?
That's fair.
All right, Evan Bettis, thank you very much for that reporting. For more on this, let's discuss the Epstein case and where it all may be headed with Stephen Newcomb. He's a congressional reporter for Axios. Stephen, thanks so much for waking up early to talk about a lot of developing things that happened overnight. Let's start.
Now, before we get into this guy, let's go ahead and get over to our guy, Hunter Biden. I mean, you gotta love this man, Hunter. Ever since he's been coming out on these interviews, I mean, the man's a spectacle, or he's just hilarious to listen to. Can I say he's low-key kind of funny?
Here with their reaction, Byron York, Fox News.
Shoot, I mean, bro, he might be your 2028 Democrat presidential candidate. You never know.
Contributor, and Michael LaRosa, former chief of staff to First Lady Jill Biden. Michael, I got a lot of respect for you. I disagree with you on a lot of things, but I also find you to be somebody who will call balls and strikes. How can the world, how can Democrats, this is somebody that Joe Biden calls the smartest person on the planet, Hunter Biden. How can you justify this sort of rhetoric?
Well, a few things. First of all, I have said, my party has been out of control with the hyperbole, the aggressive rhetoric, the Nazis, the fascists, the autocrats, all this stuff. Voters are now tuning out, and they're not even listening to the Democrats anymore because of the alarmism, because of the hyperbole. And I just think that, well, first of all, what Hunter goes on to say is that he's actually referring to the Democratic Party by speaking truth to power. He wants Democrats to turn the temperature up on calling out verifiable lies when MAGA pundits are parroting verifiable lies. Those are his words. That's what he.
Okay, now but that's the problem though. When he says turn up the heat, is like you guys already turned up the heat with the Charlie Kirk death, and then when you guys were celebrating it, I mean, we're at max temperature right now. So I mean, where else are you guys gonna go with this? You're gonna break the thermometer? Like, what are y'all saying? And then they're talking about, oh, when calling out MAGA pundits. I mean, just come with the facts and we'll go over it and we'll concede the argument if you're right. It is what it is. Like you don't got to make it that extreme.
Goes on to say, but I don't agree and I don't condone all of this rhetoric, because if everybody's fascists, if everybody's Nazis, no one is, and that's where my party has gone, and we've got to stop. It's really a disservice to history and to the people who actually suffered under dictatorships and Nazis and things like that. So that's where I disagree with Hunter. But what he's saying is that Democrats need to turn the temperature up on Republican pundits who are lying, according to him, according to what he goes on to say.
Right, but and I appreciate what you're saying here, but Byron, the polling troubled former transportation secretary Pete Buttigieg just said he was giving a talk to the Texas Tribune, and this is what.
Oh, just to answer my man Link real quick though, he said, "Who you think Bubba is? Bubba, they're saying that it's Bill Clinton." Saying that Bubba is Bill Clinton, but like I said, it was just more like a joking exchange between Epstein and his brother. So I wouldn't take it for nothing. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't take it too seriously.
What he said about Vice President Vance.
But it is
whatever. If it's convenient for him to be a fascist, he'll be a fascist. Maybe later on he'll go back to being a Silicon Valley Democrat. He'll be whatever he needs to be. This is a guy who went from Donald Trump as Hitler, that's what he said, to I have seen the error of my ways. He'll be something new later on.
I mean, Michael makes a good point. People tune this stuff out, but then right away, Pete Buttigieg is out there calling the vice president a fascist, saying he'll probably go back to doing that again.
Good point.
Well, it's troubling to hear it from the former transportation secretary, and it's troubling to hear it from the former president's son. I think what Hunter Biden is saying is that he believes that ugly rhetoric in the United States needs to get worse so the country can hit rock bottom and then start to get better. And
yeah, I mean, it does seem like since the Dems can't see themselves winning, they want to flip the chessboard and they want to have a civil war. Like, I don't know why, but it does seem like that's the direction they're going in. I mean, hey, you guys won that election, right? So, hang in there. Let's not try to flip the chessboard yet. Or at all, please. Let's not try to do it at all, because for some reason, that's where the Dems' language seems to be pointing to.
Wants this to happen sooner rather than later. And I think what he's doing here, as I listened to it a number of times, is he's applying the logic of his experience as a crack addict, in which you often hear about addicts have to hit rock bottom before they can get better. Well, that's a good thing for the process of recovery, but it's a bad thing for the United States. We don't want to hit rock bottom. We don't want a civil war. We don't want a Great Depression. We want things to get better without hitting the bottom. And I think that's the real flaw in what Hunter Biden is saying.
I think that's true in general, but Democrats, they politically, if the country's getting better, it's bad for them. That's the worry, is that they're taking it to this extreme. Katie Couric, she recently said she can't be impartial about Trump, that she recently had Senator Fetterman on her podcast and did her best to get him to denounce the late, great Charlie Kirk. Michael, watch this, and I want to get your reaction to it.
Did you have any issues now in hindsight over some of the things that Charlie Kirk said and some of the rhetoric he used during his life?
I didn't agree with much of it. I didn't closely follow his specific kinds of views. That would never justify.
And here's the thing, like, they can never really tell us what about our rhetoric makes us so extreme. And I'm not saying that's how all Democrats feel, but I mean, hey, that's what the politicians try to point out, saying our rhetoric is so extreme and we're Nazis and fascists. Like, explain, how are we Nazis and fascists? I think, what was it? This guy, Dean Withers, saying we feel all the tendencies of fascism. He said all 12 or 14 tendencies of fascism. And I'm just like, I wonder if he can actually back that statement up. Like, all 12 to 14 MAGA fulfills. Like, bruh. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure he would have to reach to try to make all 14 points. But all right, though, let's get to the next video.
Lowers tariffs on beef, coffee, and more than 100 other food products. The CEO of the Food Industry Association, an industry group of grocers, remarked, quote, "Today's action should help consumers whose morning cup of coffee will hopefully become more affordable," as well as U.S. manufacturers, which utilize many of these products in their supply chains and production lines. Meanwhile, the White House announcing yesterday that they are making big progress on prices. The memo notes that they are reversing years of mismanagement.
I don't know, man. Link. He says sending military into states and cities against their will, pretty fascist. I mean, okay, well, let's see if you willing to have the same argument against the Dems. So sending illegals into your city without the people say so, without them voting on it against their will, that's pretty fascist, man. You know, according to your argument, when you kind of force people or the military into the states, that's fascism, right? Okay, then great. So that means the Dems were practicing fascism all 4 years of Biden. All right, thank you.
Under Biden, who
Appreciate
spent
that, my
years
man.
insisting inflation was transitory while doling.
Hey, Daniel Welch, my man, how have you been? Shout out to my man, Daniel Welch. Hey, man, hope he's staying safe out there, my brother.
Out trillions in new spending. Since day one, the Trump administration has been on a mission to tame Biden's inflation crisis, stop the sky-high Biden price increases, and lower costs for everyday families, the White House document notes. And while it can't happen overnight, evidence shows that the trend is in the right direction. The trends are heading in the right direction, as you can see here. Overall inflation down, grocery prices down, gas prices down.
I mean, yeah, due to the fact that 24% inflation on gas is most definitely right. When gas was hitting like $5-6, yeah, that's the truth. But gas has gotten cheaper. It went down -5%. Groceries went up 0.3%, but under Biden, it was 3.8%. And this is the argument that everybody's been trying to get through to people when it comes to affordability, is that we lost so much buying power under Biden, we're trying to gain it back. Like when you go all the way up to 9%, and now we're getting reduced down to 3%, we really wanted that too. But that doesn't mean that there's still inflation. There's still going to be a slight rise, or there's still going to be a rise in prices, but it's not going to be as bad as it was under Biden with 9% inflation or 7% inflation. It's not going to be as bad. It's just going to be slowed down under 3% instead of rapid inflation under 7 or 9%. That's the real problem that we're facing right now. And that's what Trump needs to hone down on, is getting that grocery from that 1% to -1%, getting the overall inflation down from that 1.6% all the way down to -2%. That's what we really want. We want to see things in a negative. Sure, it be lower than Biden is okay, but you know it's really going to help the American people, not beating Biden, but getting this down to the negative.
And this trajectory is important, because there is no question this will be an election-defining issue and a central talking point for the left, for the media.
Affordability.
Affordability has been the main issue for Americans now for quite some time.
Well, what about this? What about that? What about Donald Trump? And he said, all I'm going to do are my 4 affordability planks.
The message was affordability. And that was clear and consistent.
Affordability. And that message was a big winner.
Peter Navarro is the White House senior.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. They said affordability. And I mean, let's be honest, when it came to Mondani, there was really nothing we could do about that. I mean, I don't know, but let's see, a blue city voting for a blue mayor or a Democrat mayor, no surprise. I mean, New Jersey, a blue state, voting for a blue governor, no surprise. And Virginia, a state that went blue during the election, is voting for a Democrat mayor. No surprise. But for some reason, we're supposed to be, in shock and fear about it.
That message was a big winner.
Peter Navarro is the White House senior counselor for trade and manufacturing. He joins us from the White House. Peter, welcome. Big news yesterday with the rolling back of tariffs on 100 products. What motivated this decision?
Well, welcome back to your old house here, Kaylee. We miss you, and I'm glad your Saturday gig is going so well. It's very simple. In the fight, we have a lot of products on that exemption list, which we simply don't make. I mean, we don't make coffee to speak of. We don't make cocoa to speak of. And that was a good reason to exempt them from the tariffs. And then you take something like beef. I think that underscores the issue that will define the election in 2026. The Democrat hoax, Kayleigh, they want to blame us for Biden's legacy inflation, and then they want to argue that their way is.
I mean, yeah, they want to argue. I mean, they want to complain about the affordability crisis, and I'm like, yeah, that started under Joe Biden. That is we're what? Well, Trump is 10 months and a half into fixing. 10 months and a half into fixing. I mean, they want to complain about the healthcare crisis and their healthcare. And what's the healthcare system? Oh, Obamacare. Your healthcare system is causing a healthcare crisis. Where's the accountability? So yes, when you talk about the Republicans' affordability crisis, I mean, bro, when prices were tripling and doubling under Joe Biden, what the hell did you call that? What was that? Like, was that not an affordability crisis for us?
Better when we know it's not. And that's the thing. We'll be talking about this right up to November of 2026. But the problem, like, let's think chicken versus cattle, right? We had a severe chicken crisis that we inherited because Biden literally slaughtered over 100 million chickens in an overreaction to avian flu, right? But it only takes 45 days from egg to broiler in the supermarket to get chickens going. So we went at that, and that problem is solved. All those prices dropped dramatically. The problem with cattle, though, beef, it's a 1.5 to 2 year cycle. We're doing everything possible to move that along, but people are still paying too much for hamburgers. So we get that. The thing I want to assure everybody out there is that President Trump and everybody in this White House feels people's pain. We know that things are too expensive, but what we're going to do, Kayleigh, is tackle these sectors one by one by one. You got shelter, which the housing, which is a huge issue, transportation, food. The shelter thing's really kind of interesting. That again has these long legs. It takes 18 months for the data and everything to catch up with reality. But a lot of the problems we have, Kayleigh, interesting enough, particularly in the metro sections, is the illegal immigrants. Do this math. For every 1 million illegals that came into this country, drives up rent by 1%. So if we've got 10 to 20 million illegals, that's 10 to 20% alone upwards in rent. And it gets worse because that's a national average. But if the way it distributed, you get more like in the sanctuary cities like Chicago and New York, you feel that much, much more. Ergo, we get people like Mondami asking for rent control and free stuff. So we understand all this. We're attacking this. For the housing crisis, it's all about supply, supply, supply. That's what we need. For the healthcare issue, we've got an Obamacare, which is not really a healthcare system. It's an inflation engine because of the way it's structured. Kayleigh, every time we increase subsidies for Obamacare, who wins? It's the hospitals, insurers, and the pharmacy benefit managers because of the structure of Obamacare. So this is going to be job number one. It has been job number one, getting this down. The last thing I'd say, Kayleigh, when you think about—
Now, it is true that the Obamacare subsidies do go to insurance companies, and it doesn't really help whatsoever. Honestly, they just raise their premiums to make it more unaffordable for your average American. And of course, you know, these healthcare companies and what was it called? Oh, pharmaceutical companies also, you know, overpriced as well. Overpriced. I mean, let's be real. When we overspend, they overprice. So yes, cuts in Medicaid, cuts in our healthcare system should be made. And instead of just dumping more into our healthcare system, I would say let's try to work for a more efficient healthcare system. I don't know. Let's up our technology when it comes to medical technology so we don't have to spend so much. We could work towards efficiency instead of just dumping a whole lot of money into it and hoping to God that it works out, because obviously that's not working.
About affordability, it's really important to understand that it's got two things to it. It's the price of things, but it's also how much you're earning. And what Donald Trump is the king of is driving up real wages, which means wages go up faster than inflation. During the first term, we went up 8% in real wages. During Biden's term, he went down 3%. So that's a huge double-digit swing. So we are engaged fully on this. We'll be talking a lot over the coming months, sector by sector by sector. We will show you how we're going to get there, but people have to be patient in certain areas like housing and beef and hamburger, just because it's going to take us a long time to push that Biden legacy inflation out. Everything Biden did was inflationary. Every single thing.
Yeah, you're right, Peter. He took inflation. You handed him 1.9%. He took it to 9.1. President Trump has brought that down. And that was a great overview of all that you're working on. Peter Navarro.
And that was here's the thing. I'm not going to say that, Biden's bills didn't do anything good, because they did do some good things. I mean, he expanded the 35 cap on insulin. So that was nice, but that was through the Inflation Reductionary Act, and that was a lot of spending. Like, a lot of Biden's bills included heavy spending, which is why he ran a deficit all 4 years of his presidency, and it drove up inflation. I mean, it is what it is with Biden. Like I said, I mean, because I don't really like bashing the guy too much, because I know the Dems get mad about it, but let's be honest, guys. It did good things, but in the end, what happened? Inflation skyrocketed. Like the SAVE Acts that took kids out of poverty and, was able to help them eat. Well, guess what? Due to the inflation, those kids were right back in poverty. So they only had a good 2 years of good times. And then when inflation skyrocketed, guess what? They're right back in poverty. So yeah, it does good things in the beginning, and then it, tail spins into the ground in the end.
Really appreciate you taking the time. Good to see you.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe.
I mean, it's a tough cycle. It's a tough cycle with Democrat policies. It's like, Obamacare. It was all good in the beginning, hip, hip, hooray, and all that good stuff. And then, it tail spins into the ground in the end. It just is what it is. But let's see how the Dems are covering Trump's drawback of the tariffs on groceries. Well, produce like coffee, bananas, apples. Let's see what's going on with that.
Amid mounting pressure to tackle rising prices at the grocery store, the Trump administration says it's taking action. On Friday, President Trump signed an executive order allowing dozens of products like coffee, bananas, and beef to be exempted from his sweeping tariffs. The move marks a notable reversal for Trump, who has repeatedly insisted tariffs are necessary to protect U.S. businesses and workers.
So let's get it straight. He didn't relieve the country of all tariffs. He just said certain grocery items will no longer be tariffs. So he's pretty much allowing for certain items to not be tariffed. And then these other countries, whatever other products they sell that aren't grocery items, will continue to be tariffs. So to sit here and say that, he completely walked back on tariffs. No, he didn't.
Let's discuss now with journalist Rick Newman. He is a former Yahoo Finance columnist who now authors the Substack, a newsletter, The Rick Report. Hey, how are you, Rick? All right, thanks for being with us. So is this potentially going to make an impact?
I don't think anybody's going to notice, to be honest. So just to underscore what you just said, Frederica, Trump is removing his own tariffs on what is about, looks like a couple hundred products. You can find the whole list of products. I mean, Trump says he's focusing on stuff that you can't easily grow or produce in the United States. So it's coffee. That's important. Coffee's up 19% year over year. It's bananas, it's pineapples, it's mangoes, it's cinnamon, it's cumin, it's capers. So all he's doing is taking away the tax that he imposed on those products earlier this year. I don't think those products, or at this point, I don't even think groceries really are the main thing that is what people think of as the affordability problem.
I know, because it's like I said, and when I was thinking about this, people are going to say, well, doesn't that mean they drive up prices? I mean, no, not really, because we get a lot of our groceries at home. Like a lot of our produce, 90% of our produce come from at home. So yeah, well, he's even admitting that groceries wasn't really our concerning affordability problem. And I mean, that's just the honest truth. I mean, the only thing that is really going to help is what? I mean, coffee, bananas, and certain fruits. So yeah, I mean, and that might not even help it all together, because let's be real, a lot of these guys weren't even passing down the cost. And if they did pass up, and if they did increase their costs, well, it only helped out American produce. So, hey, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes, and we'll see if he draws back more tariffs. And then maybe we can sit here and say, oh, tariffs is a straight pass down cost to the consumer, which I'm gonna be honest with you. Did I ever say that tariffs don't raise prices? No. I say that it's incorrect to sit there and say that tariffs is just streamlined straight to the consumer and there's nothing else that gets in the way. Because overhead could take a hit and they could take it to the profit margin. I've always said that. But them drawing back prices on this, I'm not sure if that's really going to help affordability because, well, most of our beef comes from here. Coffee comes out in Brazil, so I mean that'll help coffee prices. That might help banana prices, but other things not so much. I don't even know really what the beef was for. I think that was just to prepare us for the Argentina beef.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that has been getting more expensive and going up in price by more than income. And Trump has not said much about a lot of that stuff yet.
I mean, groceries is just one of the many things that, is hitting people hard. I mean, it's why folks are unable to save. They're spending most of their earnings. So the Trump administration's, trade representative Jamieson Greer was asked yesterday whether the president's tariffs have raised costs on Americans. And this is what he said.
Depends what the importers do with the tariff. When you look at the overall price trend,
as I said, depends what the importer does with the tariffs. He can ask for a better deal from the supplier and they cut their price to match the tariff. The importer could take it to the profit margin or to the overhead costs, or then they could split costs all three ways. I mean, they could split a 20% tariff three ways, and maybe they pass the last 10% down to, or let's say the 30% tariff. If they pass it three ways, they might pass that 10% down to the consumer. I mean, does that mean the consumer eat the complete tariff? No. Does that mean that there's a price adjustment? Yeah. Does it constantly raise prices? No, it does not. So when you try to say tariffs are inflationary, I mean, no, it doesn't dramatically raise prices. Inflationary means that prices are damn near going up every month, every week. Now, a price adjustment is a one-time price adjustment that would happen under tariffs. That would raise prices of foreign products, which would make domestic products more appetizing. That was the whole plan. And of course, to bring back manufacturing. But the Dems forget that part.
it hasn't been because of tariff. It's been because of these other events going on and just supply and demand.
Is he right?
That's careful parsing. There are a lot of things that affect prices and inflation. Tariffs is one of them. I mean, there are many economic analyses that are nonpartisan on this, and they find that, let's say Trump's tariffs as they exist today, if they stand in place for a year, they're going to add something like $1,500 or $1,800 or $2,000 to the cost of a typical household. So tariffs are we go back to basics. Tariffs are a tax that the importer, which can be Walmart, Target, a wholesaler, or any kind of company, that American company has to pay the tax to the U.S. Treasury. So their costs go up, and they try to pass as much of those costs onto their own customers as they can, all the way down to you and me. Now, their alternative is just to have higher costs and lower profits, but no company wants to do that. So this is affecting companies and consumers, no matter how you parse it.
Yeah. And then there's...
I would do say, here's the thing too. I mean, if we go ahead and tax, these multi-billionaire these multi-million corporations, and we tax these guys, right, through tariffs. You guys are saying, oh, that's a tax on the consumer. Well, that makes any tax on the rich a pass down to the consumer. We could raise corporate taxes. Well, they could pass that down to the consumer. We could raise income tax, property tax, all that the wealth owns, tax their ass to death, and they could pass that all down to us. So it kind of goes to show, like, all right, well, you guys are just mad. You guys are just upset about tariffs because it's Trump, because you guys want to raise taxes on the rich, and that could get passed down to us. But nobody wanted to talk about that. And then you're kind of saying that, well, anytime you try to force any tax on the rich, well, they'll just pass it down to the consumer. And if that's the case, then why even tax the rich?
New data, showing how tough this affordability crisis is for so many Americans. An analysis by Bank of America released this week shows nearly a quarter of U.S. households are living paycheck to paycheck this year. They spend over 95% of their income on necessities like housing, gasoline, groceries, childcare, utilities. So is that startling to you?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's worrisome for sure. But so we're calling it the affordability crisis in 2025. much of this is not new. I mean, the tariffs are a new type of pressure, and Trump rolled those out at about exactly the wrong time. But this is wealth inequality and income inequality. Inequality that we.
And I would ask him this, because I mean, Dems can never answer this. All right, well, what would you do to bring back jobs? How would you get Pfizer? How would you get AstraZeneca to bring back their manufacturing? Well, because the only way to do it is through tariffs. You just can't say, well, build the infrastructure first. For who to move in? For who? Because if you're against tariff, you're just building a factory for no goddamn reason. So give me a better reason to bring these companies in than tariffs. And they low-key can't give you one. I mean, what you want to do? Bring down the minimum wage? You're not going to do that. I mean, what are you going to do? Try to raise taxes or lower taxes to help the billionaires do their business? Well, your base don't like that. So what were you going to do?
Been talking about for a long time. Yeah. I mean, we've got a shareholder class in the United States, and we have a working class in the United States. And if you're lucky enough to own stocks and own a home, and you bought that home and you were able to refinance at 3% on a mortgage, then you're in good shape. But if you are trying to buy a new home, you're priced out. If you're living on a paycheck and you don't have financial assets, you don't feel like you're getting ahead. So these are long-term problems that seem to be intensifying, and Trump is now the one stuck having to deal with it. And so far, he's been very tone deaf to what is a really serious problem for millions of Americans.
Yeah, seriously, tough times for a lot of people. All right, Rick Newman, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Trump administration is scrambling to make good on a campaign promise that, by his own account, won him re-election: to bring prices down. One solution: reversing part of Trump's tariff policy. The president yesterday signed an executive order to retroactively lower tariffs on beef, tomatoes, coffee, and bananas. The agricultural items are now excluded.
Hold on. Did he fully remove them or he just lowered them?
From reciprocal tariffs, but not the tax entirely. The move comes after Trump claimed falsely that prices have fallen during his administration. CNN correspondent Rafael.
Well, hold on now. And you can't say falsely. When it comes to gas and other things as well, prices has fallen. And the steady increase of pricing has lessened. So we got to give Trump that.
Romo is joining me live from a food giveaway event in Atlanta. And have things been picking up?
Yes, we saw a lot of activity in the last couple of hours here, Fred. Unfortunately, this effort is wrapping up. But let me tell you, it is one thing to talk about the state of the economy, inflation, tariffs, and the government shutdown. And an entirely different thing, Fred, is when you actually see people in need coming to an event like this one, a food drive, because they need help. And what the organizers told us is that they were prepared to help about 1,000 families today. All of the boxes that you see behind me, some of the tables and the tents, they were set up so that people would get vegetables, they would get chicken, they would get potatoes, some non-perishables. And we saw lines of cars lining up here right next to me, picking up all of that food. But the reality is that the challenge is not over, Fred. And we heard earlier from Dr. Bernice King, the chairman of the King Center, who said that even though today was a great day to help many families in need, they're bracing for what's coming next in the next few weeks and the next few months. This is what she had to say.
Although the shutdown is over, we know that people are still suffering. They're still struggling. We're living in very precarious times. And so we want the world to know today that although the shutdown is over, we have not shut down our compassion.
And Fred, for this event, two organizations have joined forces. One, of course, is the King Center. The other one is New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. They are helping people who are not necessarily thinking about Thanksgiving, even though we're less than 2 weeks away. I earlier spoke with the beneficiary who told me that she didn't even know what she was going to put on her table tonight for dinner. This is what she had to say.
Which is crazy, because I'm just like, why would the Dems want to hold up food stamps and then try to play this ridiculous game with the American people, which is effed up, completely effed up. But all right, guys, I do want to get into this little clip right here. I mean, shout out to Liberal Hive Mind, because this was a very revealing clip. Let's get right into it.
exposed in this case, specifically with the Somali community in Minneapolis. Take a look.
Officers from our Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, working in teams, have conducted over 1,000 site visits across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area as part of this operation. Focusing on a list of over 1,000 target cases involving more than 900 individuals, our officers encountered blatant marriage fraud, visa overstays, people claiming to work at businesses that can't be found, forged documents, abuse of the H-1B visa system, abuse of the F-1 visas, and many other discrepancies. Over the course of the operation, our officers found indication of fraud, non-compliance, or public safety and national security concerns in nearly a little less than 50% of the cases interviewed. We found troubling patterns with the Uniting for Ukraine program that should have raised serious concerns under other administrations, such as an individual filing to sponsor more than 100 aliens, and organizations sponsoring hundreds. We are continuing to investigate these cases.
Can anybody say Ilhan Omar? You know,
yeah, the lady who married her brother so he can get into the United States. Yeah, that Ilhan Omar. So yeah, there is fraud in the immigration system, heavy fraud. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we got to crack down on it. And you know what? The Dems are right. We do need some immigration reform, some stricter immigration reforms to make sure that, you know, fraud like this can't be done again. I mean, we would all want that, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we want that for the American people? Is that just so bad? But all right, guys, let's get into H-1B visas. And you know what? I'm more aligned with Margie Taylor Greene on this one. So, but you know, let's hear her out for herself. Check this clip out.
My dear fellow Americans, I'm introducing a bill to completely eliminate the H-1B visa program, which has been riddled with fraud and abuse and has been displacing American workers for decades. There will only be one exemption in my bill, and it will allow for a $10,000 per year cap on visas issued to medical professionals like doctors and nurses who provide life-saving care to Americans. However, even this $10,000 per year cap will be phased out over 10 years to allow us time to build our own pipeline of American doctors and physicians. My bill will also restore the original intent of the visa, for it to be temporary. These visas were intended to fulfill a specialty occupational need at a given time. People should not be allowed to come and live here forever. We thank them for their expertise, but we also wish them well so they may return to their home country. My bill will take away the pathway to citizenship, forcing visa holders to return home when their visa expires. In order to build our pipeline of American doctors and medical professionals, my bill will also prohibit Medicare-funded residency programs from admitting non-citizen medical students into their programs. Just last year alone, there were over 9,000 doctors in the U.S. who graduated from medical school but were left without a residency placement. Meanwhile, in 2023 alone, there were over 5,000 foreign-born doctors who received residency spots. This is entirely unfair, and it's America last. My bill will help mitigate the shortage of doctors and nurses in our country, the shortage that we face, while at the same time serve as an off-ramp from our reliance on foreign workers by allowing us time to fill our residency programs with American doctors. Now, this will completely end the H-1B visa program in all other sectors in the job force and in the workforce. This is America first. It's time to put American citizens first instead of foreigners first. And this has gone on, and this has been an abuse for far too long. Americans deserve a future, they deserve a chance, and I believe Americans are the most talented people in the world, the most creative, and I want them to have their American dream. Thank you.
And Lincoln, it's not about shouldn't the best man win. They're not better than us. They're cheaper than us. Bro, they pay more than us just to get into the college. So it's about financial incentive, which you should be against. But I mean, for some reason, downplay the American citizens, you're willing to get behind the corruption, which is crazy. But hey, it is what it is. So let's get over to what Shapiro got to say about this, because he completely had the wrong take on this. And man, trust me, there's a lot you guys don't know, because you think these guys outperform us? Well, they don't. Actually, we outperform them. The problem is they're cheaper. And I mean, it's way easier for these companies to exploit these guys when their employment, or not their employment, but their residency depends on their employment. It's a lot easier to exploit and to pay them less. So if you're okay with that, then yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, they're better than us to hire, but not because they're smarter than us. Not at all.
Many of our best founders in the United States are either immigrants or the children of immigrants who came in on H-1B visas, or who came in just generally without an H-1B visa through other forms of legal immigration as students.
Well, you know, I guess I would say if 83% of H-1Bs coming to the United States weren't entering in at low-level jobs like junior entry-level positions, that's 83.
Exactly. It's like, so if they're supposed to be here for skilled labor, then why are they here for entry-level positions? Like in tech, medicine, engineering. I mean, come on now. You can't sit there and say that, oh, it's the best of the best, but they're not coming for these high-level positions to teach Americans. No, they're filling up the entry-level and mid-level position that Americans are supposed to fill. And it's not because they're better than us. It's because they're cheaper. And I mean, we're talking about the tech oligarchs are the most egregious offenders. And you guys will think it's about, oh, they're smarter than us. Like I said, no, cheaper, not smarter.
3% from 2020 to 2024. Ben Shapiro would have a great point. But that's the case, so he doesn't. This is just a silly take, in my opinion. No, not in my opinion. It's a silly take. Here's Ben Shapiro, who, by the way, is, of course, very sharp on a lot of issues. H-1Bs.
It's like, look, bro, I'm a Trump supporter too, but supporting Trump on what he said about Americans and us not having the talent is not it, bro. Like, even I will disagree with Trump to the end of my life about that. Never will I ever sit there and try to downplay the American workforce when we've been getting taken advantage of by the corporate elites forever. And then they spread the propaganda as if Americans are lazy, and no, we're not. We can do the work just as good as these guys can, except they want to frame that to us because these guys are cheaper. And to avoid people from looking into it, they'll sit there and say, no, the American people are just lazy. That's it. No, it's not that. We have some hardworking, very smart Americans here. Like, don't ever try to play us like that, especially when it came to batteries. I'm like, bro, give us the goddamn manual, and we'll figure it out without you having to import a whole bunch of Asians.
Seems to not be one of them.
One, there are, in fact, certain positions in the United States that require a level of expertise that may not be reachable in the numbers that are currently being churned out by American universities. That is a shortcoming of our educational system, and it is a problem. And so you can say we should up our game. I agree. We should absolutely up our game educationally.
Yeah, but when Trump says something like, oh, well, if we kicked out all the Asian and Indian students, a lot of our colleges would fail. Okay, let them fail. If they got to win off exploitation of the immigration system, then let them fail. If they're failing to educate our students, educate American students, and help them get into a job, instead, no. Let them run up a debt. Don't help them get a job, and let these tech corporations go ahead and hire a whole bunch of H-1Bs. That's a problem. Let these medical corporations hire a whole bunch of H-1B visas. That's a problem. Or the foreign students, allowing foreign students to take the place of what an American student would have been is absolutely insane. Like, how is that America first? How can anybody sit there and say, you know what? Yes, I support a foreigner getting the position over an American. Why? Why? Oh, because they pay more? Like, I would think the Dems would be the most against this, because this is, in a way, corruption. This is money over talent. This is not meritocracy.
But in the meantime, if you do not bring in the labor supply, particularly to tech will go find the labor supply. And so what you will end up with is an office that was employing 30 Americans and 3 H-1B visa people. If the costs grow too high, simply moving to another country where they hire 30 Indians and 0 Americans. Right? This is the problem with the reason companies offshore is not because it's easy or fun to simply move your company somewhere else. It's because the labor cost becomes so prohibitive in the United States that companies move away.
Fix it.
And you can try to tariff them back, but all that does is artificially raise the price on Americans. Again, we're talking about affordability. There are trade-offs in economics. Autarky comes with the fun feeling that everybody in America is making American products. It comes with the very large downside that your products are economically inefficient. They don't.
I mean, here's the thing. We can bring down all the taxes. We can take taxes down. We can take off regulations and all that good stuff. And all that stuff that the EPA gets in the way of, like the EPA gets in the way of a lot of stuff, which I'm okay with them doing to protect the environment, but it does make producing in America more expensive. We can draw that back a little bit, draw back these taxes. We can make it more affordable for these companies to operate here while paying our people a livable wage or what they're worth and not having to cut our wages. But like I said, we can't have both. Let me be honest, we can't have these guys paying high taxes and also paying good salaries. It's either they're paying good salaries and damn near paying little taxes, or they paying big taxes but paying little salaries. Like, I gotta pick.
Work as well, and you're not globally competitive.
Economics globally kind of.
Right? All policies have trade-offs. It is also better for the American people, broadly speaking, to bring in the best from other countries. Now, how do you determine the best? You can make, again, the case the H-1B visa program is fatally flawed. It's not bringing in enough of the best. I will point out.
Shout out to my man, Original Gamer. He says, open up the call in. I got some stuff to say. Man, hey, we're only 70 away. We're only 70 away, and I'm here for about a couple more hours.
That many of our best founders in the United States are either immigrants or the children of immigrants who came in on H-1B visas or who came in just generally without an H-1B visa through other forms of legal immigration as students. And the reality is that maybe our screening procedures should be different, but we need to see specifics on what the screening procedures you're applying are that would allow for there to be, for example, an Elon Musk American citizen creating tens of thousands of jobs.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We're not talking about a person like Elon. We're talking about Indians and Chinese people that get brought in for entry-level positions. That's who we're talking about. But okay.
Well, I guess I would say if 83% of H-1Bs coming to the United States weren't entering in at low-level jobs like junior entry-level positions, that's 83% from 2020 to 2024. Ben Shapiro would have a great point.
Yeah.
But that's the case, so he doesn't. Not to mention, of course, you can look at the average H-1B wage, right? It's 17 to 34% lower than the actual median salaries for the profession. That doesn't seem in line with the best in the.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They're cheaper when they're 30. Look, when H-1B visa is 20%, 30% off on employment, I mean, who are you going for if you're an employer? Of course, you're going to try to look out for your bottom line and hire as much H-1Bs as possible. Why? Because, I mean, hey, they may not be as smart as Americans, but God damn it, they're cheaper, and the job will get done eventually.
Brightest? Best and the brightest? Cheaper? When people say, oh, well, if you want to scrutinize the program, well, when 83% of the H-1Bs that are part of this program are going to low-skilled or entry-level workers, I would say scrutinize anyone who supports the program because 83% of it is not in line with the program. It's not even close. In a cruel twist of irony, Daily Wire has replaced Ben Shapiro.
Oh my God, beautiful.
I don't want to get into it more. Hey,
I mean,
if I give you a stew that's 83% shit, is it still stew? Do you say like, well, it's a fact, we need to scrutinize the stew, or just throw out the stew because it's mostly shit? Make sense?
It's kind of gross.
Yeah.
He's smarter than that.
Yeah.
He tries to conflate H-1Bs with autarky, which is complete self-sufficiency, like in North Korea. So he goes from, we want to kick out some Indians that don't merge with our culture and take jobs from Americans to, we want to be a North Korean style economy.
Yeah.
And I mean, you guys could look over here at this as well. I mean, here it is: China, India, Russia, US. Now it says here, figure 1 in computer science skills across China, India, and Russia and the United States. Mean estimates for China, India, and Russia are each statistically lower than the mean estimate for the United States. AKA, that means, guess what? Our students score higher than their students do. So these Chinese students don't rank higher than our American seniors, or don't score higher than our American college seniors when it comes to computer science. No, we're leading in that. But for some reason, we're not getting the jobs because why? They're cheaper. So when they sit there and try to lie to you, I mean, you can always point them to this post right here. Data shows U.S. college students studying computer science outperform their foreign counterparts by almost a standard deviation. Indian college student seniors are the weakest performers. But hey, they'll talk about meritocracy when they're really just honestly covering up for the corporate elites undercutting American citizens. But hey, man, the Dems, they know not what they do. They know not what they say. Well, some of them. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to our guy, Steven Crowder.
No, exactly. And the other thing is, well, you know, they're going to have to compete. Okay. We're talking about legislation at the top level, and then you don't run into that problem. And you're just going to have the company that just employs Indians. Well, that's not a thing if you don't allow the H-1B program to continue to undercut American workers. These are not the best. These are not the brightest. If that was, no one would have a problem with paying $100,000 a year. If you're talking about an Elon Musk paying $100,000 a year to have the best and the brightest, of course, that's a very small price to pay. That's an investment. That's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with 18 families living in a single bedroom apartment as they get placed here through a staffing firm and Uber in their off time. All right, that's enough.
I mean, hey, I've been told you guys about those staffing firms and how they found a way to skirt, like getting people. Bro, they found a way to skirt the verification of citizenship, verification of residency. They found a way to skirt it. I mean, that's how you get a lot of some of these guys coming through temp agencies that speak not a lick of English. Yeah, come from those guys. But hey, when you point it out, you're a racist, right? Or I guess what, you're jealous, or you need to work harder. I mean, okay. But all right, guys, let's keep going with this whole Trump going after Marjorie Taylor Greene. And in the meantime, while I play this. All right, needed a quick little 20 seconds.
Political romances are often short-lived, and she has been critical of him not only about the Epstein files, but about his involvement in foreign affairs. And I don't mean with women, I mean in various parts of the world. And,
you said it, not
just to clear the table on that one. and so it's not surprising that they have had a breakup of sorts. After all, he didn't give her a ring. He just supported her for a little while.
Listen, this fire is spreading. I mean, right? It started off talking about Epstein in the beginning. Then during the shutdown, she was one of the few Republicans that correctly identified Donald Trump's unwillingness to deal with the ACA subsidies and lower healthcare costs for Americans as being one of the reasons why the shutdown occurred.
Yeah, she was very outspoken about that.
Now she's talking about foreign policy. This is not going away. Whatever is going on between them seems to only be heating up, and I think the rest of us should get the popcorn.
I think they're here for it. And a war with words. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but this be real though. This whole ever since the interview with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, and we're gonna get into some of Nick Fuentes' rhetoric. Well, probably after this video, but that's one of the main reasons why there's a civil war going on. And it's like I said, is the Israel first versus America first, or is MAGA versus America first, or whatever MAGA is trying to get turned into right now? Because yeah, it does seem like there's a difference of opinion when it comes to geopolitical topics, and the two sides are literally going to war over geopolitical stuff. Like, we both want the same for America, but when it comes to geopolitical, the other side is like, and I'm talking about the Israel first side, they're not accepting anything else. I mean, if you're not aligning with what Israel's doing, if you're not aligning with what they want to do, I mean, honestly, with the Israeli lobby, then you aren't MAGA, you're a traitor, and you should be banished from the Republican Party. Now, the other side of the Republican Party, which is the American Firsters, were pretty much like, what are you talking about? Like, this is just geopolitical stuff. This ain't even about home policy, and you guys are trying to kick people out over it. And then even the worst part about it is that you're not even willing to hear no different type of arguments. You're not willing to debate the other side. I'm talking about the Israel First guys. I mean, Tucker Carlson challenged Mark Levin. That man, well, he was a coward about it. He did not step up to that debate when he should have. I mean, if you guys are going to have all this criticism and tell these guys how they're wrong and all that, then have the debate with the American First side. Because I'm going to say the Israel First, or the so-called want to call themselves MAGA, y'all are kind of losing the Civil War. If you can't debate these guys like Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, if you're not going to debate those guys, I'm going to be honest with you, I might just want to shut the heck up, because that means your position is indefensible. and you don't want to get embarrassed on the world stage. I mean, Nick Fuentes versus Ben Shapiro. We need to start seeing lineups, okay? Like it's like UFC night, okay? It's like headlining Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, and after that, it's Tucker Carlson, Mark Levin. Bruh, trust me, I'll be there for that whole 2 to 3 hour debate.
A war with words with Donald Trump is such a risky business that I cannot believe she has the bravery to engage in it, because even if she was right, she's still going to lose.
Is there an
She
example
could
of
put up-
anyone beating Donald Trump at this game?
Never. This is his game, and he's great at it. And she's barking up a tree that she's going to fall on her really hard.
You know, it's interesting. He has some people who profess to be strong supporters who do oppose him more often than the people that you might not think are his strongest supporters. She's one of them. Thomas Massie in Kentucky is another one. Rand Paul, my home state senator, he takes on Trump, although they profess to be Trump supporters. In this case, I think he had the order out of order. I trace all this back to his decision, the righteous decision to strike Iran. She was against it. So were some of the people who occupy that wing of the party. He defied them. And since that time, they all seem to be stridently picking at him on this issue or that. And then, of course, everybody knows in Washington, Miles, you know, the fastest way to get in front of a television camera if you're a Republican is to come out and crap on Donald Trump. And so,
Which is okay, I'll give him that one. Now, Scott Jennings did make a good point, and this is why I said Marjorie Taylor Greene is kind of playing into the Democrats' hand. Because if you have problems, I mean, bro, go on Fox News and say it. Go on, I mean, try to call the president, prove that the president's not taking your calls, but you don't go to CNN and sit there and slam on the president. Like that's what they want you to do, and it kind of seems like you're leaning into their agenda. So yeah, it wasn't really a good idea to go on like all these left-wing places like The View and sit there and just bash on Trump. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If she wanted, I believe, look, I agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene on a lot of her stances, but the way she was going about it wasn't the right way, in my opinion. Going out there on CNN every trip just to slam on Trump and all that good stuff was not it. And then saying, oh, I support the president, but I'm not gonna sit here and say we should kick her out of MAGA. Like, there should be able to be people who disagree with the president that we still considered MAGA. And she wasn't even really, let's be real, she wasn't disagreeing on anything crazy. She just said that the president should pay attention to more about home politics than what's going on outside of America. I mean, that's a reasonable ask. Now, of course, what she said on CNN pissed me off when she started trying to say about, well, you know, we need to figure out a way for these illegals and all that good stuff because, you know, I'm in construction. Yeah, that pissed me off. But to sit here and say we should just kick her out of MAGA all the way through is not it. And I do understand that what she was doing to go all these left-wing pundits, go on all their channels, all the platforms, and sit there and bash Trump wasn't it. But I do see what the strategy was. She was trying to get that man's attention. And what's the best way to get Trump's attention? To go on the enemy's platform and talk ish as a Republican. And that's the best way to get his attention. But let's be real. I think they backfired on her because now Trump is saying she's a lunatic.
that is what she is doing.
But you know, Scott,
that is what she is doing because
I trace it back further than that, Scott.
Over these issues, and that's what happened.
Scott, I trace it further back than that. I trace it back to 10 years ago when you said Donald Trump was an authoritarian. And you know what, Scott, I've got to hand it to you. That was a remarkable forecast because 10 years later, I think you called it. Here's Donald Trump today, the man with the heart and soul of a fascist, showing us he now has the bona fides. By tonight, ordering
heart and soul of a fascist? See, this is what I mean. Y'all cannot turn the rhetoric down even if you tried. The heart and soul of a fascist.
10 years later, I think you called it. Here's Donald Trump today, the man with the heart and soul of a fascist, showing us he now has the bona fides. By tonight, ordering investigations into American citizens. That's why members of his party. That's why members of his
he's running the executive against him. Why are you so upset he's running the executive branch?
For the same reasons you predicted he shouldn't. For the same reasons, Scott, you said he violated his oath and he should never be back in that office.
I happily voted
That's why I'm upset for the man being in the Oval Office.
I happily voted for him 3 times.
I know that.
The alternative was terrible.
And a lot of your friends were shocked.
Yeah, well, a lot of my friends would have been shocked at you trying to subvert the elected president of the United States, which you did.
Well, I proudly did. I proudly
some
said
mid-level
to the
staffer
country
substituting his judgment for the elected president of the United States.
Well,
Good
Scott,
luck,
I would have
brother.
loved to have seen you stand up to it.
Good luck.
Back to MGG.
I mean, bro, it's kind of hard to hear anything you're saying when you just says he live and breathes fascism. I'm like, all right, dog. Yeah, no reasonable person is listening to you after that statement.
Is it the sign of a changing tide? Is it the sign, or is it a singular one back and forth between one member of
one Republican who is getting into a fight with Donald Trump? Or do you think there is a possibility that it is the beginnings of Republicans seeing past the Donald Trump era?
The short answer is that we don't know.
Hey, yo, and shout out to Mr. Smarty Pants for sending in 100 joules. And shout out to Cache My Memory for sending in another 100 joules. Appreciate the support. And that does count towards the total, because for every 100 joules is $1.
Because you've got like Thomas Massey saying exactly that. Like your vote on this discharge petition is going to outlast Donald Trump's time here. So you need to consider that when you make your
But
decision.
if we keep paying attention, what we see is that last week, the president got his clock clean in an election. All the Republicans got their clock clean in an election. This week, we see what's happening with the Epstein files. So next week, we're going to see them take a vote. And if we see a bunch of Republicans defect on the Epstein files, I think what we're seeing is the real testing of the waters to find out whether or not you can oppose Donald Trump and still get elected. When we talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene, the one thing we haven't talked about yet is her fundraising prowess. And according to sources, she is the most popular fundraiser in the Republican Party other than Donald Trump.
This prediction about no one's going to care about.
I was asking it a question. I wasn't predicting.
No, you said people were. Somebody said that this was going to outlive.
Tom Massey.
The prediction that this was going to outlive.
Oh, I can't sit here and say that Marjorie Taylor is not a powerhouse in the Republican Party. She is. And she's one of the most vociferous supporters of Trump. So to sit here and say that, she's a rhino and all that good stuff, I can't say that. But I will say that she's, due to her positions that she was taking on CNN and all that good stuff with you know what? I would say it like this. I didn't like when she was pretty much trying to call out what he was doing with ICE, because I was like, yo, what the hell? But when she was calling out that how he should pay attention more to affordability, I was like, okay, I can agree with her on that. So as far as I'm concerned, the few times she did speak out against Trump, I've only disagreed with her one time. And that was because she was trying to speak out against what Trump was doing with ICE and then trying to defend how construction companies should be able to hire these illegal workers. And I was like, yo, you need to get the hell up out of here with that.
I totally disagree with that. I think right now more people are worried about whether they can watch ESPN on YouTube TV tomorrow than they care about this. And that's certainly going to be true in 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years.
So,
Yo, what's up, Castro? Yes. And the space lasers. The space lasers was definitely a funny one, too.
Hold on, but what they do
The Jewish space lasers.
They do care about the fact the president's sort of breaking everything. Right? They see a hole in the White House right now. I was in Detroit last weekend for an event, and it was the number one thing people came up to me, the scholarship dinner, to ask about. Is it okay for the president to tear down the White House without anybody's permission?
That was the number one thing?
That was the number one thing that people brought up unprovoked.
I keep hearing this over and over again. It's like, no one cares about this because they only care about that.
What they care about? They can't buy a house.
That they can't. They care about
houses
affordability.
Unaffordable, and that food costs too much. But they don't care about the White House. The fact is, a president who can't model the White House.
Many people care about the White House.
That's ridiculous.
Every visitor.
Many Americans care about the White House.
Make
You don't care about the White House.
Can't remodel a room in the White House.
He tore it down.
I mean, yeah, that's what you got to do, man, when you're remodeling. I mean, shoot. My mom remodeled the kitchen. She got to tear out the cabinets. It looked crazy in there for a minute. But then when they set the marble down, they laid everything out. They got the chrome finish. I mean, it looked great. I mean, that's how it works. You got to tear it down, rebuild it. And now it looks wonderful with the gold trim and the fine art everywhere. It looks lovely. Come on, man. Stop hating. Besides, the ball house makes the White House more prestigious looking. Why not?
I couldn't tear down my garage without getting a permit from the city.
And that's
what
But let me ask you this.
He's tearing it down a ballroom.
I think this often when people say, you're all talking about this, but here's the focus should really be this. People hold multiple thoughts and focuses in their heads at the same time. Like people can care about multiple things. They can care about not being able to buy a new home. They can care about the skyrocketing cost of food, which we'll talk about shortly. And they can care about, I don't know, anything else. Stacey Plackett getting text messages from Jeffrey Epstein, if you want to take it from Scott's side. Like, you can hold all of these thoughts. I always think it's just someone trying to say to me, I don't want to answer your question by just trying to deflect that way. I find it a deflection when people say, don't focus on this. You need to focus. Everyone only cares about this one issue.
Well, I mean, if you're analyzing it from the perspective of like political consultant speak, like what do voters care about? How do we get voters to move a certain direction? Next year, the way you'll get voters to move would be on cost of living, healthcare. I mean, things that actually motivate their lives. They may have some interest in this, some passing interest in it, but
I
motivation.
mean, yeah, y'all might want to stick on affordability instead of trying to outrage your base with the ballroom. And to be worried about this ballroom is so petty, man. It's like, it just shows the TDS that some of these guys have. Like a ballroom. You guys are crying about a ballroom. You guys got to understand how ridiculous that is.
Vote. I mean, everybody knows what the bread and butter issues are. This won't be one of them, but the ones that will be relevant are.
I mean, yeah, when it comes to that 2026 midterms, I promise you, we will not be talking about this ballroom.
Obvious.
And if you do, I mean, you're not going to be bringing home any good points.
I disagree with Scott fervently on Donald Trump, and I could not agree with him more on that point. Voters aren't going to care about this next year. For better or for worse, they are going to care about things like affordability. Everyone in politics is going to be running that direction in the lead up to the election.
The people that do care about it, though, and consistently get lost in it, are the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, who then just wrote a letter to members of Congress saying, think about if this was you. Think about if this was your child when you're taking this vote next week.
Do you think
I am saying that because
do you think the victims would agree with Donald Trump asking the Department of Justice to look into people that may have been involved in this and got away with
Scott,
I will
it would have
100%
been nice if he did
not
it
speak
when he
for
got
victims.
into
I know they can speak for themselves. I do know that Democrat, even Ro Khanna, said everyone investigate it.
Well, there seems to be a lot of anger about Donald Trump saying, well, maybe these people need to be looked into. Why?
Right. I think where the interest is if these people are looked into, a member of Congress actually said it today, we don't have time to run it, but if these people are looked into, does that mean that Donald Trump can be looked into as well?
Is there a shred of evidence he ever did anything untoward?
Is there a shred of evidence?
No. About anybody else? Is there a shred of evidence? No. All right, same answer for the other people.
Yeah, that's true. Not really a shred of evidence that Trump is guilty, but they'll run with it, though. They'll run with it. All right, guys, let's get into what Nick Fuentes has been saying. Since this whole civil war is damn near, well, I'll be real with you, almost his fault, maybe like 30% his fault. So let's get into it.
Why is Trump against Thomas Massie and Marjorie Greene? It is literally two things, two reasons. Why are Thomas Massie and Marjorie Greene out of MAGA? What do they have in common? Why do I say because of the commonality? A lot of Trump defenders, a lot of Republican apparatchiks will say that the reason Trump is condemning Massie is because Massie doesn't vote with Republicans in Congress. Massie has a problem with Trump's agenda as a libertarian. That's what they argue in defense. They say, well, Thomas...
Which is true. And then, I mean, here's the thing. Even with the big, beautiful bill, though, Thomas Massie was voting no, and it wasn't because he was against the cuts. Actually, it's because he wanted those cuts plus more. So it was almost like Thomas Massie was out MAGA and Trump. He means like, no, these Trumps ain't enough. I need more cuts, Trump. I want more. And the Dems are going to completely lose their shit if Massie would have got what he wanted. But I'd have been for him getting what he wanted.
Massie happens to be against AIPAC and foreign aid to Israel, but the real reason is that he's this obstructionist. But that's not true of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I mean, that is also true. I mean, Thomas Massie was a guy who called out the fact that almost every political, senator, almost every congresswoman and senator has an AIPAC guy. And I mean, an AIPAC guy. Everyone has an AIPAC guy that they got to, check in with AIPAC to make sure they're aligning with, the Zionist agenda. Like, I don't know, man. That's a bit uncomfortable to know.
Massie happens to be against AIPAC and foreign aid to Israel, but the real reason is that he's this obstructionist. But that's not true of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been one of Trump's strongest allies and a good friend of his since she got into Congress 5 years ago. So you can't say that about Marjorie Greene. You can say that Thomas Massie, and I would even argue there's some credibility to this. I think it's a pretext, but it's sort of a compelling one. You might argue that, well, Thomas Massie hasn't been specifically a great ally to Trump, but that cannot be said about Marjorie Greene. Marjorie Greene has always been a loyal supporter and defender of Trump and his agenda in Congress. So why is Trump condemning her and Massie? Well, there's a common denominator between them both, and it's not that they're against Trump's agenda. It's two things. One, they're both against foreign aid to Israel.
Facts.
Marjorie Greene, like
Marjorie Greene, Thomas Massey have both constantly voted no to sending foreign aid to Israel, sending weaponry to Israel. I mean, yeah, when it came to Israel, there were hardline no's every single time. No. And they're one of the main two that are trying to, one of the main two Republicans that are pushing to get the Epstein files released. That's also another one.
Massey has become extremely outspoken against all the U.S. aid to Israel, which, by the way, is what Trump's own doctrine calls for. If Trump says America first, and pursuant to his executive order, the State Department was ordered to review all foreign aid to every country. That review, that executive order, that policy should apply to Israel as well. But it didn't, and it hasn't. Out of all the countries that we give foreign aid to, the only...
Hey, and shout out Steph. She says, hey, my friend S.E.T and everyone, besides the TDS patients. I mean, don't worry, Steph. Don't worry, man. We giving them their medicine. They will be okay. We got them. We got them. But shout out Steph, man. Appreciate the support. Member for 14 months. Appreciate the support, sis.
Only country that kept getting their foreign aid was Israel. And when Congress considers items like this, the only country where this became a controversy was Israel. Last year, AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, committed $100 million specifically to unseat any congressman or woman that voted against the aid package to Israel last April. So Marjorie Greene and Thomas Massey, they have the America First position. They're against foreign aid to Israel. For that, they become critics of Trump and his agenda, and they're out of MAGA. Reason number two, they both are calling for the release of the Epstein files. Once again, something that Trump himself promised. His son, the doofus, Don Jr., is at Turning Point USA saying, I'm on every FBI wanted list except the Epstein list. They promised this. They promised disclosure on the Epstein files for 6 years. Epstein died under Trump, and ever since Trump left office, Trump and his family and his boosters, all they could talk about was the Epstein files. Epstein didn't kill himself. Clinton was on the island. They promised to release them during the campaign. They went through the motions and tried to trick everybody this February. And now,
which was a bit wild because they did, like, especially Kash Patel saying all this crazy stuff on his podcast. He's about to go in there and declassify everything. Then he comes in there, don't really declassify, does not declassify everything, does not release all the Epstein files, but he can come out on Fox News and tell our ass, well, he killed himself. He wasn't really trafficking to nobody, and you should all just forget about it, man. Just keep it moving. Nothing to see here. Yeah, we weren't taking too kindly to that.
That Marjorie and Thomas Massey actually want the files, that's the other reason they're out of MAGA. Now, what have we learned? In order to be a part of the Trump movement and a part of MAGA, you have to support foreign aid to Israel. You have to be in favor of Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files. That's apparently now what MAGA means. MAGA used to mean three things. It meant no free trade, no foreign wars, no mass migration. That's what MAGA used to mean. And if you weren't on board with those things, you were out. And consequently, most of the GOP was out, and the Israel lobby was out. That's why Trump was criticizing Sheldon Adelson in 2015, and AIPAC and the Israel lobby. Look up the tape, December 2015. Google Trump, Rubio, Adelson. It's all there. Anybody that was in favor of mass migration, foreign wars like Iraq, or free trade was out of MAGA.
Yep. I mean, that was it. A lot of people won free trade, which was pretty much screwing the American worker, and that only helped out these other countries, but screwed our middle class. I mean, foreign wars, we wanted out of that. That was all the Zionists or the Israel lobby that wanted to push that all the time. There's a lot of things that Nick is right. We signed up for those three things, and well, we didn't get into new wars, but we did bomb Iran. So I can't really sit here and agree with them saying that he got us into a war. But when it came to the whole free trade thing, he did smack us in the face with the, oh, yeah, we're going to bring in like 600 Chinese spies and all that good stuff. I mean, sorry, students.
MAGA was smaller in DC, but it was bigger in America. That's the movement that had the mass following. That's the MAGA that people supported. Now it's a precondition that you're in favor of covering up for an Israeli sex trafficking asset, and you're in favor of sending taxpayer money to Israel while we suspend foreign aid for every other country while we're running a $2 trillion deficit on top of a $38 trillion debt. That's now apparently what MAGA means, according to Trump.
Well, and all right, before we get into the next video of Nick Fuentes, I'd ask you guys to go ahead and enjoy this funny clip.
Hey God, so Ramses said no about letting your people go, and he might have mentioned the fact that he's not afraid of it because he has the other Egyptian gods that are stronger than you. Interesting. What are his other gods? Oh God, I was afraid that this was gonna happen. He mentioned Hapi, the god of the Nile. Interesting. Gabriel, turn that river into Kool-Aid. Go on. Hecate, the goddess of fertility and water. She has the head of a frog. Cool. Here's a billion frogs. Let's see if that's fertile enough for them. Keep going. You're really not gonna like this one. Geb, god of the earth, controls dust and stuff like that. Dust. Perfect. I love it. Turn all the dust into lice. Let's see how they like that. Khepri, god of creation. He has the head of a fly. Swarms. Next. I saw that one coming from a mile away. There's Hathor, the goddess of the harvest with the head of a cow. Kill all the cows. You know what? Why stop there? All the livestock. Screw it. Okay, I don't know if I should keep going, but Isis, the goddess of medicine? Boils and sores. Everyone has them. Has Isis revealed to them what dermatology is yet? Has Isis revealed to them what dermatology is? I don't even know what that is. Okay, but there's Nut, the goddess of the sky. Seth, the god of storms. And Ra, the god of the sun. Fire and ice falls from the sky. The locusts will eat everything that's left, and they worship the sun? Okay, no sun. Let's just get rid of it. There's one more thing. The pharaoh might also think that he's the son of Ra, and so he himself is divine. He thinks he's the son of God. Kind of stole my thunder there. All right, let's kill all the firstborns. Kill all of them.
I again like that. First off, I ain't never see your name pop up for a donation not one time. And I know all my supporters from the left and on the right. I know all of them. And you are not one of them, sir. So please cut that propaganda that you're trying to spew. Talk about, oh, he's platforming Fuentes. That's so I'm gonna unsubscribe. I mean, dog, I'm pretty sure you might have been a subscriber, but you was never a supporter, bro. So good riddance. Have a good one, my friend.
And I had people last year, friends of mine, tell me, you're being disloyal to Trump. No, you've got it wrong. Trump has been disloyal to us. What more do we owe this person? Seriously. How many of you got fired from your jobs, expelled from your school? How many of you got hit in the face, lost friends because you supported Trump? How many of you went to jail in the Capitol, lost a social media account? How much acrimony, how many problems has the Trump movement created in your life because you supported him? And how have we been repaid? Well, let's see. When BLM torched every city, Donald Trump let it happen because he thought it would be better for him in the election. Donald Trump was the father of the vaccine and the COVID lockdown. He didn't build the wall. As a matter of fact, he didn't even get illegal immigration under control. He gave Venezuelans TPS status before millions of them came here during the Biden administration. We were disloyal to Trump? No, Trump was disloyal to us. He did not use greatagain.org to fill his administration with his voters. He filled it with Bush and Rubio alum. He filled his White House with GOP staffers who cut taxes for the corporations and moved the embassy for Israel. He gave Ukraine lethal aid. He let BLM destroy the cities. He let Pfizer invent the RNA vaccine. And you say the Trump?
I mean, hold on now, Nick. You cannot blame Trump for that one. Actually, it was a lot of these governors and city and mayors that allowed their cities to burn down, even when Trump was trying to help them. So you just can't sit there and blame that all on Trump. See, Nick Fuentes, I like how he does sit out. He is a conservative, and he does like to call out people on our side, and I like that. But sometimes he overdoes it. I mean, like, bro, you know, a lot of that was Biden's fault. And also, you can't sit here and say the man didn't solve immigration. And then here's the thing, the TPS program that he did for the Venezuelans, I mean, actually, no, the TPS program was under the Appropriation Act of 2022 under Biden. That's when the temporary protective service was enacted, and it was expanded, for more than 100 countries. So yeah, Trump giving it to Venezuelans or something like TPS for Venezuelans, and Trump and Biden actually enacting it for 100 plus countries is two different things, my friend.
He's owed our allegiance. What more do we owe this guy? Then Trump is reelected in spite of it all. In spite of all of that cowardice and treachery, no wall, no mass deportations. We're still in Iraq. In spite of all that, he didn't even pardon his supporters that went to jail on his behalf, although he could have. In spite of all that.
Hey, shout out to my man Anonymous for sending the turkey for 2,000 joules. Appreciate the support, my man. And that will we consider a baller alert. Appreciate that. Shout out to my man Anonymous.
Trump is reelected while defending the vaccine and his legacy. And how does he repay it now? He immediately hires Sriram Krishnam, who wants to replace us with H-1Bs, John Ratcliffe at CIA, Mike Waltz as the National Security Advisor. He attacks Project 2025. Then he bombs Iran. Then he cuts the corporate taxes again, buries the Epstein files.
I mean, hold on now. I don't even really see what's wrong with cutting the corporate tax when it incentivizes these corporations to raise wages and also to start doing investments and start hiring. So I'm not really sure what his problem is about that. I think he's just saying F Trump. He's just going off on Trump because of the whole Israel support. I truly think that's what it is with Nick Fuentes. It's like he'd have been okay with everything else, but it's F Israel and Laura Loomer.
Serves you right. You trusted Trump. You can't trust Trump. He's not loyal. I had friends of mine say, you're not loyal to Trump. We're still trusting the plan. Mr. President, I support you. And these people have watched as Elon has stopped supporting him, as Tucker has stopped supporting him, as Candace Owens has stopped supporting him. And now Marjorie Greene has stopped supporting. I guess they're all traitors. I guess they were all wrong. And
all over Israel, though. Now, let's get this straight. They didn't drop support for Trump due to his home policies. They dropped support for Trump due to, well, I would say Epstein files and then, and you know, that kind of being slow rolled to be released. And two, geopolitical matters. It's mainly about Israel. That's why I say it's the Israel first versus the America first. That's what this is about. It has nothing to do with really home policies. It has everything to do with the support for Israel. That's mainly what it's about, and that's what we're going to have to figure out. Now, as the Republican Party goes on, are we going to be an America First party, or are we going to be hit with the punchline of, well, you're not America First unless you're Israel First? What's it going to be? Like, and this is for the guys that support Trump like myself. What's it going to be? Because me, I already made my choice. It's America First all the way through. If Trump is going to go the other direction, then so be it. It is what it is. But let's see what happens.
what does Trump even stand for anymore? I said this.
I mean, shoot, it ain't the first time, man, look, it ain't the first time a party left me. When the left left me, it is what it is. If the right does the same, I'll be right here doing the same thing.
Earlier in the week, Trump is not the be all end all. We supported Trump because of what he represented. We didn't vote for Trump because he was an obnoxious boomer. We voted for Trump because he was going to put America first. He was going to end mass migration, end the foreign wars, end free trade.
Which, let's be real, he did, and he did stop immigration when it came to these guys coming in, and that's something that Joe Biden didn't even try to do. If anything, he tried to make it easier for these guys to get into the United States. So we got to give Trump that one. At least give him that. And let's be real, Nick. Are there any new wars? No, there isn't. Like, we're not going to war with Venezuela. We're not going to war with Iran as far as we can see. And if war is going to be struck with Iran, it's going to be Israel doing it.
Who's going to end the globalist corruption in the government.
And if Trump even tries to drag us into that, he's going to receive major pushback.
Now none of that is happening. We do not have a tariff schedule. There are more wars now than there were at the start of all this.
All right, come on now. All right, come on now. That's just being dishonest. There's more wars. The man just solved a whole bunch of them. We still got the same 2 wars that were started under Biden. The same ones. Is the Israel and Gaza one? And actually, hold on, that one's actually at a ceasefire. So you can't even really say that he's doing bad on the geopolitical side. The problem is we're just a bit annoyed with him focusing too much on the geopolitical side.
Favor of, they want to bring in more legal immigrants than ever. They want to keep the illegals here. They haven't even started on the wall.
Like, literally.
And now MAGA is about covering up for Epstein and doing Israel's bidding. No, Trump betrayed us. And that's, in some sense, it's not okay that he did it, but we will be okay.
And all right, now I guess that's how Nick is feeling. Now, when it comes to Nick Fuentes' views, like I said, I'm not going to agree with the man 100%. I don't agree with anybody 100%, but we can find some common ground. And what I get from Nick is that he does truly care about the American people. He does truly care about the America First agenda, and that people in America are put first. I mean, we can all sit there and agree with Nick on that. Now, how he's going about it, we can disagree on. It's my same stance with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like, all right, well, I may disagree about how you're going about it, but I agree with what you're doing. I'll always agree with the message, but I may disagree with the execution. So it is what it is when it comes to that. But all right, now let's go on to Vance blaming housing affordability on undocumented immigrants. I know, right? The undocumented. So let's go ahead and get right into it with that one.
A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who are taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance.
Hey, and shout out to my man Kingen for showing some support. And shout out to my man Anonymous for sending in another 500 joules. He sent a thank you for 500. Appreciate that. And shout out Kingen for going off with the 100s. Appreciate the support, my man. I will try to count those up.
It's offering his explanation for America's current housing shortage. That, of course, is an issue.
And shout out Asher Rose for sending in the pumpkin pie for 800 joules. I appreciate the support, sis. Now I just got to add that up.
At the core of the country's persistent affordability crisis. Voters in last week's elections made crystal clear that issue has been top of mind for them. Over the past week, the Trump administration has attempted to address some of those frustrations with a list of new affordability-focused proposals. They include a 50-year mortgage.
That's not a good plan. Trump flows 200 tariff rebate checks. That could work out. Trump administration is actively evaluating portable mortgages. I don't know about that.
That even Trump's own housing secretary seems unsure of.
There's a lot of ideas that are on the table, including the 50-year mortgage, the portable mortgage. And I don't think it's a matter of if I like it or if I'm for it. What really matters is what makes sense for our country. What's the appropriate policy to put in place?
All right, our panel is back. And Alex Thompson, from a political perspective here, the 50-year, let's just start with the 50-year mortgage and the way Republicans are going at this. I mean, a 50-year mortgage would lower the average payment by maybe a couple $100.
Yeah, true. You're stretching out the time span, so payments are going to be a bit cheaper. Now, if the pattern of cutting the rate continues to go, then yeah, this could work out. If these 50-year mortgages are being used for, I guess, maybe not living, but to generate income, I don't know, to duplex finesse and all that good stuff, or you're going to rent out the house, that could work out for you. But if you're using this for your family, yeah, that might not be the best plan. I mean, as far as trying to find investment property where, you have people living in it and all that good stuff, sure, it'd be great for that. But as far as making it, your living quarters, I mean, you're just going to be paying years and years on that. I mean, and I'm going to be real with you, halfway through, you'll probably just pay off the principal.
And cause the interest over the life of the loan to balloon and enrich banks at a remarkable rate.
Mm-hmm. That is also true. It will enrich the banks. Like, they're guaranteed to get their money. But shout out, he said, when Conspiracy Hour opens up, we got to talk housing, man, for sure. for sure. And we're actually definitely close to it.
It's been widely criticized, this policy.
Remember on that?
How do you think that the Trump administration is looking at this and handling this? Does the president understand what a big deal it is?
I mean, it's amazing what losing a few elections can do, right?
Man.
where now all of a sudden this White House is honed in on trying to find something to do.
Yeah, because they got 6 months to figure out affordability or they're screwed for the midterms. I mean, it is what it is. And right now, hey, I might be getting proved wrong on this one, that it does seem like the loss from that election night is echoing through the Republican Party. And they're realizing that, if we don't focus on affordability, we will lose the midterms. And I agree.
About the affordability crisis, which did exist before the elections as well. And not all of these proposals.
And shout out to my man Anonymous. He said, thanks for everything you do, Set. This is how I get my political info. Best show on YouTube. Hey, man, I appreciate that. Don't worry, man. I try. Yeah. And I'm still going to continue to try to go the extra mile and make the show better. Trust me, guys. I got y'all.
Were out there. Now, in terms, I people very close to the White House have rolled their eyes at this proposal, and people inside the White House have rolled their eyes, because also what happens with a 50-year mortgage means that you might die before you own your house. And that is not necessarily the most appealing thing. Yes, it can bring down the rate, bring down the monthly payment, but a lot of people just don't.
Oh, yes. And shout out to my man Castro for sending the clutch for 30 jewels. I caught that one. Appreciate it. And clapping hands.
Do not see it as a realistic option. They want to focus on
the
Democrats will try to focus on places like BlackRock and big corporations that they think are
and Castro for sending the high five. Appreciate the support, brother.
Inflating levels and making it harder to own a home. Republicans now want to focus on illegal immigration. Neither side is capturing the full picture.
Let's put up on the screen a chart that shows the new median age of first-time homebuyers. Okay, in 1991, think about what your life was like when you're 28 years old. What was behind you, what was ahead of you. Think about what it looks like when you're 40. And to your point, Alex, I mean, 40 plus 50. This is math even I'm willing to do in public, okay? Like, most people don't live
Yeah, that's not a good thing. The fact that the average home buyer is now 40 years old, which means it's taking longer for people to either save up for it or people aren't hitting their financial stride. Like, I don't know. But yeah, the median age for first-time home buyers is definitely going up. And I mean, let's be real. When it came to affordability of home buying, well, from that 2019 to 2022 time, definitely got a bit harder.
90 years old.
Even the 20.
I mean, here's the worst part. As you go down, even from 1991, I'm pretty sure the median age gets lower and lower.
8-year-old, is the life expectancy even 78 years old in the United States? If it's not,
it's kind of
very
around
close,
there,
right? And so it's what a preposterous idea for all the reasons you're saying.
Sure, Michael Singleton. I want to play.
Sorry,
I agree with
I'm
you.
taking
I
it
agree.
seriously.
I
Wait
agree.
a second.
I agree. You know how I feel about
I
this.
Well,
talk about this.
Sure, Michael. Let's watch what the White House has been saying about this. This is the president, various other officials, the vice president, Kevin Hassett, and others about the affordability crisis, and we'll try to make sense of it on the other side. Watch.
The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump.
We have to remember they're expensive because we inherited this terrible inflation crisis from the Biden administration.
We've never been hotter than we are right now. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world.
We understand that people understand as they look at their pocketbooks and go to the grocery store that there's still work to do.
I think polls are fake. We have the greatest economy we've ever had.
My rent's too high. I can't afford to buy a house. Groceries are too expensive. You think they're just misperceiving what's happening in their lives?
I think that that we inherited an affordability crisis.
I mean, sure, Michael. Would you like to add to the pantheon of cable news
Not
clips?
at all. I think this is a terrible messaging point. We have not delivered on affordability. Even Steve Bannon, for goodness sakes, has advised, like, hey, this is not the right message. The 50-year mortgage is a terrible.
Actually, it is all the America First guys who are coming out going like, yeah, we need to focus on affordability, guys. Like me. We need to focus on affordability, guys, and stop worrying about what's going on over there in Israel, Ukraine, and Venezuela. Let's save that until the American people are happy with the affordability. Then you can go off on your geopolitical escapades. But until then, let's focus on the American people.
Terrible idea. We have a supply issue. if you really
not a
want
hard
to address
ask.
this, let's tackle maybe looking at people's rental history as a consideration to qualify for a loan. Let's figure out how to change some of the zoning requirements to lower the bureaucracy that costs a lot of money at the local level. You could even throw around the idea of, hey, if you're a state, the federal government will match dollar by dollar if you come up with an incentive program to help new homeowners. There are systematic approaches here that we could take. This isn't one of them. This doesn't help people who are my age, early 30s, buy a house. And out of my friendship,
early 30s.
I mean,
I know.
Casey,
Every time I remember this,
but
that's when I roll.
like it's only out of my group of friends, it's maybe me and 3 others that actually can afford to buy a house. I own one, 2 others own homes, and they're not the greatest homes for the 2 others. I'm like fortunate as hell to be in the
I
predicament.
mean, I give them that one out of guys in my age. And like I said, I'm in my early 30s as well. And I mean, there's a lot of guys my age who say they can't even afford an apartment or who can't afford their own place to live and got to live with their mom. And I'm just like, bro, what the hell? I'm like, bro, I stopped living with my mom in my early 20s. What? Like, what's going on? But as I'm hearing about what's going on in the economy and how jobs are getting sent out overseas and taken by H-1B visas, and then we're also expect to be let the jobs be given to the undocumented immigrants. I mean, yeah, well, I mean, where's the spot for those guys? Now, you know, I trust me, I don't let them make excuses all day. I told them to get to it and make sure they find a way, but I do feel for them. I do feel for them.
That I'm in. But that's not representative of the average person.
I can also tell you that veterans of the Biden White House will tell you that blaming the last guy and then not actually proposing your own solutions and putting your back into it is not usually a winning political strategy.
There's one more point to that. And this is, we were talking about a conversation you and I had yesterday. And another point that came up, it's similar to public safety, where when people don't feel safe, when people don't feel secure, telling them, but look at what the chart says, the data says.
It doesn't resonate.
It doesn't work out.
You remember that, right? So
I absolutely remember that. But I also just want to address the immigrant part of this. I'm sorry. If you are an immigrant in this country, you are not buying a home right now. You are hardly making ends meet. You can hardly afford your rent. You are trying to buy groceries for your family. You're basically trying to survive.
Yeah, bro. I mean, shoot, back in my college days, I had a two bedroom for like what, $625. I mean, I got a 3-bedroom. I'm paying like what, less than $1,500 for that. So yeah, it is a bit wild for me to be hearing about these prices. I'm just like, bro. I mean, I was in a very nice part of Dayton in Fairborn, Ohio, when I was going to Wright State University, and I was only paying $625. Now I'm pretty sure the same place, if I look at it right now, is probably going to be like $1,200.
And contribute the way that you can. I am from
I
Brownsville,
live in
Texas.
Columbus,
I was
Ohio.
90% Latino, very high immigrant population. I will say housing prices have not gone up the way the rest of the country. It's actually affordable to live in a place like that right now. But that's not the case in other large cities or other places around the country where people that are our age or, in their 30s, I'm not in my 30s, but people that are in their 30s cannot afford to buy a home. And it's not because of immigrants. Immigrants are not buying places in our neighborhoods and other places that.
Well, but they are taking up space in our well, not y'all neighborhoods, but in the Black community. They are going in there in the Black community or the predominantly Black communities, and they go in there and they take up not housing, but apartment space. They go in there and take up, what's that place called? Projects. Yes, projects and apartment spaces. And here's the thing, they break into these places and they just start living there, and that drives up the price for those who are legally paying. And let's be real, they also get government assistance. Sometimes these guys even get government assistance, like places in California, to get housing, or places like Chicago that'll pay for their housing to put them up in hotels. I mean, what do you think that does to us, to be quite honest? And I mean, putting these guys up in hotels isn't really going to do much to the housing costs. But when you do what you were doing for these guys with the TPS program, like how they were giving these guys housing benefits in Springfield, Ohio, which was driving up rent, because these guys who are getting government assistance, well, guess what? They can pay more to these landlords than your average American citizen, and they was getting priced out of their neighborhoods. But hey, people don't want to talk about that.
We live. And so
it is a problem. And then when they want to talk about, it's BlackRock and these corporations, I mean, that's true too. But you can't sit here and say that I'm gonna be real with you. You can't sit here and say that undocumented immigrants do not weigh on the housing. You can't say that they don't weigh on, honestly, benefits overall, government benefits that taxpayer put their money into. So you can't sit there and say that these guys are a benefit for us when they do strain our resources.
I love that they're trying to blame immigrants, but this is one where it falls flat.
Casey, if I could just add quickly, by addressing the supply issue, you also tackle the joblessness rates among young men in particular, because you can encourage those young men to help build the next generation of houses for Americans. And so you're really addressing two issues in one. So that would be my advice to Republicans. Let's address the supply issue.
Well, is there a bill on the House floor that Trump is supporting right?
I wish there were a bill.
Yeah.
There is not.
I mean, look, they're also, if you talk to home builders, they will say that the president's immigration policy is actually making it harder for them to build more affordable homes quickly. I do also want to, Alex Thompson, one of the things that has become part of this dynamic, right? It's affordability on the one hand. What are we saying? Are we focused on this? Are we feeling people's pain? But then there are the other things that the president and his team have been focused on that seem to potentially contradict this message of, I am on your side. And one of them has become this the ballroom. And we have this new picture. This is a view of the White House, or what was once half of the White House, just gone, demolished, to build this new ballroom for the president to host like enormous state dinners. He, of course, was giving a tour of the Gold Leaf with Laura Ingraham in the Oval Office the other day, saying that, the fixtures were not from Home Depot, that they were all very real. How is this dynamic playing out politically?
I mean, Democrats are eager to run lots and lots of ads on this next year, at least.
Oh, and shout out Steph. She said that reminds me. Where's the hyena stickers? Oh yeah, I get the Lion King hyenas. Don't worry, I got y'all.
At the moment, I was talking to Democratic strategists just yesterday, and they said that the ballroom, all of the gold, is going to feature prominently as a way of showing that Trump is not focused on you. Mm-hmm. That Trump, the champion who came in claiming to be a champion of the working class, is spending a lot of times with tech CEOs and is getting all these CEOs to come and pay tribute and give money so he can build the ballroom.
But really quick, what about the narrative earlier on that there was something aspirational about Trump? Many people saw Trump as the rich person they ultimately wanted to be, and that was the thing that drove many of his supporters.
Well, and that might not work.
Is that wearing off, or what's the...
Well, you can see in the polling that Trump consistently, even though when he was unpopular, that at least when it came to the economy, he was always above 50%. That changed about 6 months ago, and they haven't been able to fix that. And I think that his approval on the economy was a proxy for sort of that aspirational, he's a successful businessman.
Yeah, well, and also, doing for yourself what people saw Donald Trump having done for himself requires the American dream to actually be in operation. Yeah. And a lot of people feel like it's totally inaccessible now.
All right, I can see where they're coming with that one. Well, I would say it's not really inaccessible, but it does take a lot of hard work. I mean, to make the type of money that Donald Trump is making, and to not come from a rich family, it's possible. You just got to work really, really hard, to be quite honest with you. Like somebody, whoever sits there and lie to you and tell you that it's going to be easy, they are lying to you. But all right, guys, let's get into one of my favorite YouTubers from back in the day. They brought him back on, man. Probably one of my favorite YouTubers. So let's get over here to exposing the origins of mental health field. And I guess we'll just say that this is a teaser for Conspiracy Hour. I do appreciate the support, and we're almost there anyway. Guys. I think we just need about what? Like $23 more, and then we're ready to go. But all right, let's get over to this intellectual extremist, Reza Islam. Now, some of you guys know about him. Some of you guys is going to be our first time hearing this man. And trust me, he comes with some facts. He comes with the facts. I like this guy. But all right, let's get into it, guys.
Peace, family. Brother Reza Islam here. We are back at it again where I can slow down and take my time. because it's my show and I'm still getting to learn and realize that I have my own show. So this episode will be the first of many. This will be part one of this particular arena that I'm going to go into. But as I'm doing these episodes now, I'm going to go in a whole lot more and much deeper. The first 3 episodes of my show were really just to get warmed up, but I'm really about to go in. So on this episode, I just want us to start looking at, certain things happening in the world as it pertains to mental health. Now, I'm not going to go in the direction you think I'm going to go in, unless you've been following me for quite some time, which means you know exactly where I'm going to go. So first thing, you're seeing a lot of people, right? We're hearing a lot about people as it pertains to mental problems and trauma, and the world does have trauma. All of us have a certain level of trauma, whether if you grew up in a house that didn't have both parents, or you didn't have any of your parents, or you grew up in foster care, or you just had a broken circumstance. You grew up in an environment you didn't like, whether if it was drugs involved, if it was random people coming in and out of the house, if it was gunshots, gang activity, you name it. I've been through that. And many of you have been through this as well. So you get where I'm coming from. So trauma does exist. Mental problems do exist. And this is where the subject becomes quite touchy, because we've been lied to yet again as it pertains to another area that's affecting us as a people. What do I mean by this? The area of mental health, and particularly how psychiatry becomes involved in the area of mental health. Do people have mental problems? No doubt. Do people have different issues that they experience that we're dealing with, nervousness and traumatic responses to things because of negative circumstances or negative experiences that we have had in life? Absolutely, absolutely. However, when it comes to who should you trust with your mental health, who should we trust? Who should we go to? Who should we talk to? Who should we have the conversations with? What are the methods? What are the actual solutions that we should be involved in? Is it just drugs? Should it be drugs at all? And what the hell is the foundation of this in the first place? When did this stuff start? Where did it come from? What were the original methods under the foundational principles of this thing that we call mental health? So I was looking at a story of our brother who was a DJ on the Ellen DeGeneres show, and he was 40 years old. So I believe it was earlier this week. The brother took his life. He was only 40, again, black man. And you don't know the signs, when it comes to a person dealing with certain issues. This is a fact. I understand that. And black men taking their lives is something that is heavily on the rise right now and has been for quite some time. It's a steady upticking trend where black men have been taking themselves out, along with, of course, white men and natives and different people of different demographics. So it is a very terrible circumstance. However, this one was very questionable to me, a little fishy. Well, damn near all of them are. But this one in particular was something that, it made me look at it like, well, he was 40 years young. He was just making TikTok videos and different dance videos with his significant other. I'm not sure if that's his wife or girlfriend. She's Caucasian. I got to toss this in there because this is a factor for us as black men when it comes to trusting, and particularly white women, because of the historical connection that we've had, especially when it comes to the plantation all the way down. Hasn't been a good thing. So it always comes into the equation. We just have to look at things from an intellectual perspective here. So as I look at all of this, number one, he went to a motel. He took himself out and they closed the case in less than 48 hours. I don't understand that. He worked on the Ellen DeGeneres show, which is very fishy in itself because of the type of people that Ellen has been around and has hung around, and Ellen herself and the different types of people she's brought on. And there's a lot of fishiness going on in that pond of people as well. So all of these things kind of make me question, because after that happened, You see this huge amount of love coming out for the brother, which is beautiful. Then on the other hand, you see this huge push for taking antidepressant drugs. This is where I'm going with this in particularly. Should people get help? Yes. Should you find somebody to talk to? Absolutely. Should you go somewhere and have a good conversation, get exercise, get some other types of therapy with the right people who you love, you trust, and who really want to help you and see you do well? Absolutely. But should you be placed on drugs that arguably are worse than the condition that you are in? And if you are on these psychotropic drugs, just stay with me. Just stay with me because we're going to delve into this. So that is a circumstance that was very questionable for me. I will say, just to open it up, as it pertained to his circumstance, Tyler Perry came out and showed support and talked about how he battled with suicidality and all of those things. Rosie O'Donnell came out and said that she's been taking antidepressants, I believe she says, since 1989. Well, that made a lot of sense when it comes to certain things that Rosie O'Donnell has come out and talked about. And she said she took it in response to the Columbine shooting, where two individuals, one by the name of Eric Harris, another one by the name of Dylan Klebold, shot up a school, killed 13 people. Interestingly enough, Eric Harris was on Luvox, another drug prescribed to him. And these drugs are very dangerous because they increase the likelihood of suicidal thoughts, homicidal thoughts, and tendencies. Over 50% of all people who have committed these mass shootings in America, in particularly, have been on more than one, usually, or at least one form of psychotropic drug, literally. So these are things we have to bring into question. So let's look at the foundation here of this whole area when it comes to the field of mental health in America, or overall with how mental health and mental healing has been manipulated from the original purpose and how it was supposed to be into this sick, twisted industry that makes billions while presenting zero cures.
Oh yeah, I went ahead and got that video queued up for you, Backyard Gaming, so we can get ready for that topic on that discussion on housing.
To humanity. You do know where this starts. Now we have to look at something called Bethlehem Royal in London. If you don't know about Bedlam or Bethlehem Royal in London, this is where you start to see where scary movies are made from, where some of the ideas for scary movies where you would see people chained up and who were going crazy and throwing up and they were chained up like animals and all that kind of nonsense, that really happened. The insane asylums became big business, starting over in Europe and then going all throughout the world, where people would literally be chained like animals, and they would charge, starting with a man by the name of William Batty, who was the president of Royal College of Physicians. And this man charged an admission, like you go into a movie theater, to let people come in and look at, oh, look at all the crazy people chained up. These people are crazy. Wow, look at that crazy person. Oh, look at that crazy person. Oh, look at that crazy person. Whoa, that's crazy. This is real. Some of you are like,
yeah, that makes sense. We used to make people who are, I mean, like back when being fat was abnormal, we'd put really big, really fat people in the circus. Why? Because it was so abnormal to be that damn fat. Nowadays, it's common. But yeah, back in the day, we did used to make spectacles out of the mentally ill, which is pretty sick. I mean, yeah, look at that guy over there twitching and saying random things. He has schizophrenia. Oh, that's weird.
This can't be real. It is real. And again, that's where it started, and it skyrockets it into multiple locations all across the planet. This is something that made William Batty very rich, and it made a lot of people very, very rich. From the biological perspective, when it comes to psychiatrists, just so you know, and in the field of mental health, psychiatrists were not seen as legitimate doctors, because this is where you start going into the trust the science type of people who say trust the science, and the science is settled. Science is settled. We know the science. You don't know the science. You don't have a degree. You don't have a degree. You're not a psychologist. You're not a therapist. You're not a psychiatrist. Reason you don't know anything about this. Here's my main thing. If you don't know the history of your profession, you shouldn't be involved in it, because you will not be able to successfully be involved in it to the highest level. And I mean that because too many people speak without having the actual knowledge or the history or the foundation of what it is they're involved in. So when people like us who actually study the history, you don't need to be a psychiatrist in order to know the history of psychiatry, just like you don't need to be a psychologist in order to know the history of psychology. But you better know it if you decide to go into that field respectfully. So they had to become legitimate doctors because they were not seen as legitimate doctors. So what did they have to do? Well, when you're a doctor, you deal in medicines, you deal in viruses, you deal in things affecting the body. Some kind
It's like, well, shoot, when I was getting my tech degree, I had to learn about Anna Lockhart. If you don't know who Anna Lockhart is, I mean, that's the first person to create a coding language, and it was a woman. So yeah, you do kind of got to know a little bit of the history behind what you're getting into. And sometimes you got to know the history just to make advancements.
kind of malady, some kind of pathogen, something that's going into the body, making it ill or sick, right? Well, they came up with the biological circumstance. There's something happening inside of this person from a chemistry perspective. There's something happening in their body. There's some kind of bacteria. There's a virus or something, because originally they just said it was demons in the person. You guys ever seen The Exorcist, Blair Witch Project, those kind of movies back then? It was always, oh, it's a demon coming out of this person. Same thing with Jesus when he was casting out demons metaphorically. And then there's other ways to look at certain things like this. That's where they would come at it from. There's demons in this person. So what do we need to do? Well, they came up with different methods. Let's go down to a man by the name of Benjamin Rush. If you don't know this man, I'm going to enlighten you about some things right about now. Benjamin Rush, known as the father of American psychiatry. A white man here in America who, from the University of Pennsylvania, he started to say things like, well, Black people, for example, have a mental disease. Now, let's also remember this. When people say mental disease, because that's what it used to be called, then it transferred into mental disorder and or mental illness. I want you to be very critical when hearing these terms: mental disorder, mental disease, mental illness. In order for you to say disease or illness, there has to be something that can be measured or tested to determine a biological reality. There's something there, some bacteria, virus, something that's in the body that you can measure and you can see it in a lab, right? You can see it in a lab test. There is no such thing as a depression virus, for example. So Benjamin Rush said, Black people have a mental disease called nigritude.
Nigritude.
It causes their skin to be dark. It is a form of leprosy.
Bro.
And it is what makes them inferior to us. And it also makes them sick. So we need to be separated or segregated.
Hey, no, not they try to make segregation make sense through mental health. They said we had nigritude. It's like, man, look, bro, the Black is because of a sickness. And because they're sick, you know, that's why we're better than them. It is what it is, guys. That's how they were thinking back in the day. That's how they made it make sense.
From them, did you know that Benjamin Rush, known as the father of American psychiatry, said that nigritude is something that infects Black people, and we have to make sure we are not involved with them in any way, shape, or form, or else we will become infected. He said that the solution to this, because their skin is dark and it's just horrible, and oh my God, we don't want our skin to get dark and infected. So what is the solution? We need to expose the white meat. So he had different solutions to make our skin white, because it being dark meant we were crazy, but it being white meant we were sane. I wish I were lying. That's Benjamin Rush. Well, let's continue. Reason to mind you, if he's the father of American psychiatry, then anyone in the area of mental health or psychiatry, psychology,
I mean, yeah, if that's the father, I mean, Jesus, I mean, the son, the cousin, the third uncle, man, they all sound concerning. But shout out to Steph. She says mental health is a chemical imbalance, period. Yeah, it's not something like nigritude where it's because of your skin color. This is crazy.
Therapist. All of this is
but it is funny to hear about this old way of thinking.
part of the foundation of what you study. So you need to know this before parroting the updated version of the insane, disproven, unproven, nonsensical, idiotic things that they have us out here parroting. Let's continue to the next person here. You have someone by the name of, oh, by the way, Benjamin Rush. The person's face, that face that you see on the seal of the American Psychiatric Association, is Benjamin Rush. And his face was enshrined on there from 1965. I believe now they have a brain, not like the big black brain though, but they have a brain on there as the image because of so many protests and people calling out the fact of how racist Benjamin Rush was. Next person. You have someone by the name of Dr. Henry Cotton. Now, Henry Cotton, same thing, biological perspective. People who are insane have a biological issue. There's something inside of their bodies causing them to be crazy, causing them to be different from us and for them not to think logically. But what was his solution to this mental problem? Because people are crazy. His solution, well, Dr. Henry Cotton said, well, there's a bacteria causing them to be insane. So we have to do things to remove body parts because these body parts were infected with this bacteria. So the first area they would go to were the teeth. So Dr. Henry Cotton and his assistants, nurses, would start extracting teeth out of the heads of people, right out of their mouth, one by one by one by one. Damn. Because they said this will help with their mental illness and they will become sane and they will no longer be crazy. Then he said, well, you know what? Since
they didn't solve craziness, but they definitely gave that person
emotional damage.
For sure.
My patient isn't getting better because people, I don't think will get better if you just start yanking teeth out of their mouth, right?
Ouch.
He said, well, because they're not getting better. Clearly what they swallowed in their life because of drinking water, eating food or whatnot. So bacteria has moved down their esophagus. So, well, stomach has to go, a spleen has to go, an arm, a leg. You think I'm playing? Y'all really think I'm joking? This is really the foundation, the history of psychiatry, which goes into every area of what we call the field of mental health. This is why we shouldn't be so quick to call a person crazy. The very industry that we are using as the measuring stick, as the standard to determine who's sane and who's insane, who's crazy and who is not, is crazy as hell to begin with. Really crazy. Let's go on to the next person. In Leipzig, Germany, you had someone by the name of Wilhelm Wundt. This man here, very in particular individual, this is where things get, if they weren't already crazy, this is where things get interestingly wicked and evil. Wilhelm Wundt is a man who came up with this type of theory where man is an animal without a soul. He is a soulless organism to be trained like an animal.
Well,
he is an animal.
Well, he most likely wasn't a religious man either.
Animal, and he must be trained like one. He has no soul, therefore he has nothing to live up to, nothing to look forward to. He is an animal. He must be trained like an animal. This is Wilhelm Wundt in Germany. Stick with me. These are psychiatrists, psychologists. These are the founding fathers, you could say, of this field. Interestingly enough, in 1882, there is a man that a lot of people quote, and I mean, I hear people quote him so much it blows my mind. His name is Friedrich Nietzsche. A lot of people quote Nietzsche as a philosopher, and they say all these different things that sound so enlightening and wonderful, and they do sound that way, but read a little more about what Nietzsche has said. For example, one quote of Nietzsche is, quote, "God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him."
Wait, what?
End quote.
Wait, what? I wouldn't want this guy dabbling in like mental health or psychology. I mean, that's quite the statement. And a lot of people be loaded. Wait, hold on. Was drained a lot, unlived. Oh yeah, a lot of people be. I'm not sure if you mean looted or load was drained a lot before. Let me know what you mean by that, Steph.
Nietzsche. Next person. Okay. You have someone here by the name of Ivan Pavlov. Some of you know about Ivan Pavlov. Pavlov's.
Okay, yeah. So what Steph was meant to say, a lot of people in the past was drained a lot. Yeah, and they were on the lie. They did not live after that. I know, bro. Hey, we used to tell people that smoking was good for your health. Smoking cigarettes all day was good for your health. We used to literally tell people that. I mean, thank God we've made advancements.
Dogs, Pavlovian conditioning. Ivan Pavlov, another individual who actually learned a lot of what he learned from Wilhelm Wundt because he was studying him. These are now the people that we call behaviorists. And now you're going into the area of mental health called behaviorism. So these are the people now who started to shape and control human behavior. These are the people that the US government and other governments started to learn how to control populations, how people should move, how they should walk, how they should talk. The schooling system and the way the schooling system started to become set up was through behaviorism. So Ivan Pavlov, he had different things that he would use as it pertained to stimulus response mechanisms and, of course, condition reflex maneuvers. So, for example, when it comes to the dogs that he would use, he would have dogs come in and put them on the table. He would punch holes in their mouths to collect the amount of saliva that would be produced from their salivatory gland.
Yeah, we all heard about this.
Whenever they would see meat or a treat that he would put on the table. So he'd put a treat on the table, he'd look at their response, and then he would take the treat away. Then he'd put the treat on the table and ring a bell at the same time. And he said, they're still producing saliva. Then he wouldn't put the treat on the table, but he would ring the bell as if he was going to put the treat on the table the same way he did before. And the dog would produce saliva the same way, as if there was a treat or meat still there.
Yeah, I mean, he was testing a mental association, how, something may not be there, but because you associate a certain item or a certain sound with it, your body reacts as if that item is there.
He called this a condition reflex, to learn how to control behavior. Even though things are not logically fitting together, he was able to manipulate the behavior of animals, and then they transferred that to human beings. Reason, what do you mean? Mr. Pavlov not only did these experiments with dogs, he started to punch holes in the mouths of children.
Whoa.
And he would measure their saliva.
Hold on now. They didn't tell me that in psychology class. Whoa. They just said the dogs. They never told me nothing about children, because what? Like, you did what? Poke holes in the mouth of children? Still shot from, let's see, Mechanics of the Brain, a 1926 Soviet documentary film about Pavlovian conditioning. The child in this picture has been surgically implanted with a saliva catcher. Oh, hell no. For the purpose of behavioral experimentation? So they didn't just do it to just dogs. They did it to kids as well. Remember that.
And collect their saliva depending on how much they would produce, etc., to do the same exact thing. Conditioning their behavior, seeing how they responded depending on what they were given with rewards at certain times and different things. And he would teach, for example, the rat in the maze. That came from the behaviorists. When it comes to pigeons playing ping pong, they would teach pigeons to play ping pong. That came from the behaviorists. They would do tests on monkeys and tests on babies. All of this came from the behaviorists, and one in particular, two in particular, that we need to mention. One is a man by the name of John Watson, possibly one of the most famous behaviorists to ever do it. This man said that you should look at the child like the ox you slaughter. John Watson, very critical, evil individual as it pertains to behaviorism, was one of the chief architects in this field of mental health to control the behavior of children mainly, and then adults as well. Another individual is someone by the name of B.F. Skinner. Boy, this is a very particular evil man here. All of them are crazy as hell, but in their mind, they're sane. In their mind, hey, it's science. Trust the science. The science is settled in their mind. This to them was sanity. So now we have to redefine what is sane and what truly is insane, because these insane things became sane so that sane people would think it was sane when they were really becoming conditioned to follow insane people to begin with. B.F. Skinner is another individual from Harvard. Hello, Harvard. You got some questions to answer, Harvard. How the hell did you let this dude get past? He better. All right. Harvard. This is what you produced. B.F. Skinner is a man who came up with something called operant conditioning. And now he is most famous for, out of many things, something called the Skinner box. Now, in this box, it's crazy because
This was a bit, I don't know, like it screams controlling. Yeah, it screams a little too controlling. But yeah, the Skinner box was a bit wild. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, let's let him explain it, because I mean, it kind of lets you know where their mindset was and what type of people they were.
many scary movies were made from these individuals and the things they were doing. So many scary movies. B.F. Skinner is a man who came up with the Skinner box, where inside of this box he controlled everything: the temperature, the lighting.
I mean, yeah, pretty much think like Jigsaw. Like, man, what's the, god damn it? I can't believe I forgot the name of the movie, bro. What's the movie with the talking doll with the little target symbol on his face that that be trying to say let's play a game and damn near makes you brutalize yourself? What's the name of that again? Saw. Why did I forget that? Saw. Yes, think Saw. That's pretty much what that guy Skinner was on. Put you in an environment where he controlled, and he would make you brutalize yourself, but they would make you follow commands, or else you might be sleeping in a cold room tonight.
Everything inside of this box.
I know. I can't believe I forgot Saw. But shout out to Anonymous for the mystery gift for 600 jewels. I appreciate the support, my man.
He put his own daughter in this box for nearly a year.
Oh.
And he was conditioning her in this box from the time in which he fed her to the temperature that he would control, from heat all the way down to cold. Everything he was doing was to condition, like an animal, like a chicken, like a pig, like an animal, a dog, a rabbit. B.F. Skinner with operant conditioning in the Skinner box. He learned a lot from Ivan Pavlov in the Pavlovian conditioning. Now, let's go over to someone by the name of, let's go over to the Judge Rottenberg Center. How many of you have been involved with or know somebody who has been in foster care or group homes?
Yeah.
And they have been committed to a psych ward? A lot of you know what I'm talking about, because this is the real side of life that a lot of people don't discuss, but it happens all the time. There was a center, like many others, called the Judge Rottenberg Center, where they were sending children to be conditioned, but they would say this is to help them, etc. But this was a center for the so-called bad children. And in this center, they got funding to put these electrodes on the arms of these boys. And if they acted up in any way, in a way that the people didn't like, in the way that those who worked at the center did not like, they could simply press a button and zap them on the arm. If they resisted, they'd zap them again. If they'd scream, they'd zap them again. And if they tried to kick because it was hurting so much, they'd strap them down and zap them again until they complied.
That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. Ow, that hurts. Okay, stop for real. Stop.
This is called torture. They called it treatment. They said, this is what you deserve. This is what you get. You need to comply. Let's continue. The Judge Rottenberg Center, which is a center like many, many, many others, for men who had sexual problems, meaning men who couldn't control their sexual urges and who would either try to force themselves onto women or try to force themselves around children in a sexual manner. There was something called the penile plethysmograph that would be strapped to these men. And the penile plethysmograph is something, I know some of y'all like, I like that. I actually like that. There's
low key.
This machine, right? They would strap these men to this machine, and they would test them to see what aroused them. And depending on what aroused them, it would give them a shock. It's crazy. Now, I know some of the ladies out there like, you know what? Let's bring that back. Let's go ahead and bring that back.
Yeah.
And I can't say that I would disagree with you. I'm just going down the history so you can understand exactly what the whole field of mental health is about to a degree, because we're going to have to go into another.
I mean, hey, you want to fix off for all cheating husbands for sure. Yep. Put the probe on their dick, and as soon as they look at another woman, they get a shock. I mean, that will stop all cheating as long as women get it too.
The part two, because this is a whole lot to look at. Let's fly over to Nazi Germany, for example, because a lot of people have this mix up when it comes to history as well. Hell, did Hitler get it from America? Did America get it?
And shout out to my man Anonymous for the $11 and for opening up the call-in line and conspiracy hour. All right, let's go ahead and get this one started, guys. I'm about to go ahead and post the link. Give me about 5 minutes.
Hitler, did the Nazis get it from America? Did America inspire it to happen with the Nazis? What is it? What happened? Blah, blah, blah. A lot of people hide this history. We're going to go ahead and open it up. When it comes to the field of eugenics, in 1883, you had a man by the name of Francis Galton, who is primarily the founder of the eugenics movement. Then, of course, you have Charles Davenport when it comes to the American eugenics movement later.
You know, and the same eugenics movement that created these little think tanks that try to come out with the average IQ of African Americans. That's why when they say the average IQ of Africans are 70, yeah, it's because of guys like the eugenic guys that created their own studies to, you know, kind of warp their own. I mean, honestly, studies that kind of played into their own little sick, I'm real with you, supremacist mindset, pretty much. That's what there are. The eugenists that believe that, you know, we should all be white and we should find a way to extinct the black people and anybody else of color. It is what it is with these guys.
Wrong. But this man by the name of Francis Galton pretty much came up with eugenes, meaning good stock, good genetics, pure blood, pure bred, the best, the superior. Okay, which is blonde hair, blue-eyed. They are the superior race, right?
Hey, and shout outs for Seth for the clapping sills for $250. Appreciate the support, sis.
This man said that only those who are superior should mate with one another. Only those who are superior should congregate, should do business, should build together, period. Everyone else is not necessarily life worthy of living. And if they do live, they should serve others. They should be those who serve those of us who are superior. All right? This is Francis Galton, Sir Francis Galton. He was knighted, by the way, in 1909. Interesting. And through that individual, of course, you have the eugenics movement, but in the eugenics movement, that inspired one Adolf Hitler, but not just Adolf Hitler. Have you heard of a man by the name of Alfred Plautz? Anyone heard of Alfred Plautz? What about Ernst Rudin? Ernst Rudin. Anybody? You? What about you? You ever heard of these two men? These two men were those who were inspired to come out with the first.
Hey, and shout out Oza the boss for sending in the 100. Hey, appreciate the support, my man. Hey, and welcome.
Systems of racial hygiene. The first organizations dealing with racial hygiene, meaning to cleanse the world of those who are not of the superior, supreme race. And how can we systematically do this thing? Racial hygiene. Ernst Rudin is one of those who wanted to get rid of a large number of people. Same thing with Alfred Plautz. They looked at everyone who was crippled, everyone who was handicapped, everyone who was black, everybody who was Jewish in some senses of the word, everyone who they felt were gypsies and all these different kinds of people. They felt these people were not really the people who should be on the planet.
I mean, yeah, they would experiment on people, and thus through their experimentation, they would sterilize them. But they would never do that to their own, because, you know, they're white people of good stock.
But we got to find a way to get rid of them. We have to find an excuse to get rid of these human beings who we deemed as feeble-minded and undesirables. These are the terms they would use. Feeble-minded, undesirables, handicapped, those who are going to harm themselves. They are a danger to themselves and the rest of human society. They are a plague on the earth. They are a virus. These are the ways that they would describe us as a people and others as a people. And so Mr. Adolf Hitler, as it pertains to the sterilization movement in particularly, was inspired by California. Adolf Hitler gave the credit as it pertained to a lot of what he learned regarding sterilization to California because of how successfully California was utilizing sterilization techniques through the American eugenics movement on Black women and brown women, primarily in the prisons of California, and Black men as well. Think on that for a quick moment. Over 30 states in America.
You know, like I said, those who want to quote that, what was it? That IQ thing from Africa. One, let you know that's heavily skewed. They never went out there to Africa and tested all children in every country and got out to a 70 IQ. No, they never did that. No, instead they went to one country or a couple of them in the area, and then they just assumed that every other country had that intelligence. Like, oh, nope, that's all of you guys. Hey, one of you guys failed, and they never really said how they provided the IQ test either, but they just went with it. And this was all funded by a eugenics foundation, a eugenics organization that went out there and did the study to say that, well, Black people have low IQ, and that's why we should see them as less than us. And for some reason, people today run with that study.
Had
Nick Fuentes
sterilization programs. Well-funded, lots of money. It was going down all over this country. And that...
Oh, I just seen it. Shout out my man Ozzy for the Laughing Disco for $250. I just seen it.
Peace helped to inspire Adolf Hitler. Not only that, but there was a man by the name of Madison Grant. There's a book titled The Passing of the Great Race. This man, Madison Grant, an American eugenicist, was arguing the point that yes, we are the superior race, and the same old wash, rinse, repeat.
And all right, guys, now we're gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a turn because shout out to my man Original Gaming. How you doing, man?
Oh man, I'm doing good. This topic that we're talking about right now, I actually have like some studying behind it, bro. Like, I'm gonna just go ahead and say, if anybody in the chat, whether they think so or not, is pro-abortion, like you believe in a woman's choice, yeah, you're a eugenicist, because eugenics was originally designed to exterminate everybody. Period. Margaret Sanger actually got commended by Adolf Hitler and Madison Grant for her work and what he was just talking about, for their work in exterminating people and carrying out those extermination experiments in the prisons. What they found is people are less likely to be exterminated and more resilient if you try to force them to do it. However, if you subvert them into doing it, like telling them it's a healthcare product, telling them it's how you care about your own body, plus the breakup of the family, redlining, all of it's eugenics based. A lot of people talk about how there's this great replacement theory where they're letting all the former foreigners come in. I'm gonna be honest, they're only doing that so they get rid of a large portion of the American population, but I still think that there are some very wicked, racist people, not just white, not just black, because good Lord, if you confuse a Thai with a Filipino, you'll see a different brand of racism. But there are some people that genuinely want to just get rid of a bunch of different races.
Yep. It's either they genuinely want to get rid of us or they genuinely just want us out the country. There's that. There's that as well. But sure, though, I mean, we can keep on going with this one if you want.
Yeah, I also wanted to watch that housing video I sent you, because that video, like, a top realtor was talking about the issues she's having with trying to sell people's houses. So it's not just, if you or me or anybody in the chat's having issues, hell, even the realtors selling the houses are starting to have issues.
Well, all right, then, sure. We'll get into that one next then. I got you. All right, then. All right. You do got a little bit of background noise, so just mute yourself for a little bit, and then whenever you want to come in, can unmute yourself and let me know. Oh, perfect.
Thing. Well, they should not be on this planet, and we are the supreme beings, and blah, 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 blah. This is what we should do. We should own this. Adolf Hitler started to say that this was his personal Bible, and that this is a book that he would live by, and the teachings that he learned from that he would live by. Again, being inspired by the American eugenics movement, going into the foundation of the principles of the field of mental health that many people fall into today, not realizing that this is the very history of what people are falling into. 1946, and before I even skip to that, when the people were murdered in Nazi Germany, it wasn't just 6 million Jews. It was roughly 11 million or more is what some of the numbers are saying. Included in that number were black folks. There were a lot of black people who were murdered in Nazi Germany. Again, let's make this very clear so we can understand that whole circumstance had a core understanding in it that these people were feeble-minded, undesirable, shouldn't be on this planet. They are a virus on the planet. And the field of mental health is what was behind it.
Yeah, I mean, there is people who try to say that Hitler wasn't a racist, and I'm like, dog, if you read Hitler's his own writing, he'll sit there and he'll say how he definitely seen the white race as a supreme race. Now, as the whole Aryan thing, that was a bit hyped up. But as far as Hitler's seeing the white people as supreme race, yeah, trust me, he was about that. And as far as him seeing as black people as inferior, yeah, he was about that as well.
It was that these people are not going to contribute to society. They're not going to contribute. Now, this is a part of history that most people don't even discuss because they make sure they wipe it clean from the history books, just like many things that we learn on the internet because we didn't learn it in the schools. Very interesting. So as that happened, we know about 1946. And if you don't know about 1946, I'm talking about the doctor's trial at Nuremberg. These psychiatrists who were behind the Holocaust, who are behind the American eugenics movement, who have been behind the sterilization movements all across the planet, this group of psychiatrists were brought to stand trial as a result of what took place in Nazi Germany. Do you know that the Nuremberg trials, when it came to these Nazi scientists, that a group of them blamed it on just a few so that they could not be prosecuted, they could still operate, and many of them, after the trials, went back to work. Ernst Rudin went back to work. Many of these scientists fled to Africa. Ghana was a strong location for many of them, and they continued to do the same things that they were doing in Nazi Germany, in Africa, and in other parts of the world, even parts of America as well. Their last names were changed, and they were offered, you can say, asylum, some of them, but others didn't have to do it that way because they were deemed innocent because they blamed it on just a few. Hey, we weren't behind it, they were behind it. All kinds of nonsense. So this is a critical part, when we talk about people and say people have a mental problem. Please be mindful of where this whole industry got its origin so that you can know how to truly approach this thing. And I'm going to wind it down to knock this piece out here. The German Association of Psychiatry, Psychotherapy, and Neurology in 1999. What year? 1999. Admitted, finally, this is 1999. I was 9 years old when this happened. They admitted, quote, psychiatrists controlled the selection of those to be killed in Nazi Germany, end quote. That was one of the things that they finally admitted to as it pertains to how the field of mental health contributed to the eradication of human beings. You have the American eugenics movement. If you don't know about Charles Davenport, if you don't know about one Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, right? Yep. Y'all hear Kanye West talk about Planned Parenthood all the time. Planned Parenthood is a part of the American Eugenics Society, the American Eugenics Movement. But it was first called the American Birth Control League, talking about Planned Parenthood. Margaret Sanger was an honorary Klanswoman. Margaret Sanger was one of those who sincerely said, quote,
So, I mean, for all my black liberals out there who support abortion, I mean, you guys are aligning with white supremacy when you guys support abortion. You know that, right? Something that a woman that was part of the Klans, proud eugenist. Yeah, somebody that would easily want you to be taken off the earth. You guys are supporting her ideas. Actually, you're not only supporting it, but you're in practice of it. So remember, when you try to sit here and say, I'm supporting white supremacy, I'm like, dog, you're in practice.
We do not want word to get.
Oh, so I read some of the comments, and some of the people were like, "Oh, well, Margaret Sanger wasn't she wasn't a eugenicist. She was just anti birth defects." And other people were like, "She wasn't a part of the eugenics process." Yes, she was. Okay, just to clarify everything because I'm not just pulling. Say, you already know me by now. I don't just pull facts out of my butt. Whenever I say something, it's usually factual.
Yeah, facts. But no, go ahead.
I was just saying. So yeah, Sanger is not. If you get an abortion, you're literally advocating and dying on the hill of a KKK Nazi-supported eugenicist.
You were literally practicing. Well, yeah, eugenicist, white supremacy eugenicist. Like, congratulations. But let's hear from Margaret Sanger herself. Now, this is a quote from her: "The most successful educational approach to the Negro is through a religious appeal. We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members."
See, what I tell you, they didn't do it directly. They just pushed it through different channels to put that idea in their head. You have tons of, I'm sorry to say this, idiotic women who are left who are just willfully killing their babies. And like I said last night, when we were talking about Islam or whatever, and I was like, they're trying to do a population replacement. It's almost like that was a segue for today.
He's like, he landed the plane on that one. I love it. All right, I'll give you that one, brother. I'll give you that one. I like how you landed the plane on that.
Out that we are trying to exterminate the Negro population. End quote. She was a heavy eugenicist. Field of mental health. Let's continue. Benjamin Rush, as we mentioned earlier, talked about negritude, right? But did you know that negritude was used as a justification to help in the segregation of black people from white people? Y'all do know this, right? They thought we were diseased. It wasn't just, oh, black folk, oh, white folk. No. There were layers to this. They had advisors. They had people talking to them, telling them these people are diseased. You can't drink water with them. Don't use the restroom with them. You damn sure don't want to have sex with them because their disease is going to pass to you. Doesn't this make a little more sense now? Are there some dots connecting that makes you say, damn, I was wondering why they just hated us so damn much. I mean, with a passion. It's not just, yes, we have different natures, different cultures as a people, white and black for sure. But there was a difference when it came to the eugenics movement, when it came to the field of mental health and mental hygiene and how we operated, how they looked at the people. They're diseased. Benjamin Rush, again, had that kind of authority because he was known as the father of American psychiatry. So he was influencing politicians and policies and different things of that nature. You have another man by the name of Samuel Cartwright. Now, Samuel Cartwright, for those of you who don't know, I'm about to mention something that you are really going to be like, you got to be, okay, bro. Everything else so far has been crazy, right? All right. Remember how, and I'm going to mention Kanye because, again, this is another piece. He's one of those people who has become a victim of the field of mental health in some ways. I'm just going to mention that because that is a fact, and I'm going to drop a piece regarding that. Remember when he said slavery was a choice? Okay, well, on one hand, that is true. On one hand, let's not get this twisted. Don't turn it off now. Don't you turn it off. You come on now. You're too far with me. Don't turn it off. He says slavery is a choice, or was a choice.
Turn it off.
Well, Nat Turner made his choice.
Yeah.
Okay, you with me now? Nat Turner made his choice. He said, "Hey, the Bible says something here about retribution, and and he who lives by the sword shall die by the sword, and you reap what you sow, and blah blah blah." Wait a minute. So he made his choice, Nat Turner.
Yeah.
But when he says slavery,
I mean, just like how people was able to religiously rationalize slavery, he was able to find a way to religiously rationalize taking, slave masters' heads and their children and their wives. And I disagree with that part, but I do agree with the uprising.
Was a choice. Did you know that there is a psychiatrist by
Hey, shout out BG Floyd for the thumbs up, man. Appreciate the support. 10 joules. Love it.
the name of Samuel Cartwright? Samuel Cartwright. This white man, he said that slaves who want to run away from slavery have a mental disease called drapetomania. Yo,
Wait, so
bro.
So I got taught about this. Yeah. And so what he did was he went to Haiti. He would send these slaves that would run away down to Haiti and Jamaica, and he would send them what's called salting camps. And there they would literally beat and rape the slaves into submission. Not even joking. So I'd be surprised if he doesn't bring that up. But yeah, that's why that happened.
And now we got trapedomania to the point where it's like, look, man, you wanting to run away from slavery is a mental disease. I mean, you should love the fact that you're picking cotton for free, that I can sell your wife and your kids. Like, you should love it. The fact that you want to run away from it is a mental illness.
Yeah,
that is wild.
And not to get all religious and stuff, but this is exactly why God and Jesus was like, yeah, being a slave isn't something that I fully support. And if you guys are going to do this, here are the rules, because however bad you treat your slaves, that's how bad I'm going to treat you when you have to stand in front of me. Just for the people that want to say the Bible says slavery is okay. No, God was very clear. He actually doesn't like it.
I mean, yeah, true. And here's the thing, though. I mean, let's be real. Karma's real, and maybe God's retribution was guys like Nat Turner coming through and taking out you and your family. Maybe that was it. That's what I'm saying.
I can't want to run away from slavery because that makes me crazy. Damn.
That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't that bring a new understanding and a new level of understanding to why police operate how many of them do? Not every single one, but how too many police officers operate. Stop resisting, even though you're not resisting. You're sitting there like drinking something. Stop resisting. They have to say that because it's a whole liability thing. And it's a trick on the camera so that they don't get fired for using excessive force. Yeah, we know what the hell you're doing, but whatever. Do you know you had a mental disorder, a mental disease, a mental illness if you wanted to run away from slavery? So while you're chewing on that and you're watching this with your friends and family at the house, and you're laughing right now because you're like, I cannot believe it is a real thing. Crazy, very crazy. But what, Reza, pray tell, was the solution to this? What was the damn cure for this one? What was the cure for this one? Benjamin Rush said the cure to nigritude, right? The nigritude, which is the disease that makes black people actually black. It's causing their skin to be dark. It's like leprosy. His solution was to expose the white meat, rip off their skin in different ways. P.S. I forgot to mention, Benjamin Rush was also known as the master bleeder. Why the master bleeder, Reza? Because he said insanity is caused by having what? Too much blood on the brain, baby. Woo, this is crazy. These are some crazy as hell people. Y'all, you what? Okay. Too much. How much is too much? How much is not enough? Too much blood on the brain is what insanity. It's what causes insanity. Benjamin Rush, you rushed to too many damn conclusions, sir. Good riddance to you. Now, let's fast forward back to the next point. What was the solution for Samuel Cartwright saying black people who have this disease that's called drapetomania who want to run away from slavery? What was his solution? They called it, quote, whipping the devil out of them.
Wow.
End quote.
Oh, shout out to my man Daniel Castro for sending in the happy poop. for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, brother.
Reason, wait a minute. Hold on. You mean to tell me that us being whooped, literally being whipped, back in those times, wasn't just because of the Bible? Wasn't just because of their manipulation of religion and Christianity and them saying that we were born to be servants and we were born slaves?
I mean, yeah, sometimes the slave master will whip you in his mind for your own benefit because you're suffering for trepidation, whatever he was calling it, to where you're mentally ill for wanting to run away. So the cure for that is, well, beating the will out of you so you'll never run away again.
So here's the other crazy part about this. And not to go too far down the rabbit hole and making it about race, I've noticed that there's a significant difference between the way they diagnose Black patients in psychology and the way that they diagnose white people. So for me, like I said last night, you look at me, you think I'm Black, but I'm actually mixed with Hispanic. So what I do is I just start marking other, and they hate that.
Really?
For this exact reason, because you can't. They have what's called. I was talking to a girl a while back when I was deployed to the Middle East, and she was a psychologist, and she broke it down. In psychiatry, you have different types of mental ailments, quote unquote, for different races of people based off of where they are, what their race is, and what they do in their day-to-day lives. And for people like yourself, this is a quote she told me, people like yourself who don't fit into any one category by your characteristics and personality trait, realistically, we would have to go based off of your skin.
Wow. I mean, well, I mean, way to go with the stereotypes. Well, shit. Thank you, man. Shout out, bro. Thanks for sharing that one.
And we were born children of the devil and we should be whooped, etc., etc. But also, they put another cut on it, a slant on it. They added a little bit. They stepped on it. Samuel Cartwright said, whipping the devil out of them, because there must be a devil inside of them possessing them to want to run away from their master. They love master. Why you want to run away? You got a devil in you. Whip the devil out of them. This is a foundation in the history of psychology.
And that's where you kind of damn near feel bad. Because, like, now I'm not trying to give these guys excuses, but they were, think about it, biblically convinced. They made it make sense biblically to treat Black people like this. They made it make sense, like, scientifically through psychology to treat Black people like that. I mean, man.
Yeah, and you're not really removing the blame from them, from the slave masters. Yeah, they have a degree of will on whether or not they want to accept it. And at the same time, yeah, basically slave masters were also manipulated.
Yeah, and like think about it like this, like how could I ever see the wrong of my ways when the scientists are over here telling me, yeah, bro, it's all good. Like, I don't know, bro. I'm feeling kind of bad. My slaves keep running away, and you're telling me that I should whoop them. And I don't know, bro. All I see is tears and not much improvement. It's like, bro, don't worry about it, man. Look, the Bible says it's cool. I mean, bro, I'm a psychologist, and I'm telling you it's okay. Like, you can kind of see where even if they did come to some type of moral, like, reconciliation, it would be steered away through, well, biblical reference and scientific reference that are made through psychology.
And this is why in American history, you have, let me put it to you like this. A lot of the, I forgot what they were called, but they were like the white people that helped free the slaves. This is why a lot of them were staunchly hardcore Christians. And this is why a lot of these slave masters and a lot of these scientists he's bringing up were like basically putting large bounties on their head. This is why people like John Adams, even though he had like slaves, the boy was a hoe. I ain't even trying to justify it. He was just a hoe. He was dipping and dodging at everybody. But this is why different members of government and different people who were like staunchly Christian and read the Bible through and through and read some of the work and really rationalized it. This is why they were like killed. This is why they were chased around. This is why it was pretty much death on sight for them, because they were going against all of the quote unquote settled science. I'm in STEM, and I'm telling you right now from experience, the science is never settled, ever.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, due to this type of history, that's why I never truly blame my people for having a distrust of Christianity. Like I always just say, all right, like I get where it comes from, and I always see why they have a distrust for it. Because, well, if you go back in our past, I mean, people were using that religion right there to justify our enslavement. And it's really hard to get behind a religion that was doing that for that time. Now, and here's the thing, like I was raised in a household and I never really took that stance, even once I knew about, even though once I knew about slavery, because I was able to separate the teachings of Christianity from that time. And also understanding that throughout time, people have been bastardizing, scripture and holy books. So,
and then you also have to look at the difference in the type of slavery. So whenever people are talking about the Bible legitimizes slavery, one thing that is taken into consideration, and like Riz is basically doing, he's going into like the backstory of everything. You have to go in the backstory. Slavery back then, before it ever got to the point of like pre-American and American slavery,
cattle slavery versus like indentured servitude, pretty much.
Right, that's all it was. Or if you were a Hebrew or an Israelite or a Babylonian, and Rome came in, wrecked your country's military, and you're an innocent bystander, yeah, you were basically up under Roman law. You had to be like a servant of some sort, but you got paid. You could go to school, maybe not the same education level. You could have some representation in government, but not at the level. There's only so high up you could go. It was things like that. That's why Jesus was saying the stuff he was saying during that time and making references back to the Old Testament. That's why the Old Testament said the stuff it said. American slavery was a whole different animal because you're fundamentally dehumanizing a person that God fearfully and wonderfully made. That's the difference.
Yeah, and then even if you try to feel any type of way about it, well, they got the scientists to go ahead and back you up and be like, don't worry, don't feel bad.
Right.
Psychiatry and really the field of mental health. This science, this is you. We're almost done. What's my time like real quick? Yes! And it ain't 9 o'clock yet. Hell yeah. All right, come on. Keep that in. Now, let's see here. Whipping the devil out of them was that solution for Mr. Samuel Cartwright, correct? Can I give you a curveball here? Reason that wasn't legitimized. These are just individuals. This wasn't the whole field of psychiatry. These were just individuals. Really? Well, according to the American Journal of Psychiatry back then, they stated, quote, the alien ancestors of this race, black people, were savages and cannibals.
Not all of us.
And are not ready for civilized society.
Talking about Europe also, bro. Like, what?
Come on.
You see how they flipped the history? When we taught them how to eat properly, how to bathe, how to cook, how to not have sex with your animals, and we're the savages. We're the cannibals. Y'all the cannibals. That's your history. You see how they flipped it on it? Crazy. But let's continue. Yeah. By the way, that was I was quoting Dr. W.M. Bevis, psychiatry, Dr. W.M. Bevis from the American Journal of Psychiatry. Dr. Hendrik Verwoerd, and this is over in South Africa, the former prime minister of South Africa, studied eugenics as a psychology student in Germany. Would it surprise you that the apartheid in South Africa wasn't just racial and we don't like black people? Again, it wasn't just from what they looked at as a spiritual perspective. It wasn't just a military maneuver. It wasn't just because, we can't really get along. It wasn't just these things. All of those are factors. No doubt, absolutely factual. However, another piece to this was these people are diseased. Okay. And we have to make sure we are separated from them. Just want to make sure we know the facts about certain pieces that are critical pieces, so that when we discuss things, we know really as much of this full thing as possible. You want to know as much about a thing before discussing it. At least I do. I want to know both parts. I want to know as much, if not all of it, the actual facts. Go to the root of a thing. You have these psych wards that were placed there, and one of those psychiatric facilities that they had, which was nothing more really than a concentration camp, talking about in South Africa. It was under a company called Smith, Mitchell and Company. The government was funding this torture camp, essentially, to where by the time they shut this thing down, roughly 22,000 people had died, and they had made upwards of $90 million. 1983, the World Health Organization. Who? The World Health Organization in 1983, because we're talking about science and we're talking about the manipulation of science in the field of mental health and mental healing, mental hygiene, and how they utilized and justified using mental health to eradicate human beings on a planet who they feel were not desirable and who were feeble-minded, etc. But 1983, the World Health Organization stood up and did some very brave acknowledging of the truth, I would say. They stated, quote, psychiatry cultivated racism and certainly does have a parallel in the ownership and owning of slaves. Ownership and, pardon me, trading of slaves, end quote. Psychiatry. Ownership and trading of slaves. Psychiatry.
What I say earlier, Set.
The World Health Organization admitted this.
Man, I mean, it's funny when they admit to it, but yeah, you're right.
That's why I don't. My first go-to, and I'm not saying, okay, so obviously things change. For some things, you do need professional psychiatric help. Never gonna deny that. For other things, nah. I don't go to psychiatrists because a large part of it can be solved on your own with the right interpersonal connections. But the state and the government have effectively said you are incapable of doing this on your own. You need to go to somebody. So a therapist is there for you to talk about your feelings and try to help you work through them. And haven't you noticed that every time you talk to a therapist, there's always a psychiatrist paired with it?
Yeah, you ever notice how somehow you end up on psychiatric medicine, or you always kind of need more sessions? I think the worst scam of it all was, what was it, marriage counseling? Boy.
Yeah, marriage counseling is largely, and this all goes to the destruction, killing, and destroying the family. And it doesn't, all of this, what he's talking about, doesn't just apply to Black people. Like, if you notice before, like, so in China, India, and Korea, and definitely in the Philippines, they have this thing called fairness cream. What it does is you rub it on your skin if you got melanin, and it strips away the melanin off of your skin. It basically bleaches you. And they call it fairness cream because it enables you to have, quote unquote, a better position in society and makes you look more favorable for job and position outlooks.
That's crazy. I heard about that in China and in Asian countries. Like, all right, so I heard about it in not China, but India, because they have this caste system that's based on your skin color. You ever notice how all broke Indians are dark-skinned Indians?
Yep.
Yeah, but the light-skinned ones are always more high up there in society. I'm like, look at Modi. So that's and their system has been ran like that for, honestly, almost since the beginning of that society. They've had a caste system based on skin color. Even now it shows, but they're not like kind of outwards with it. And then in Japan, there's to be honest with you, there's like Japanese women out there who are either mixed with Black, Mexican, usually from military parents or military mom or father, and they end up having to use that shade so they can become more desirable. They end up straightening out their hair depending on their mixture of Asian and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and that's why, like, in Mexico, it's quiet, and this is very suppressed. I know this for a fact, but they have a racial division problem too, especially because that's where most of the Europeans from World War II fled that were guilty of these high crimes against humanity. So they have a huge race issue down there, though it's not very much so talked about.
That's true. You really don't hear about the light skin and the dark skinned Mexicans beefing like that. Like you don't hear about the Puerto Ricans going against the Mexicans. To be right real with you.
Facts.
But hey.
Furthermore, they went on. Let's go back to the 1960s really quick. They stated, this psychiatrist and American Psychiatric Association were saying that black activism, black is driven by, quote, a schizophrenia and driven by abnormal, illogical fits of anger. So we're schizophrenic because we're telling you, stop shooting me. I just want to have my job. I'm a human being. I am a man. I'm not an animal. Schizophrenic. Again, mind you, we're coming up now. If y'all notice, I went from the history, 1800s and prior till all the way up to where we are getting to now. I'm going to have to do a part 2 because there is so much that we have to go into with it. There is so much it bottles your mind when it comes to the field of mental health, when it comes to calling people crazy, when it comes to the drugs that they're prescribing to people, when it comes to the mental conditioning of the masses and how people are being conditioned every day through television programming. This is why I wrote in my book, not a shameless plug.
All right, before he gets into his low-key shameless plug, all right, let's get right over to my man's gaming video. All right, let's get over to your video, big dog. Let's see here. All right, are we in a housing crisis? America's #1 realtor. What's her name? Oh, Glenda Baker.
Good morning. This is episode number 14 of the Zach Now Show. Welcome in wherever you're listening from. And today we have a special honor of hosting a guest on the show. The guest today is a friend of mine. Someone
she cusses a lot, so
and blossom through the social media spaces, podcast spaces, stages. This is somebody who honestly I had a bit of trouble writing down my questions in preparation for because she impacts so many different audiences. She, just to get started, sells homes, as she says, since Jesus was born. Damn. She is the Michael Jordan of real estate and the most followed real estate agent that I can find on any platform. She also sells 1,000 homes. I don't know if
she'd be my real estate agent. When you call yourself the Michael Jordan of real estate agent, I'm like, oh yeah, I need you on my team. I like that. I like that confidence.
Oh yeah. I mean, I watched her video. She's good.
Let's hear her out.
Zillow, you just sold at the end of last year your 1,000th home as a real estate agent. That's incredible.
Thousands.
And you were just featured within the last year on the School of Greatness podcast. So you speak to an audience of people looking to grow themselves as entrepreneurs. You clearly speak as a professional to people looking to buy, sell, invest in Atlanta. And you have an incredible agent-to-agent voice, speaking to other real estate professionals across the nation through the Tom Ferry Network, Lab Coats, Forbes, you name it. They got your name attached to it. But today we're going to talk to somebody completely different because we both agree on something that really struck a chord with me when we were on a live the other day, because you were in your front seat, similar place where I like to shoot my content, just riffing, just ranting about your frustration in this housing market. So Glenda, I'm going to hand the mic off to you to introduce yourself real quick and start off with that question of what just has you frustrated in this housing market today?
I want stars and stripes, Zach. That was quite the intro. Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here with you. You know, it's interesting. Back in 2017, I did my first post from the Porsche. And it was because I was so frustrated with this inspector. And what I have found is like, sometimes I just get so worked up and I need to get it out. And I want to be the voice for like our buyers, our sellers, our real estate community. And I'm in my car and I'm driving along and I'm just, oh, I just want to just like punch somebody. And I'm just like, listen to me. Like I'm telling you, this will help. And so what happened was I was worked up about the market. I was worked up for my sellers. I was worked up for my buyers, and I was worked up for us. And so, you know, the market right now is complicated. I don't think there's ever been a better word. There's so many layers of complexities. This is not just like, oh, wait, if we fix this, everything's going to be fine. There's just so many different areas that are just, I don't want to say broken, but I'll say suffering. And for first-time home buyers, they are getting the shit kicked out of them.
Boy.
Up one side and down the other. There's just, can I say that word?
Keep it real.
Okay. I mean, there's just no other way to put it. I mean, whether it's interest rates or job security or lack of inventory or too many choices or condition, there's just so many layers of complexities for first-time home buyers, especially, that I just want to go punch somebody in the face and get them to listen to me. Because if we don't do something, we're going to have a nation, a generation of renters. And that's my biggest concern.
Amen. Hallelujah. I think we can bottom line the entire problem with what's going on right now into that is the future of everybody being renters.
Yeah.
Subscribers of some sort to monthly subscriptions all around the board, from home to auto to insurance, just a subscription nation. So what's the actual problem? You talk about the next time buyer, the first generation up next, Generation Z, being a nation of renters. Then who's winning? The investor?
So sit down and
I
grasp.
mean, yeah, the investor will be winning, but depending on what state they're in, they might be facing rent freezes. But you know what? I mean, shout out to her, because I got a little clip just to kind of, give her flowers.
I am the average Joe. I was raised by a single mother. I've been a single mother. I bought houses for my kids so that my children, they'll have a place to live. Don't be distracted from something you should be devoted to. And building your generational wealth, building your future should be your focus.
Glenda Baker, everybody's favorite real estate expert, host of Glenda's Guru podcast.
The Michael Jordan of real estate.
Industry sensation, Glenda Baker.
I've been distracted by the shiny penny. I've been distracted by feeling like that I needed to be married to somebody, to be somebody. Stop looking for somebody else to give you a life that you can make yourself. What turns me on is helping people, inspiring them. I just say to myself every single day, my name is Glenda Baker. Only amazing things happen to me. I am a woman of action. Everybody's going to know my name. I don't need anything from anybody, so I can basically do whatever I want to. It doesn't matter who I piss off. You are not going to believe this. I want you to listen to me. I want you to write it down that Glenda Baker said this. Okay?
Hey, man, Glenda Baker got that dog in her. I like her. She got that dog in her.
That's tightly.
Whoops.
We've never seen a bigger gap than we have right now, because boomers are sitting on more real estate equity than any generation ever before. So think about that. So you've got one end of the spectrum, you've got boomers that have a shit ton of money in equity. And then you've got Generation Z that not only do they not have any equity, they don't even, I don't even know that there's a viable light at the end of the tunnel. Because the first-time home buyer, they're not just dealing with high interest rates. They're not just dealing with job insecurity. They're dealing with competing against a hedge fund, private equity, an investor that's paying cash. They're dealing, especially here in Atlanta, 30% of the homes in Atlanta were purchased by an investor. 30% of the entire market. If you look at first-time homebuyer houses, 60% of those were purchased by people who do not plan to live in them.
What's the definition of price there for first-time homebuyer homes?
Sit down.
Honestly, that's the scam. Not really the scam, but the loophole. I say it's like a rent loophole of how you buy a duplex. You use that for your first time home buyer. you rent it out the other side, and you live rent free for about a year. Then you can kind of, rinse and repeat, except without the first time home buyer giving you that 3% on the put down.
But when you have a bunch of what she didn't mention there, which was I was kind of disappointed, is like we're also competing against illegal immigrants too. So, and then when you got illegal immigrants that stack up all these government, not really subsidies but benefits, and turn that into liquid cash, and then put down for a home, it's kind of like what the hell?
Yeah.
0 to 500,000 is what
That's where the 60% number comes from. The 0 to 5. Oh,
0 to 500,000. 60% of those are being purchased by investors. Now, this is my biggest concern: is that number one, they're buying all of the houses. So Bobby and Susie, your everyday first-time home buyer, they can't compete with that. They don't have a maintenance crew who can go in and fix everything up. So they'd have to ask for repairs. They don't have a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So they've got to get a loan. And the first-time home buyer, our veteran, our teachers, our public safety, our nurses, like the everyday people you're exactly right. Our everyday buyer and seller, our everyday buyer is being sold a subscription life. It's just the honest to God truth.
I do want to shout something out.
And you're like,
he ain't lying about the subscription life because everything is on debt.
I will shout something out that Lisa Arwood said in the chat comments is that the cost of building materials is crazy. It is. Like my mom works for Home Depot corporate, bro. Some of that stuff that they're just, bro, them prices, a bunk of wood, which is a full pallet of wood, it used to cost you like, I don't know, $1,500. Now it's $3,000. So the price literally doubled.
Man, actually, I was hearing about how the price of concrete is also went up over the years as well. So yeah, if we want to talk about affordability in house building, maybe bringing prices down on that would work as well. And I mean, there got to be some type of maybe supply issue when it comes to this wood, because let's be real, we're getting it from other places than instead of, American lumber.
Well, American lumber has been hampered by the EPA and the amount of bureaucracy. I'm an EPA Section 608 license holder. That's how I'm able to do HVAC. All of the trades have EPA, and I've looked into all of them. And I'll tell you what, the stipulations on what you can and can't do is just retarded, because you end up having to rely more on a very small sector to get all your goods and services from, instead of a broader sector of people that offer varying degrees of goods and services at more or less affordable price points.
Yeah, but cement mixing and all that, they'll say it's not really good for the environment. So yeah, but it could drive down costs. So
I'm sorry, I don't want a house made out of cardboard, hopes and dreams with styrofoam.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we're not trying to build these ghost towns like China where nobody's gonna live in it and then it falls apart like 3 to 4 years later. We're good on that.
well, Glenda, though, what's the answer for this? Surely it's not all terrible, horrible. There's no one shot. Like, it's not like that I can say, oh, well, Zach, let's talk about interest rates. And if we could just get the interest rates down, Bobby. And
yeah, if we can just get your credit score up, if you get that new promotion, I think you hit the nail on the head with that analogy of the light at the end of the tunnel seemingly just not being there. I've compared it to a maze. Like a maze, you try the different options. You're like, okay, no, that wouldn't work. Okay, well, what if we did this next? No, that ends there. And it's just like you try 6, 7, 12, 86 different directions. And you get to the point of, okay, there needs to maybe be some actual legislative change to the system of how we commoditize real estate, how we invest in real estate, how it's the American dirt's one of the best international investments literally on the planet, American dirt. And it's the very thing keeping a college graduate out of being able to obtain the American dream. And many boomers would say, well, you need to go.
I mean, boy, if this pricing problem gets like too out of hand, it's going to be cheaper to just go out there, buy the land and just build your own house at a certain point.
I mean, people ask how a politician like Zoran Mamdani wins. Well, I'm not saying I agree with him. I don't agree with him on pretty much any of his policies. but he's saying stuff. He's saying the right stuff, like affordability. Yeah, the Republicans need to be talking about housing affordability too, because the average rent price I was in 2016. God, I feel old. Was like $600 for a 2-bedroom apartment out where I live. Now that same 2-bedroom apartment is like, we're talking $1,000 to start with. $1,200 is really just the average, and a 3-bedroom you're looking at $1,700 to $2,000. So in terms of like affordability, yeah, that's a conversation that the Republicans need to start having, and not just start having. There needs to be some action behind it.
Yeah, like soon. Like I said, it got 6 months.
Get the little tiny run-of-the-mill TLC home and put your weight into it and eat ramen. Like, they make 60 grand a year and it takes 110 to qualify. What would you like them to do?
Yeah. Oh, wait, but really think about it. Like your insurance, and I'm not just talking about your homeowner's insurance. You think about it. Bobby and Susie come out of school. They need health insurance because after 26, they can't be on the parents, right? So they've not only got health insurance, car insurance.
I mean,
and these things are eating away at that $60,000. You did a video and you talked about childcare and all of these, just these are like necessities.
Yes, very normal.
This is not like, oh, let me go buy a Rolex expense. This is like butter. Like, do you understand? I did a butter taste test. Do you understand that butter? I know that's another story for another day.
Man, that's rich people stuff right there. I went to a butter tasting test and I'm just like, all right, that's money.
But like butter went from $2.99 to $5.99 in a span of like 4 months.
Yep. That was that rapid inflation under Biden.
And I mean, I'm in the South. Like, you can't cook without butter. Like cream, the cream that I buy for my coffee. Like,
not I glad that was hilariously Southern to me.
It went from like $1.99 and now it's like $4.99 a bottle. So we're talking about eggs, butter, milk, meat. Have you seen the price of chicken or steak or?
Oh yeah, I eat ground chicken pretty much as my primary, and yeah, absolutely got more.
No, for 2 years straight, we were watching prices go up by like $3, $4, $5 right before our eyes. Well,
Dude,
as the Biden administration was telling us, this is the best economy ever.
Dude, I remember when I used to go to Walmart. I'm gonna put the chat on game. If you ever need eggs, go to Walmart and get the 60 count eggs. It's less over time, but the 60 count eggs, when they first started doing that, it was like $6, $7. We was like, cool. Me and my fiance at the time was like, cool. We finna go ahead and cash out with these. Buy 2 boxes of 60 count eggs. We straight for a good 2 months. The eggs will go bad before we eat them up. But luckily, we eat eggs every day.
Well,
I'm not even joking. They went from $6.99 to $32.24.
Yeah,
in like 2 months.
Yeah, trust me. That's what everybody, the big complaint about, like, that was a big complaint last year, was how expensive eggs got. I mean, it was over how expensive everything overall got, but eggs, just like see your everyday like products or your everyday, almost your every week buy when it came to produce, like go up like that. Yeah, it was devastating for the American people. And the problem is that we weren't really being told the truth. Like, and now the Dems want to talk about affordability now that Trump's in office, but it really wasn't trying to talk about it while Biden was in office, which is pretty disingenuous, to be quite honest.
Well, they got an agenda to push, and it's easy to say everything is fine when you're trying to set the next president up for failure.
Literally. Then they want to talk about the affordability crisis. I mean, wasn't prices going up like $4 or $5 to you guys? But okay.
Yeah.
Expensive. I thought I was crazy at first. I was like, no, this is way more expensive than it was.
And this is the thing, is like, Used to, you never ever thought about that. This was the price of your groceries. You had a budget for it. But then you started going to the grocery store and you were like, wait a minute, this is not 1 times more. This is 2, 3, 4 times more than it used to be. And those are the costs. Electric, gas, water, all of those utilities are going up so rapidly that it's keeping buyers from being able to buy.
On the Rich BFF podcast, you were asked a question around the Federal Reserve and rates. I want to ask you about that, but I want to confirm some numbers real quick. According to the National Association of Realtors, you brought up investors versus first-time homebuyers. For the second year in a row, as we enter 2025, the first quarter, we have numbers back. 27% of home purchases in America were made by investors, people looking to not make it their primary residence. That's Airbnb, flips, long-term holds, any type investment. While only, again, for the second straight year, we're now seeing these numbers, the first-time home buyers lagged at 23%. So investors are buying more homes than first-time buyers. This happened all throughout 2024, at the end of 2023. This would now bring us to 2 consecutive total years, if you count up the months, of investors beating first-time buyers. And there isn't much answer. The other number I wanted to confirm, you were talking about car insurance and childcare. So in 1995, a car off the lot, the median, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, was $233. Today, according to that same source, is $518. Less insurance. That's not even counting the actual car insurance. Another one, childcare. If you look at the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, $166 per child per.
Oh, and shout out Culture Leotard. Forget buying homes, buy REITs. Yes, real estate investment trust. And worst case, you go to zero, lost money, purchase a home, foreclose, lose equity, lost effort, expensive upkeep. I mean, well, you ain't wrong about that. I'll tell you that. But you do make the idea of, buying a home,
Yeah. And HOAs too. God, I hate HOAs.
Man. But all right, I mean, shout out Culture Leotard for low-key spelling that out, or pretty much super chatting it out for everybody in the chat. Because trust me, I mean, yeah, that does sound like actually it is a way better investment option than buying a home. And if you were buying a home to rent it out, I mean, sure, but right now buying a home for a family, that might be a bit of a risk you're taking right there. Like, you might want to make sure you have enough. I would say, well, what is it called? Commercial property, or property that you're renting out before you decide to buy yourself an actual home. Make sure you are a landlord before you're a homeowner. Which would probably be the best way to go about it.
In 1995, 30 years.
This is not financial advice.
Years later, it's $1,328. So my question to you around the Federal Reserve is, why is it that when you look at cumulative inflation, according to what they have received numbers-wise from the BLS, why is it when you look at it, you only see that since 2020, prices for core goods has gone up 36%? When we have people reporting utility bills that have doubled, car insurance and home insurance and health insurance premiums skyrocketing, home costs skyrocketing, do we think the Fed and these bureaus are actually underreporting inflation?
Yeah, they were. I mean, they must have been doing it under Biden, because the problem with that was that there was an inflation problem damn near all throughout his presidency. And the fact that the Fed only hiked up rates was a problem. Now, I'm pretty sure they had a good argument for it, to be honest with you. They did have a good argument, but hiking up rates at that time while inflation was happening, I could see the play with it. I could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to stop people from using money that was being inflated, but also that did kind of make people, like, it did make it hard for people to get housing. It did make it hard for people to get loans and all that good stuff. And people were spending more on interest. So yeah, there was the backfiring of it as well. And it mostly backfired on the American people, sadly.
Yeah, like a zillion %. I personally believe that. And this is the thing, and I had this conversation with an investor. So you do realize that once the insurance companies get you to pay X, they're never ever going to say, oh, Zach, by the way, you know what? Let's reduce your premium. Like, let's take it down a notch. Once they get you up, it's so rare that it would go back down. So that's the thing, is like, now you're making these historical highs on goods and services, and they're not giving up their profit. Like, our insurance got canceled because Lucas had a wreck. And I'm like, why did you cancel me? I've been with you 35 years. And they're like, this is a for-profit business. You're no longer profitable. And I'm like, what the fuck? Seriously? I mean, that's the thing. I think that inflation is being underreported, number one. One other thing that you said, the National Association of Realtors number for investor purchases is across the entire real estate market. Okay? I want to make sure you heard that. 27% is across the entire real estate market. First-time homebuyers typically are buying one segment of the market. So if the National Association of Realtors actually reported the number of first-time homebuyer houses, 0 to 500,000, that were being purchased by investors, that number would be a hell of a lot different than the 27%. And the Sun Belt is really getting hit the hardest. Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, right here in my area is really getting hammered because people want to move here from the north and get warm. And also, you also got this other built-in renter that nobody's talking about, and that is the right sizer. Betty and Bob Boomer, they sold 123 Banana Street for $2 million that they paid $700,000 for 30, 40 years ago. They're selling that house, and now they don't want to be homeowners anymore. They're renting. So not only do you have the first-time homebuyer that's getting the shit kicked out of them on the buy side, they're then losing to Bobby and Susie Boomer, who have great credit, tons of cash. They can pay the whole year up front. They're willing to pay a premium because it's monopoly money to them. Shit, they've got what, 10 more years left? They can't spend all the money they've got to save their life.
You're absolutely right. Especially when there are 13 to 16 steps that separate them from their living area to their bedroom. So many two-story homes getting sold. And especially over the next 5 to 10 years. And they're going to be buying the single family, small homes with the land that every first-time buyer wants, every millennial wants to get their hands on. Just to bring up another stat to back up something that you're saying. So the National Association of Realtors keeps a home affordability index. They keep two separately. And I think the distance between the two numbers verifies exactly what you're saying. What they do is they take the median income of a standard household and they measure it up against the median income required to qualify for the median home. So normal home, normal qualifications.
Shout out James Foley. Hey man, welcome back.
What the fuck am I looking at?
I know, bro.
It's James,
man. It's James. Look, when it's between him and Hellbat, they have the wildest super chats. Him and Hellbat. Better sausage, Daddy. Would you like some sausage? I mean, butter sausage, Daddy. Would you like some sausage? No.
There's none of that here.
Let's not do this. Let's not do this right now, James. Bro, it's too early.
Zesty ass comments.
Shout out to Daniel Castro. Happy birthday, James Foley. Dare you to sing happy birthday. Wait, me? You dare me to sing? I said,
They calling you pussy, Set.
I don't know about that one. Maybe.
Hey, chat. One in the comments if you want Set to sing happy birthday. Come on, we gotta hear his singing voice.
Everybody put 2 in the chat right now.
Get ones up in the chat.
2s. Because what? Man, what? James, you can get a video. You can get a birthday video. Why not? Hey, but happy birthday, James Foley.
We getting some ones there, man. Come on. Do it for your boy.
2. Hey, some people's like, come on, bro, don't do this. Oh, guys, help me out. Help a brother out right now.
Ones.
Come on, just throw the twos in there. Throw some twos. Culture, come on, sis. How you gonna throw multiple ones?
Villainy.
Wow. Okay, 2A. All right, we'll see where the poll works out to.
Income, they just measure it all together. 100 is a healthy score. That's perfectly balanced. And the composite affordability index right now for all buyers across the country is 100.6. It's bounced between 100.2 and 100.6.
Oh, okay. Can we get Trump mini men? You know what? Wait, like Trump acts the AI version of it? Why not? F it. It's better than singing it. It's better than singing happy birthday. And as much as I like you, James Foley, much I like you, singing happy birthday just isn't really my thing. I'm the type of guy that sends a birthday card and says, hey, man, good luck with that, man. Happy birthday. You survived another year. Good job, bro. Not
Somebody
singing.
said James is throwing away money.
All right, but I'm going to get that video.
The first-time home buyer affordability, they take that median income in and the median income needed to qualify for the home. The median income of a first-time home buyer in America right now, according to them, is about $66,000 median household, so assuming a couple. From there, the home that they'd be qualifying for requires a just $500 under $100,000 income to qualify for it. And that's how they get the index in total. And their index is 67.9.
All right, James, I got you. This is the one that I found. Enjoy. It's actually a pretty good one.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my ear, red like my rallies. The president is what I'm destined to be, but Democrats trying to take my life away. Put a hole in my ear, now you gon' see. Put a call into all my security. Better watch where you shoot if you're shooting at me, cause they'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death on me, Lord.
Turn it up.
No more, don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. These wishy Democrats putting money on my head. Better go get your refund, cause I ain't dead. I'm the orange in the fruit bowl that ain't been found. I'm the Republican king, and I ain't been crowned. When I rally, something special happens every time. I'm the greatest, something like America in its prime. I rep the concrete jungle, I ain't never been humble. This race hot, cause I stay ready to rumble. Got a temper, Joe, go ahead, lose your head. I'm crazy, I'll grab Kamala between her legs. I walk around, cap on my head, chip on my shoulder, till I've won this presidential race, this beef ain't over. Many men, many men wish death on me, Lord. I don't cry no more, don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. So when my heart turns cold, have mercy on many men, the most men ever. Many men, all the men wish death. When I talk to Melania, she don't say nothing back. If enemies on the block, I just ask where they at in the nightmares. I be leaving, Democrats scared. If don't Teflon about me, where? I got the feds coming at me with everything that they got. But it's funny how they went quiet when it was Biden's laptop. Do I have to spell it out? The news be always lying. You can't be illiterate, you gotta read between the lines. In the Bible, it says what goes around comes around. They shot me, I stepped up, Joe had to step down. Now it's clear that I'm here for a real reason. Cause if he got hit like I got hit, you wouldn't still be breathing. Many men, so many men, I can't even count. Wish death on me, Lord. I don't cry no more, don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. So when my heart turns cold, have mercy on many men, most men ever. Many men, every single man wish death on me.
All right.
What the hell was that?
Now, as we segue back to the next video, shout out George Washington. I mean, bro, the original YN.
So the difference between the outlooks of, Sally and Susie selling their boomerific house, selling their retirement home that, now they want to get down where it's warmer. We see a very similar trend, by the way, with Delaware. People come here for the tax savings, get near the beach. I'm going to retire, get myself a little townhome off. All of our affordable housing goes to investors and relocators all the time. So my question to you would be, being in Atlanta, the hub of private equity homebuyer purchases. So everybody's clear statistically. Las Vegas is a big one. Denver is a big one. Manhattan, huge, more on the commercial side, high-rise side. But Atlanta, also on the commercial and the residential side, gets eaten alive. The last report that I saw was that 4.4% of every single, or I'm sorry, 1 out of 4 units that sells in Atlanta is.
I'm weak. Put the blue robe on for the rest of the stream. I'm weak. The original blue robe. I mean, it's been so long since I pulled that out. That's kind of what I remember when we first started blowing up. That's when I was wearing the blue robe.
Go ahead and put the blue robe on because I ain't never seen it.
All right, I got you.
Selling to an investor of some sort. And like you said, updated numbers, it's closer to 60% when we're looking at affordable homes. What does Atlanta need to do to stop this?
There has to be some sort of legislation. There has to be something that someone that comes in and says, so back in the olden days, and you may not remember this because this is years and years and years ago. What would happen is if a house had gotten taken back by HUD, Housing and Urban Development, if it had been foreclosed on and taken back by HUD, they had a waiting period where the first 10 days that home was on the market, it was only available to owner occupant. And like the first 3 days were public safety, teachers, that group. Okay. And so you had this opportunity time to buy before any investor could buy it. And if nobody bought it in the first 10 days and the owner occupant didn't buy in the first 10 days, then they would open the market up to these investors. I really think, I know you guys are going to say, good God, she's a dinosaur. But listen to me. If you just did that one thing, you don't even need legislation to do that. That's just, if you just did that one thing and said, for the first 10 days, we're going to open it up to the everyday owner occupant buyer and give them the first opportunity, that would clear up a lot of issues. A lot of issues.
Right. I believe Canada does that as well.
Yeah, but you still go back. I mean, come on. You still go back to Bobby and Susie can't afford it.
Yes. And that's I think the bedrock of a lot of the problems. Your analogy of the light at the end of the tunnel. It's tough to see because you talk about lowering rates. We'll make it more affordable. Well, those rates get lowered for everybody, including the investors and the boomers that are waiting to pounce just as much.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, the wages, number one, wages haven't gone up in the same ratio that housing and inflation have gone up. So bottom line, say whatever you want to say, they just haven't, period, right?
Absolutely.
But also there is right now, in my opinion, this huge undercurrent of job insecurity. And that is,
due to AI, that is a huge problem. We all got to admit that one. Due to AI, job security, huge problem. Now, there's the ways to avoid it, of course, but we will take a quick little detour because I did want to get this video out the way, and hopefully, YouTube won't be an ass about it, but I do need to play this because Tucker Carlson came out with a video, and who is Thomas Crooks? And shout out to Tucker for being the only person that's willing to answer that goddamn question.
You were the other day really rock hard about seeing a fucking honor killing video, so I'm glad you're tame. I'm glad you're tame today.
Hey, what can I say? Sometimes I do go a bit overboard, but come on, the honor kill. I'm just playing. No honor killings. Not here. Trust me. But if I ever seen that, then it's on. All right, guys, let's get into it. Who is Thomas Crooks?
These are videos the FBI has worked hard to make sure you haven't seen. They're from the Google Drive account of Thomas Crooks, the man who on July 13th, 2024, showed up at the Butler County, Pennsylvania fairgrounds and tried to assassinate the frontrunner, Donald Trump.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
That day, Thomas.
Shout out James Foley. He made me go out there and, well, hey, man, hey. He said, put that blue robe on for the rest of the stream. I got you, my friend. I got you. And then he also said, check those pockets for old bud and lost money. Okay, come on. Come on. It ain't that bad.
Crooks came within a quarter inch of destroying this country.
More organized than that.
And yet, a year and a half later, we still know almost nothing about him or why he did it. That's because, for some reason, the FBI, even the current FBI, doesn't want us to know.
What's up?
Since the start of their investigation, the FBI has claimed that Thomas Crooks acted alone and that he was a virtual ghost online with no presence at all. Their only substantive claim about Crooks' motive was that he was a right-winger. We learned that from FBI Deputy Director Paula Bate, who said this to Congress just 1 month after the attempted assassination.
Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature.
The social media account Abate was describing was Crooks' YouTube comments. When the FBI made that claim, we had to take his word for it. We have no way to check, but now we do.
Well,
in September, we obtained hundreds of comments from Thomas Crooks' YouTube account. Since then, we've gone to great lengths to verify that they're real. We can now confidently say they are. These are genuine, written by Thomas Crooks. But although Crooks' comments are interesting and give tremendous insight into why he did it, they're not the only story. The other story, in fact, the far more significant story, involves the government, the DOJ, and the FBI, which have hidden from the public what they know about Thomas Crooks. The purpose of this report is to reveal details of Crooks' social media accounts and to confront a series of key questions. Why is the FBI keeping Crooks' views a secret? Why are they ignoring congressional subpoenas to divulge information? Why are they pretending that there's nothing to see here? And more than anything, what are they hiding? Before we present our findings, it's critical to establish how we obtained the comments and how we know they're real. In late September, we received a tip from a source. He told us he'd gained access to some of Thomas Crooks' accounts. He'd found these accounts by utilizing tools commonly used by private investigators. The key lead was Thomas Crooks' phone number. That was published in documents obtained by America First Legal. That phone number led our source to Thomas Crooks' primary email account, tmcrooks7@gmail.com. That in turn, he linked with more than a dozen other accounts. That list includes 2 foreign encrypted email accounts, AmericanGamer@gmx.com, a German website, and bcook@mailfence.com, a Belgian website. Crooks had a Snapchat, Tom_Crooks19, a Venmo account, Thomas-Crooks12, a PayPal account under the alias Rod Swanson, a Zelle registered as Thomas Crooks, as well as accounts on Discord, a Google Play account called Colossal Microwave, a Quizlet titled Thomas_Crooks, a chess.com with the same name, and 2 disabled Quora accounts under the handles Thomas Crooks8 and Thomas Crooks3. It turns out that Thomas Crooks was hardly an online ghost. He was active, and yet federal investigators lied and told us there was no trace of him online. Some of Crooks's accounts, like his Snapchat, appear to have been fully deactivated and completely taken out of use. Some of them may have been unused or cleared by federal officials during the investigation. We don't know because the FBI wouldn't tell us. However, our source was able to retrieve all data from Thomas Crooks's deactivated YouTube account, Tom Crooks 2178, visible to other users as Tom Crooks. This account includes his search history, his watch history, and 737 public comments. Another critical account, his Google Drive, is linked to an archive of Crooks's YouTube account. That's where our source obtained the videos of Crooks dry firing a handgun in his bedroom with paper targets on the wall behind him. But aside from the video evidence, the email addresses, and the phone number tying Crooks to the account, or the fact that most of these accounts use his actual name, there are other key details that support the authenticity of what we found. For example, this video's metadata shows it was filmed at Thomas Crooks's parents' home. And some of Crooks's YouTube comments are still available on Internet Archive sites. Crooks's YouTube channel was suspended on July 14th, 2024. That's the day after the shooting. Its offense, quote, violating YouTube's policy on violent criminal organizations. And though Crooks's comments are no longer available on YouTube, in many cases, the commenters who responded to Crooks are still there, and they match what we see on the Internet Archive sites. When you click on their tags of Crooks's accounts, YouTube takes you to a page that says, this channel was removed because it violated our community guidelines. In other words, there is ample evidence to support the authenticity of these posts. Our source figured it out. So did we. But when we reached out directly to the FBI to ask why the Bureau hadn't shared any details from the account with the public, the FBI responded by questioning whether we could verify the authenticity of the account. We were confused by this, considering the authenticity is self-evident. And of course, the FBI would have known that since the day of the shooting. What exactly is the FBI hiding? Here's what we do know. The digital comments we obtained were posted between 2019 and 2020, when Thomas Crooks was between 15 and 17 years old. They show two things. First, that Thomas Crooks was not some secretive lone wolf who never warned anyone that he was planning violence, just the opposite. Years before he showed up in Butler, Crooks was leaving a detailed digital trail of violent threats, including calls for assassinations and political violence. Second, they show a man who started out as a radical Trump supporter, whose views on the president changed completely during COVID. The FBI lied about that fact and pretended that Crooks was a right-winger. At 11:35 p.m. on July 19th, 2019, in response to an MSNBC video, Crooks wrote, quote, Ilhan Omar and others are invaders and should honestly be killed and their dead bodies sent back. At 1:17 a.m. on July 20th, 2019, Crooks commented on a CNN video. He said Donald Trump was the literal definition of patriotism. 7 hours later, he commented on an MSNBC video. He wrote, I hope a quick, painful death to all the deplorable immigrants and anti-Trump congresswomen who don't deserve anything this country has given them. That evening, on a separate MSNBC video, he wrote, quote, every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserve to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you fuck with America.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't align with that type of rhetoric towards Democrats whatsoever. I mean,
Buddy had more than a few screws loose.
Yeah, let's be honest. This is not how MAGA feels. A majority of how MAGA feels about them. I mean, of course, we think you guys are like a bit too emotionally driven. And yeah, a good amount of us do think you guys are stupid. But to want you guys dead, no, not at all.
These sorts of comments continued for months and became increasingly violent. The following day, Crooks responded to a CBS Evening News video about the squad saying this, quote, this is going to be blatantly racist, but I hope Trump has these people murdered. Crooks openly called for dictatorship and putting, quote, Hispanics back in their place. He warned that if Democrats win in 2020, quote, they won't be in there for long because unlike the Dems, we have guns and lots of them. In one comment, Crooks noted that, quote, 50 million Americans with AR-15s will make quick work of any blockades the government can put in to protect the White House.
Oh, wow.
He left multiple references to Mao Zedong's famous line, the only real political power comes from the barrel of a gun. On September 30th, 2019, Crooks responded to comments about a potential civil war, saying this: "Most rioters don't bring assault rifles and body armor like we would, and we wouldn't be going to the streets, we'd be going to Washington." At this point, one user named Hyperpandas responded saying, quote, "Law enforcement will thank you for grouping up and being so visible. It'll make your arrest so much simpler." Crooks responded saying, "Cops can't arrest me if they're all dead."
God damn.
Before adding, "Even an untrained man with an AR-15 is dangerous. You think Adam Lanza or any school shooter trained? Nope." If you navigate to that YouTube page today, you can still see identical contextual comments and people referring to Thomas Crooks, including one user who wrote this: "You were on YouTube threatening to shoot government officials. I sure hope the FBI is monitoring social media for violent nutcases." That exchange is still available on Internet Archive websites. But the FBI didn't see that before the shooting? That's hard to believe. On various occasions, Crooks openly said things like Mueller should be hanged along with the rest of the Democrats involved in that witch hunt, and "I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of socialist Jews, like the ones who booed Trump, and blasting their useless brains out with an AR."
Okay.
And yet in early 2020, Crooks seemed to change.
Dude went from having quite a few screws loose to just straight up being a serial killer in the making.
Low key. Like, if it wasn't going to be Trump, it was going to be the nearest school. Like, to be quite honest.
Like, dang, bro, you tripping.
I mean, man, like, you hate everybody. Like, can you name me somebody you like?
Right. You're talking about hanging people, blasting folks' brains out. Like, it's not
style,
that deep.
Like, hold on, bro. Like, wait, we're still talking about politics, right?
Right. Like, we just said we don't like them and we frustrated with them. You trying to kill folks.
I'm like, bro, they just want universal health care. Sure, they're a bit socialist, but that doesn't call for public executions, though.
That makes us fascists.
Like, yeah, literally. That's like literally would make us fascists.
Radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, Trump's stupidity. He began to mock the concept of the deep state. He suggested it was a code word used by Trump supporters for, quote, anyone who disagrees with the right wing. Suddenly, he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, he called out Trump supporters as, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are.
I'm sorry, but he said, you really believe that shit? How can you people call others sheep, but you are too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are? I mean, wow, Thomas. But if someone told you Chinese people descended from aliens and then put the fake archaeologists who found out on air as evidence, you'd believe it. Well, goddamn, that's quite the example. But somehow you guys have woken up. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times.
Out Trump supporters as, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times. That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, racist. It was an amazing transformation. That April, during the peak phase of the coronavirus lockdowns, Crooks wrote, quote, it seems that you people don't understand that sometimes.
Hey, what do you mean by you people? Oh, I'm just playing. But it seems like you people don't understand that sometimes public safety comes before your personal rights. If someone in your family has COVID, why wouldn't you want them quarantined? Are you really going to get in the way of trying to stop this pandemic on the account of your phobia of government? Seriously, what is wrong with you guys? Bro, you were just the most ardent Trump supporter. Now you out here supporting the Dems?
This is what happens when you stay on Reddit for too long. Go outside, touch some grass.
Literally, he just switched up. The switch up is crazy. I mean, like, look, Trump could get me to do some things to dislike him, but I'm never gonna go against my conservative values or the policies that I agree with the man, even if I dislike him. It is like, but him, I don't know, kind of seemed like as he disliked Trump. I mean, he's like, F it, I'm just gonna change my policies too. You know what? I mean, shoot, I'm happy to send that guy. Please go on that side. Actually, you need to be locked up, but if you're going to go anywhere, go on the left. Sure.
This is, and I was thinking that too. Somebody in the comments Tori, she said MK Ultra and algorithms. Yeah, I believe that because normal people don't change that fast.
And shout out Tori, one of the members, by the way. Appreciate you, sis. And shout out to our man James Foley. He said Crooks just needed rap music and the Black Queen.
Oh my God.
This man.
Yeah. Probably a little black kitty cat might have changed his life.
Man, bro, I mean, any type of kitty cat would have changed this man's life at this point.
Outside, breathing real air.
You know, maybe that girl Bonnie Blue actually had a point. Like, some guys just need pussy. Some guys just need it. If they don't get it, it's like, you never know. They might be your school shooter. She might have had a point.
Public safety comes before your personal.
I mean, man, when hoes make sense.
Rights. Are you not willing to quarantine one member of your family to save the rest? If so, you are not a patriot and you aren't protecting anything.
Wow.
Around this time, the new left-wing version of Thomas Crooks became very critical of conservative media. He said at one point, quote, going to a Chinese New Year's party in America isn't putting you at risk.
All right, so Tom Sizzle. Well, actually, South Korea and Japan closed down first. So again, that's wrong. Also, LA and other places in California acted faster than him. Hospitals in Louisiana and New York still aren't completely caught up. And going to a Chinese New Year party in America isn't putting you at risk for coronavirus, because believe it or not, viruses don't spread through race like Tucker Carlson probably told you. I mean, I didn't know Tucker Carlson ever said that, but okay.
For coronavirus, because believe it or not,
I didn't know coronavirus spread through Asians or any other race. I doubt anybody said that.
Viruses don't spread through race like Tucker Carlson probably told you. That May, as state officials across the country overhauled election systems to promote mail-in voting, Crooks attacked Republican concerns about voter fraud as, quote, ignorant.
All right, he says, that's just not true. Yes, there is cheating in elections, but to claim only one party does it and to claim it is the only reason they ever win is ignorant. I mean, all right, I somewhat agree with that.
4 months later, in August 2020, his tone had shifted even.
Probably the most reasonable thing that man has said. All right, perhaps, but Trump won in an upset victory in 2016 and could do the same again. Either way, I believe the outcome will be irrelevant. Oh, all right. He went into the little black pill stage, got a little hopeless there.
Further to the left, he said, quote, I believe the outcome will be irrelevant. In response to the same video, Thomas Crooks issued what sounds a lot like a digital manifesto. Quote, in my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people or politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them.
Okay.
Any sort of head-to-head fight is suicide, and even ambush or surprise attacks likely aren't going to end.
AKA, I mean, no, don't go up against the government. Just take out all the political officials like Trump and everybody in his cabinet. And that's way better than taking up the government.
Guerrilla warfare. Buddy is straight up. Oh, my God, yeah. He's one of those people that...
Yeah, you need to lock this guy up. I mean, I'm surprised nobody caught on to him. But, well, I mean, the internet's full of guys like this, but, man... What do you say? A large portion of the war will also be propaganda / information war. Both sides will want people to join them. And a big deciding factor in wars is often which side has more popular support for them, which is true. But these are just my speculations, and it's hard to know. Okay.
Well, these remarks were especially notable because they came at the final phase of Crooks's YouTube commenting. At that point, a new character emerged into the conversation, a user named Willie Tepes, who started pressuring Crooks to commit violence. For example, quote, if a gun and a badge is all that is needed, then authority obviously comes from the barrel of a gun. We have more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point, so you better just get used to the idea. We have nothing to lose and everything to win. And the alternative, the global police...
He said,
I feel like that was a government official, like that one commenter said, MK Ultra. It feels like they were bringing him to where they wanted him psychiatrically, and then they started pushing him over to the edge, and that was like the first human interaction to like help get that process along.
All right, well, let's see what this man said. He said, I can't really see any downsides to people who are sitting on an armory of guns. The more guns that are out there, the less likely a gun confiscation will be possible. Nope, guns do not guarantee a victory any more than jet fighters, tanks, and drones do. It is the fighting spirit and the brains that win. We have nothing to lose and everything to win, and the alternative, a global police state, is unacceptable. Nothing in life is simple, but there is no argument against doing it. I mean, bro, you're literally talking about throwing our lives away to a government that we don't even know needs to be overthrown yet. Not that I'm against overthrowing a tyrannical government, but only if it's tyrannical. Once it is proven, not because my person didn't win. I can't. No.
State is unacceptable. Nothing in life is simple, but that is no argument against doing it. So who is this Willie Tepes? Unfortunately, we don't know. The FBI hasn't made any mention of him in public, although they certainly know he exists. Just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes' YouTube account page, despite the fact he had very few followers. To the extent that he can be traced online now, you can find his username being used on a foreign Antifa website. Those sites link him to the Nordic Resistance Movement, which has been designated a terrorist group by the U.S. State Department. That's all we know. We do know, however, that Crooks' online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. Regardless of whoever Willie Tepes is or was and what his motives may have been, who he may have been working for, there is no doubt that Crooks was ripe for recruitment by someone. From early 2019 to mid-2020, as his political views were evolving, Crooks searched for Trump more than 700 times online. He also searched for Jack Ruby, the man who assassinated Lee Harvey Oswald. He then submitted queries for craziest chemical reactions, cars running over protesters, best places for mass shooting El Paso, Trump Civil War, Orlando shooting reaction, firing an AR-15 as fast as possible, fertilizer bomb, how to make napalm, how to make a Molotov cocktail, mass shooting Canada, Oklahoma bombing, and sniper in Dallas shooting.
Well, thank God napalm wasn't in the realm of possibility for him. Well,
golly.
Man, I mean, he was looking for all options. All options were on the table.
He also searched
Napalm
for
is
American
actually
Nazi
easier.
Party, German.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Napalm is easier to make than most people think, but I'm not going to get your video permanently banned for telling you how to make it.
That'd be a Rumble conversation right there. Like, so please explain to us how you make napalm. Because I would say this, what he would need to make it. Quick question. Is it something that he just need household products, or don't he need to go out and buy some certain things?
I will have to save this conversation for Rumble.
All right, gotcha.
National Anthem, 1933-1945. Hitler's speeches with subtitles. Neo-Nazis and, quote, why gays need to go. Hate to brag, but we're pretty confident this show is the most...
Why gays need to go. No, that was probably... You know what the fucked up part about that is? That was probably the chillest thing he looked up.
Yeah, it actually is.
It's like, wow. So why gays need to go is probably the most reasonable thing you Googled. Crazy.
Dude was fighting demons.
Everything else was just straight like murder, like homicidal. But you know, the bigotry at the end was at least chill. I mean, no, he ended with the bigotry. That's cool.
Vehemently pro-dog podcast you're ever going to see. We can take or leave some people, but...
As much pro-dog I am. I love dogs, but all right, hold on now. Like, we don't love their dogs.
So here you have a volatile, troubled, possibly mentally ill young man with a long record of espousing violence in public. The FBI clearly knew he existed. And then you have, at the very end of his years commenting in public, espousing violence, an exchange with a mysterious figure affiliated with a group that we know is being monitored by the U.S. State Department. It turns out that around the same time that Thomas Crooks was making these searches and posting overt threats of violence against public figures on YouTube, the FBI was issuing contracts to private sector tech surveillance firms to harness the power of mass data collection tools that would monitor social media for people just like Thomas Crooks. It's hard to imagine that Thomas Crooks, who was making these posts publicly and in his own name, had not been identified and looked at closely by federal law enforcement. In fact, it's impossible to imagine. What do we know? Well, we know that the FBI had access to these YouTube comments, and rather than
Holy shit, it's like the internet version of the Patriot Act, except right under our nose. It's like they're basically saying that, yeah, you know, this crazy event with this crazy fella right here, we are now authorized to look you guys up or monitor you on social media without you knowing. I mean,
what do you mean authorized? They were doing that already.
Yeah, but now they're just saying it to us. I mean, I guess now they found a way to legalize it before we found out about it, even though we've been knew about it. Huh.
And giving us valuable information about them, giving us a sense of why Thomas Crooks did what he did, they used a selective read of those comments to lie about what Thomas Crooks was thinking. 2.5 weeks after the attack on July 30th, a source familiar with the investigation told CNN that, quote, federal investigators are looking into a YouTube account possibly connected to Crooks in which the user espoused political violence as well as anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes. Well, of course, it wasn't possibly connected to Thomas Crooks, as the FBI knew full well it was Thomas Crooks's account. There was never any question about that. And yet the same day, the FBI's then deputy director made the same dishonest claim before Congress. The week previous, then FBI Director Christopher Wray publicly questioned whether Trump was even shot.
With respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that hit his ear.
In February 2025, the New York Post reported that, quote, the FBI has obstructed efforts to solve the mystery of why Thomas Matthew Crooks, who left no manifesto, did what he did. And this fact, said the Post, left local law enforcement as well as Crooks's former friends, classmates, and teachers frustrated. The level of lying and obstruction is shocking. Less than a month after the shooting, Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, a former police officer, traveled to Butler to conduct his own investigation into what happened. When he arrived, he discovered a disturbing fact. The FBI released Crooks's body for cremation 10 days after July 13th. This wasn't known to the public until Higgins arrived in Butler on August 5th, when the coroner told the congressman, quote, he would never have released Crooks's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. The timing of Crooks's cremation is notable. The day Crooks's body was burned was also the day the House Homeland Security and Oversight Committees had begun their investigations into the shooting. The fact the body was cremated made it impossible for investigators outside the FBI to verify the coroner and autopsy report. You can't do a new tox screen because the body doesn't exist. According to Higgins, quote, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort.
I mean, they cremated the body, burnt the body, so what? We can't get no toxicology report to see if there was any type of, well, if he was mentally, well, honestly, let's be real, I don't think that kid was ever mentally stable, but if his mind was mentally altered by drugs. So, I mean, yeah, that is a bit of a problem.
Another notable detail is that photos from the day after the shooting show an FBI agent hosing down the site where Crooks died. High-level
so we can never get a blood test to see if he was off any intoxicants.
Intelligence officials and congressional sources told us this is very
allegedly
that the FBI usually hires out crime scene cleanup to third-party contractors. But in this case, they did it themselves, leaving no blood and no tissue for anyone else to analyze.
Wow.
In the photo, the agent's shirt says he's from the Technical Hazards Response Unit, a unit that collects traditional forensic evidence contaminated with hazardous materials. After the shooting, the FBI sent Crooks's phone to the Bureau's laboratory at Quantico, Virginia. Agents there were able to open it in less than 40 minutes using technology from an Israeli tech firm called Celebrate. According to the Post, FBI officials who served under President Joe Biden.
Hey, man, when it comes to spyware, bro, the Israelis do it the best, okay? They just do it the best. Top notch.
I told you about Pegasus.
Yep, and that comes right out of Israel as well. So top notch. When it comes to spying on people and invasive software, go to Israel.
Biden accessed Crooks's phone, computer, and his encrypted messaging apps in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany. Yet none of the online activity the FBI has discovered was referred to in any way in the final congressional report that was released in December of 2024.
By the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on?
That was a good question, a question that most people thought would be answered by the new administration. Within weeks of retaking office, Donald Trump told the New York Post's Miranda Devine that he had, quote, ordered the Secret Service on Friday to provide him every bit of information about his two would-be assassins.
You've had two assassination attempts, one obviously where you got hit by that bullet in Butler. There's a lot of frustration that we still don't know about that shooter in Butler, and we don't know about his communications. We get stonewalled all the time asking questions about it. Is there frustration on your part? Will we get transparency? Will we know the bottom line story?
It's very interesting because we have great people. I think Pam is incredible. I think Cash is incredible. And they're doing a great job. They're being recognized as doing a great job.
But you're the president. Can't you find out?
No, I know. I'm relying on my people to tell me what it is.
But his people insist there's nothing there, and they don't seem interested in finding out more.
How come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's two reasons, two open, ongoing prosecutions. But we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico. We've both done the laboratory testing. We've both seen the explosives analysis. We've both seen the firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent, and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. There in some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there.
What a baffling thing to say.
I'm sorry, but honestly though,
I think honestly, Cash Patel and Bongino are just the face, and they genuinely don't know. But the people below the surface that are actually doing the work and pulling the strings, somebody knows something. And it's just like what happened with Osama bin Laden.
I agree.
Thomas Crooks is dead, of course. There was no trial against Thomas Crooks. And by the way, they weren't misspeaking. This wasn't an accident. We know that because the director of the FBI said the same thing once again under oath in front of Congress in September.
When your predecessor sat right there in that seat a couple of years ago, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I did get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee. And I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we are still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit them for the record, please. I'd like to ask you, sir, and the FBI, under your leadership, would you please respond to these questions, and can you commit to doing that?
As soon as the trial's over.
But if it's true that there's nothing here, then the FBI has a very strange way of showing it. In July of 2024, a bipartisan group of senators led by Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin sent a letter, quote, requesting records related to the July 13th, 2024 assassination attempt. Fully a year later, the FBI still had not responded. What is this about? This summer, Senator Johnson issued a new subpoena, noting that, quote, nearly a year after the assassination attempt and the initiation of the subcommittee's investigation, the FBI has repeatedly failed to produce the subcommittee records and information critical to its investigation. In the subpoena, they demanded pictures and images related to the assassination, video footage, forensic reports, records related to FBI interviews, and notably, all records referring or relating to any of Thomas Crooks's electronic devices, digital or financial accounts, or online search history.
What are you telling us?
I am totally unsatisfied. I am totally unsatisfied. You had a person with a modern rifle, modern scoped rifle at 130 yards who shot at the former commander-in-chief of the United States and a guy who was going to be, by all accounts at that point, the future commander-in-chief. And then they tried to kill my father 8 weeks later, you know, at his golf course in Palm Beach County, a golf course that I run every single day. I am totally unsatisfied that we have one picture of that shooter. The guy looks like he was 14 years old in the picture. We know nothing about him. We know nothing about him. Right. And I am totally unsatisfied with the result. And I think a lot of America is unsatisfied with the result. And I think we better get to the bottom of exactly what happened.
Are you telling me there's a conspiracy here that you believe that Eric Trump believes resulted in the assassination attempt?
Yes, I think they tried to kill my father because they did not want his voice on that stage.
Unfortunately, the reality is that the FBI, as of today, is not only stonewalling, but is actively preventing an honest look at what happened in Butler. Within days of the shooting, FBI agents collected all the relevant surveillance footage. That includes footage from local businesses, the state police, and critically, the gun range where Thomas Crooks trained. Did he train alone? We don't know, because to this day, the FBI refuses to release the footage. They confirmed it exists. They confirmed the existence of one gaming account, and then publicly said a few days later the account wasn't real. Was that incompetence, or are they lying? Within a day of the shooting, the social media companies that hosted Crooks's comments took his accounts offline. In some cases, the records of those comments in the Internet Archive were also erased. Did the FBI order that too? What we do know is that on the day of the attacks, Thomas Crooks got extremely lucky, miraculously lucky. After he arrived at the Butler County Fairgrounds on the morning of the shooting, Thomas Crooks conducted surveillance by flying his drone over the rally site. He flew that drone for 11 minutes.
I will say that from the videos that I watched, got a bunch of people even pointed out to law enforcement, like, hey, you guys should be on top of this. This guy is climbing up on top of this roof. And even at local law enforcement was calling the FBI, and they were like, nah, it's no problem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was definitely a lot of sketchy things that went on that day. Like the fact that he even made it onto that roof was a major breach in like security.
Yeah, and that building is well within the scope of a perimeter, and he was allowed to get as close as he was. He had literally a perfect line of sight to the president, and even Dan Bongino and Kash Patel was like, why didn't nobody cover the roof?
Yeah, it was such an obvious. It was like all right, well, give me your top 3 spots. The roof over there. Like
Number one,
spots that you think assassination would come from. This roof right there would have been at the top of my list, and they did not cover it. It's not like it was anywhere far away. It's not like the man had a sniper. No, he had an AR-15. Yeah.
It just so happened the Secret Service's anti-drone system were down at exactly the same moment. What are the odds? Later that afternoon, police officers saw Crooks loitering with a backpack and a rangefinder. They identified him as a suspicious person, which he clearly was, but quickly lost track of him. And so Crooks climbed to the top of the American Glass Research Building. That happened to be the only building in the area that did not have a video surveillance system. It was also, remarkably, inexplicably, outside the Secret Service's security perimeter, despite the fact it was very close to the stage. 2 local police officers assigned to the building saw Crooks, but they didn't report him. A 3rd officer who was supposed to be there left early. At 6:11 p.m., Crooks opened fire from the rooftop.
Take a look at what happened.
Within the vacuum left by the FBI and its total unwillingness to explain what had happened, the media were able to leverage the shooting to serve its own political ends. On ABC, we learned that this happened because white men own guns.
It was, a 20-year-old lone wolf, white, whack job
I mean, anytime a shooting happens, the Dems are going to use this point to talk about gun control. So, it's typical Dem behavior.
I'm going to get this out there on the air. The reason why all these quote-unquote mass shootings keep happening is because they want enough people to feel bad about owning weapons so that they willfully give up their Second Amendment.
Never. I'm sorry, just never. When we give up the weapons, that's when the dictators come out. Okay, guys? Okay.
With easy access to a gun. And we have to have a conversation about that.
And within days of the shooting, U.S. intelligence officials started leaking about a supposed plot by the Iranian government to kill Trump. There was never any evidence that if you were planning a regime change war against Iran, you might claim otherwise.
Let me read to you this breaking news that we are reporting from 3 U.S. officials who have been briefed on the matter. The U.S. obtained intelligence in recent weeks about an Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump.
The stonewalling, the lying, the persistent unwillingness to explain anything, all of it makes you wonder, what are they hiding? If the leadership of the FBI and the DOJ had any desire whatsoever to prove to the public that there's in fact nothing there, they could do that. But first they would have to answer these questions. Was Thomas Crooks known to federal law enforcement before the shooting? Was he known to local law enforcement before the shooting? And if not, why not? Who is Willie Tepes? And was he known to federal law enforcement? Is Willie Tepes linked to any violent organizations? Is he linked to any governments? And if so, then around the time of the shooting, did the FBI have assets inside those organizations? If Crooks wasn't known to anyone in authority before the shooting, how was he able to post hundreds of violent extremist comments under his real name between 2019 and 2020 without being detected by law enforcement or intel agencies at a time we know they were monitoring social media? Were those comments, including specific assassination threats against specific public officials, ever reported to YouTube? Other users complained about them. Did YouTube know? Why is the FBI telling us that they'll release this information, quote, after the trial, when there is no trial? Why did an FBI agent from the Technical Hazards Response Unit hose down the crime scene the day after the attack? That seems very strange. What happened on the roof of the American Glass Research Building for the 10 seconds after Crooks's last shot until he was killed by the Secret Service? Does the FBI have surveillance footage of Thomas Crooks shooting that day? Was the FBI present at the medical examiner's autopsy? Are there still blood samples? Can they be examined by outside authorities? When Congress demanded the autopsy, did the FBI restrict what the examiner could tell the Congress? When the FBI cleared the coroner to release Crooks's body for cremation, did they keep tissue samples, brain tissue samples, spinal cord samples, or spinal fluid samples? Law enforcement sources told us that in a typical investigation in a crime of this nature, it would be normal to preserve all of that, those samples. If the FBI didn't, why not? And who made that decision to destroy what could be critical evidence in an attempted murder case? FBI agents went to the same gun range that Thomas Crooks was using. Who were those agents, and did any of them at any time have any contact with Thomas Crooks? Who did he train with exactly, and why can't we know? Was Thomas Crooks taking drugs that might have turned up on the toxicology report, but that weren't listed somehow? On what date specifically did FBI agents stop investigating Thomas Crooks's online presence? Why did the former deputy director of the FBI, Paul Abate, suggest to Congress that Crooks was a right-winger when he clearly wasn't? Was the FBI aware of Crooks's public comments before the shooting, many of which are openly violent, that included specific assassination attempts involving public officials? Who was Thomas Crooks in communication with in the days before the attack? What does his burner phone show? And in fact, why did he have a burner phone and encrypted foreign email accounts? Who are the government officials trying to link Iran to the shooting? Why did the FBI suggest that he had no digital footprint in the first place when the FBI had a great deal of evidence, hundreds and hundreds of comments from his digital activity? And what's on the other dozen accounts that the FBI clearly had access to? How long had Thomas Crooks been planning to commit an assassination? If there's nothing there, if they tell you this is just a lone nut who gave no indication he might do this, then what is stopping the FBI from at least giving the facts to Congress? Because if there's nothing there, these should be very easy questions to answer.
All right. I mean, shout out to my man Tucker Carlson. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and call it a night on this one, and I'm gonna go ahead and end with a monologue. So, Gamer, is there anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I there's one last little bit to add. Throughout all of this, I recommend you guys stay safe and stay dangerous. Remember that the ultimate goal for the government when they try to implement the one world government is to build 15-minute cities. So buy land, stay spread out, keep your wits about you, make sure you have a means to protect yourself, a means to get your own food, and keep your head on the swivel. Typically, whenever the government lies or tries to get you to buy into a system, they're playing the long game, not the short game.
Facts. And all right, shout out to my man Game. All right, guys. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and monologue this one all the way out. Give you all my closing remarks. But all right, man. So let's start on this whole MAGA civil war, and let's go over what I've been saying about it. Now, the MAGA civil war is going to continue as long as Israel has damn near complete control over our House and Senate. It's going to continue then when we have senators and congressmen that care more about what's going on in Israel and Ukraine than what's going on in the United States. When they're wearing pins for Israel and not America, when they're showing up in IDF uniform but not American uniform. I mean, even when they got the Israeli pin, it should be about America first. But there's people in the Republican Party who is obviously not America first. Lindsey Graham, Randy Fine, Mark Levin. Obviously, these people aren't America first. And I can never stand with guys like that, especially those who rationalize the bombing of innocent people. Like, it's going to be honest. Can't do it. Also, when it comes to this beef with Marjorie Taylor Greene, I honestly hope Trump makes good with her, because it doesn't look good that anybody who not dissents, but who has a criticism of the president on his side can't be MAGA, can't be a part of the party. That is what gives off that cult-like, feel to it. That is what creates a cult-like mentality when you feel like you can't judge or be kicked out. That's what we kind of shamed the Democrats for. So why are we doing it? Why are we participating, or practicing in this behavior of, I'm gonna be real with you, kicking out people that just don't agree with us? Yes, we should be able to have, I guess, two sides of the MAGA party without it being a civil war. Like, it shouldn't be, Tucker Carlson's not MAGA. Tucker Carlson's all about making America great. We're all about Trump's message, or at least the message he gave us during the election. I mean, we're all for ending H-1B visas. We're all for ending illegal immigration. We're all for the prosperity of America, handling affordability, yada, yada, yada. We're all for that, Republicans and Dems alike. But the problem is that we got people who are way more concerned about what's going on overseas. And that must stop, or we will lose the midterms. And the Dems will be in power. And guess what? It's going to be more of the same. They're going to be worried about shit going on overseas, plus all the radical liberal ideology, plus all the socialist policies. That's going to come with it. So we need to get our act together on that. And I guess bolster the base and decide where we're going with this. Now, is it a MAGA, or is it America first? Or is it Israel first? Is it America first? Ask yourself that. Because we got a decision to make, and we can't be divisive over who speaks about Israel. I mean, does that really mean they're not America first? What are you saying? You got to be aligned with Israel to be America first? I feel like you should be, honestly, the only country you should be aligned with is America. You can hate every other country in the world. As long as you love America, I'm with you on that. And I'm not saying I hate other countries. I'm just saying I will always be America first. And I'm never going to put another country's prosperity over my own. I'm never going to put a country's war and let that endanger my people, or even promote it to let it endanger my people. Like, why would I do something crazy like that, Lindsey Graham? But hey, it is what it is. Now, when it comes to Candace Owens, okay, honestly, I think people just hating on Candace because she winning. I mean, #1 podcast in the world, 100K live viewers, big. I mean, come on now. The sis is cooking. Like what? The Brigitte Macron series? Oh, bro, she got everybody in the world convinced that Brigitte Macron got a dick. Come on, bro. Come on, she winning. Like the Blake Lively stuff, I wasn't even tuned into that, but that was getting hella views. Like, let's be honest. She's really good at what she does. And because she's talking about Israel, because she's disagreeing with MAGA, we're kicking her out, even though she does want what's best for America. Why are we doing this? It really does not make sense to me. And like I said, you guys can always super chat in a question if you have any. I'll be happy to answer it while I'm knocking out this monologue and going through the topics. Because as far as this MAGA Civil War goes, this is why people are listening to Nick Fuentes. Now, like I said, people may not agree with the man on race. Of course not. He does talk about he does use a lot of eugenic talking points to make his points about race. So I'm gonna be honest. But when it comes to his policies about the homeland and being America first, the brother spot on. He's spot on, and I will agree with him 100%. And you can hate me for that, but I'm just agreeing with a man that's putting Americans first. Now, if you want to talk about what he thinks about Jews and all that good stuff, okay, yeah, I don't like that. But as far as him wanting what's best for America, as far as Candace, Tucker, we should all be able to align with that and see past the propaganda that is being spewed about them. Because it's all about Israel and there's nothing to do about America. You ever notice that? Think about that. It's not about them hating America. It's not about them wanting something un-American. It's about Israel. That's the only effing reason. The only goddamn reason. Why can't it be something, I don't know, like Zoran Mandani and him winning free buses and how that could create portable homeless shelters? Well, like, come on now. What is really up with them? Like, and I'm being honest, because I don't think anything's wrong with them at all. I just think that for some reason, as soon as they start talking about Israel, people start acting crazy. People want to start saying they're going crazy. They did the same thing with Kanye. They did the same thing with Michael Jackson. How many of our heroes are we going to let them spin as crazy? And then what, 20 years down the line, then we're going to admit that they're right? When we were the same ones trying to like bastardize them? How many times are we going to go through this process? Who knows? Who effing knows? And as far as these, let's move on to H-1B visas, because it does piss me off. I do feel like people have given up on the American people. They've given up on themselves. And I'm talking about Dems in this regard. Why? Because they have. They've given up on the American people. It's when we was going through that trade war. Who are they rooting for? China. They wasn't shaking pom-poms for, the Constitutional Republic of America. They were shaking pom-poms for the Communist Party of China. In our face. In our goddamn face. Like, bro, making China look like it's the best fucking country in the world. But Lord knows they won't move there their damn selves. That's what kills me about Dems. They've completely given up on America. They've completely given up on the American people. They think immigrants should have the high and low level jobs over you. It's all fucked with them for some reason. I don't get it. And it's not all of them. Like, this ain't all. I know all my Dems just didn't give up on American people. But do y'all hear how y'all sound sometimes when it comes to this H-1B visa, when you try to call us lazy and all that? I mean, bro, I hope you don't got no kids in college. You might as well just take them out. Take your kids out of college. Tell them you're going to take care of them forever, because Jeet and Jeet and Wong and them is going to come through and take the job. It's all good. And they're going to get paid less for it. They're smarter than you. They're better than you. So, man, don't even send your kids to school, bro. F college, bro. That's for the immigrants, right? Just like who's going to pick the fruits? Who's going to do the low wage jobs? That's for the immigrants, right? Like, how much sense does that make? But we still say it. Do we not? Well, at least y'all still say it. It's a bit ridiculous how y'all defend this H-1B visas when they're the whole reason why you guys will never get a minimum wage increase, because you're okay with immigrants coming here working for way less. That's diabolical work right there, guys. Real diabolical work. Now, let's go ahead and get on to our guy. Well, actually, it's Thomas Crooks and Epstein. Trump need to drop this goddamn files, bro. All of it. All of it. Stop playing around with us. Stop playing around with yourself and your legacy and drop those damn files, because you're going to fuck yourself over. I mean, you're about to fuck around and find out. And I'll be real with you. I know everybody's going like, said, aren't you MAGA? Yes, I am. But he's about to fuck around and find out if you don't drop these goddamn files and stop playing with us. Stop playing with us like we stupid, because we're not. So I would act for him to get going on that, or the Dems are just going to keep dropping these little emails with no context, and people are going to start saying that you're blowing Bill Clinton. Yeah. I mean, oh, wait, too late. They're already doing it. They're already saying that Donald Trump is blowing Bill Clinton. I ain't gonna lie. After that, if I was Trump, I'd be like, okay, just drop all the files. Just drop everything. They're out there saying I'm sucking Bill Clinton's dick. Drop everything. That'd have been me if I was Trump. It'd have been over after that one. But apparently, there might be a little bit something more to it. And I will always say, look, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure if Trump had anything to do with children with Epstein. And I'm 80% sure that he had nothing to do with everything I'm reading. Everything I've looked into just makes it look like he was a snitch. He was an informant. He was giving information. And the whole reason with that whole girl thing is, well, or him knowing about the girls, is because he knew Epstein was poaching. Here's my reasonable question, though. Did he know that Epstein was poaching for trafficking, or was he poaching to get women to work for his masseuse? Because Epstein was running his little massage parlor scheme in South Florida. That's one of the reasons why he got caught up. So maybe he was trying to get women to go over there. Did Trump know about that? I don't know. And we'll find out one day. If he dropped the goddamn files, oh, this will be cleared. Each and every topic, each and every point. All of it. But hey, well, all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end out on this one, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I'm gonna go ahead and end out on some funny clips for you guys. Let me see if there's any super chats or anything like that. And all right, we're cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end out on this one, man. I appreciate the support, man. It's been a fun one with you guys. We've been here for about 6 hours and 30 minutes strong. Woo! But all right, guys, man, you guys have a good one. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.
It must suck to be that dumb. Goat's milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating. Life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. I don't know why we have to give money to countries that hate us. They should be able to hate us for free. They can kiss my ass. Somebody at the White House has been smoking the devil's lettuce, okay? The spending porn on pet project. It's just chock full of spending porn. There's an enormous amount of spending porn. You hate cops just because of cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. Next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. Call a criminal. Call a meth head. As I've said about her before, I think she's the reason there are directions on a shampoo bottle. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Republicans aren't perfect, but the other side is crazy. These people are about 10 exits past normal. My Democratic friends, Brian, seem determined to find out what it's like to be a Jets fan. God created the world, but everything else is made in China. With respect, there are times, particularly recently, when I think Speaker Pelosi is one of those people who tried Tide Pods.
How much do we spend on U.S. universities? $6.5 billion, $1 for every person will convert to Islam. Why are we working for Hamas? Girl, don't get it twisted. Hamas works for us. Explain the $250 million lobbying the U.S. government. Y'all need every dollar you can get based on how long you were shut down. It's giving United States of Section 8. Why do we own more land in London than the royal family? We need playgrounds for all the baby Muhammads. Is Qatar responsible for the bots?
Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 national guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go? Tell you something you don't know. Chicago fucked up cause the government slow. Murder rate number was low. Everybody killing cause everybody is broke. And why is everybody broke? Because the immigrants taking the jobs you want. Send them back over the wall, take notes. I send them back on a plane, a boat. I don't want them in the country no more. I don't want no one looking for work at the store. Why the fuck is they making the city look bad? Why the fuck is they rhyme around waving that flag? I got so sick of this shit and I'm mad. I called Joe Biden that night and I bragged. They deep in the street, then you know it's DT. Free Larry Hoover, I'm really GD. And I hop in the back of a black truck. Camouflage bulletproof vest and you cannot attack us. Stupid little boy better back up. I get the snapping and turn the whole city to black out. Ain't no more New Mexico, I rename. They don't know we about to use Chicago for training. I put 300 guys in the streets in this place. We making America great, it's amazing. Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 National Guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go?